When the lights are on, you're hot.
When you see the flight path
Okay.
of lights.
Awesome.
Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2.
tap it when you see the, I'm calling it like,
Recording in progress.
For those present today who feel more comfortable making their comments in Spanish, please let us know. We have someone available who will translate your comment into English. For those who require translation of the whole meeting, please make arrangements in advance with the clerk of the board, either by visiting their office in person or by calling 454-2323. We want to hear from our non-English speaking community, so please do request translation assistance if you feel language is a barrier to your participation. Para los que están presentes hoy, si se sienten más cómodos haciendo sus comentarios en español, por favor, infórmenos. Tenemos alguien disponible que traducirá su comentario al inglés. Si necesita servicios para toda la Junta, por favor, hagan los arreglos con la secretaria de la Junta, visitando la oficina en persona en el 5 piso, cuarto 520, o llamando al 545-2323. Queremos escuchar a nuestra comunidad que no habla inglés, así que por favor contáctenos para ayuda.
good morning. I'd like to call to order the June 9th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Supervisor DeSerpa,
Present.
Koenig,
Here.
Hernandez,
Here.
Cummings,
Here.
and Martinez.
Here. I'd like to start off by welcoming everybody to our new space. Thank you for being here for today's meeting. I'd like to start by extending a word of gratitude for every person who helped make today happen. So thank you so much for your support in this new development. Not only did this place make the space more available, more welcoming, and more comfortable for folks who are coming to meetings, visiting our chambers, but it also updated a number of pieces of outdated equipment, which makes the viewing of this meeting more accessible for members of the public who are joining us virtually. And the best part is that this work was funded by cable franchise fees that could only be used for improving public access to government. So it was not taking away resources from any other scarce sources or anybody else. And before we get started, I do just want to remind everybody that good governance isn't defined by the room that we are in. It's defined by the values that we bring to it. So I hope that this is a space where every voice is heard, where disagreements are addressed with respect, and where decisions are guided by service to the people of Santa Cruz County. So with that, I would like to move on to item number 2, our moment of silence. Does anybody in the board have a moment of silence that they'd like to recognize today? I have a couple. I'd like to recognize 2 different community members who we lost recently. The first is Paul Norcutt, a longtime San Lorenzo Valley resident and environmentalist. He contributed a great deal to research and analysis to efforts by the Valley Women's Club Environmental Committee and other organizations to preserve and protect local habitats. Secondly, Ken Haber, a lifelong Santa Cruz resident who was deeply involved in community organizations, including the Community College Foundation Board, the Santa Cruz Chamber of Commerce, the Boys and Girls Club, the Downtown Association of Santa Cruz, and he also participated in the Vision Santa Cruz planning process that helped rebuild downtown after the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake. We are fortunate as a community to have benefited from the dedication and passion from both Mr. Norcutt and Mr. Haber through their community service, and we keep their loved ones in our thoughts today. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. CEO Coburn, are there any late additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yes, Chair. We have additional materials for item 36. The formal title has been amended and should read as the Board of Directors of the Santa Cruz County Redevelopment Successor Agency authorize the County Council to execute a conflict of interest waiver with Rutan and Tucker LLP related to legal services for the drafting of a purchase and sale agreement with Community Housing Works for the sale of a portion of the real property owned by the Santa Cruz County Redevelopment Successor Agency located at APN numbers 026-261-13-16 and -17 and take related actions. It's packet page 8 that's been replaced. And the staff report and attachment have also been amended to reflect name changes, and these are packet pages 845 through 851.
Thank you. Would any members of the board like to remove any items from the consent agenda to the regular agenda? Seeing none, we will now move on to item number 5, our public comment. I'd now like to invite the public to make public comment on any item on the consent or closed agenda or any subject matter which is within the jurisdiction of the board. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item on the regular agenda, I'm going to ask that you wait and speak on that item when the item is heard. If you intend to speak today, I encourage you to stand up and form a line in front of the microphone so we can see how many people are here. And Madam Clerk, how many people are on the phone?
Currently, no one has their hand raised online.
Thank you. I will set the public comment period for 2 minutes each. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Adam Spickler, and I'm here with the County of Santa Cruz Human Services Department. I want to thank you, Chair Martinez, and appreciate how you opened the meeting by framing that good governance is not about the space that we're in, but the values that we hold. And I hope to help you underscore that by thanking you for proclaiming June as Elder Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. I'm here on behalf of the Human Services Department to thank you for this and for your board's ongoing commitment to helping make our county an accessible and supportive place for older adults to thrive and be safe. Protecting vulnerable older adults is a critical part of our effort. While elder abuse too often goes unnoticed, we know that family and friends can help prevent elder abuse and neglect by simply calling or spending time with elderly loved ones. We can also help stop suspected abuse by reporting it when we are concerned. Information on how to reach the Human Services Department's Adult and Protective Services team with any concerns you may have is easy to find on our website at santacruzhumanservices.org. Again, thank you for this proclamation proclaiming June as Elder Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna give these to you. These are for you. Good morning, Chair Martinez and members of the board. I am Jessica Randolph, Director of Administrative Services for HSA, and I'm here today to thank you for the proclamation honoring Lisa Larkin and her more than 25 years of dedicated service to the County of Santa Cruz, including over 16 years service. Some of you may know her husband, Ian Larkin, retired CAL Fire Chief. But as the saying goes, behind every great man is an amazing woman. So let me tell you a little bit more about Lisa, who can keep a fire chief and the largest county department in line. Professionally, Lisa has been one of those people every organization hopes to have, but can never quite replace. She has helped employees through some of the most important moments of their careers, managed countless organizational changes, and somehow always seemed to know exactly who occupied every position in HSA, even when the rest of us weren't entirely sure. If there was ever a question about payroll, HR, org charts, or county process, the answer was usually ask Lisa. In fact, I suspect many of us are about to discover just how many things Lisa has quietly been fixing behind the scenes for the last 25 years. On a personal level, Lisa's been much more than a colleague. She has been a friend, a walking partner, a trusted person to walk through life's ups and downs. We've supported each other through some difficult times, including the loss of loved ones, and I'm grateful for her friendship. Lisa is also one of the most connected people in Santa Cruz. Going anywhere with her is a little like traveling with a local celebrity. Her deep roots in this community are a reflection of how genuinely she cares about people and the relationships she has built over a lifetime. Outside of work, Lisa's greatest pride is her family. She and Ian have raised two amazing daughters. Morgan, who's here, recently completed the MCAT and is preparing her next step of applying for medical school, while Ashley is already a successful physical therapist. And I'd get in trouble if I didn't also mention their two labs, Emmy and Bo, for which Ian is well aware that no expense will be spared for those dogs. So Lisa, thank you for your friendship, your humor, your compassion, and your decades of service to this community. You have touched the lives of countless employees, and while we are excited for you to begin this next chapter, HSA won't be quite the same without you. Congratulations on your well-earned retirement.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, and congratulations on the new space. It really is wonderful. My name is Dana Wagner. I am the Director of Meals on Wheels for Santa Cruz County. I'm here this morning to highlight that May was Older Americans Month, and as Adam Spickler mentioned, June is Elder Abuse Month. And also May included the Community Champions Week, which is an opportunity for members of our community and elected officials to deliver meals in their respective districts. We were honored this month to have Supervisor Cummings join us. We also had Vice Mayor Jerry Jensen from the city of Capitola and Central Fire Chief Nigel Miller with us. This is an opportunity to really see what we do and who we serve and the impact that we make on people's lives. Food is super important, as we know, in these difficult times and times of preventing food insecurity. But it's the connection and comfort and letting a senior know that they matter, that is so invaluable. There's always time to join us. I invite other elected officials and members of our community. We would be happy to show you the impact that we have on seniors in our community. Thank you for helping Meals on Wheels to continue to help the growing population of seniors to thrive. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Sigstead. I live in Capitola, and I'm here to ask the County of Santa Cruz to stand with the Santa Clara County against the proposed federal development of an immigration detention center being proposed for to be built in Gilroy. I don't feel that this is going to be easy to go up against. As you know, in the 1980s, the oil industry signaled interest in oil development in our area here, and that led to the regional establishment of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, which we're all proud of. I'm asking that the county and community leaders begin a similar nonpartisan effort to protect our area from any building of detention centers in our region. Santa Clara needs our help. Key to this fight is whether the proposed new facility in Gilroy is run by the feds or a private contractor. Inaction is not an option. We must stand respectfully in solidarity with our neighboring county, not in our name. Thanks.
Corel Reeder from Aptos. It's good to see all of you this morning, board members and county staff. It came to my attention at breakfast in Watsonville a few weeks ago, just after New Leaf Energy made their announcement to move their 90 Meadow Road BESS project application to the state's AB 205 opt-in process, that there might be some people in our county that would blame county planning for this shift away from local control. I'm here to refute that claim. Planning, Stephanie and Evan, were not responsible for this decision at all. I heard that planning did not do their job, and that is why now we have lost local control. The fact is that planning did their job. They did everything that was asked of them, and many times under duress and impossible timelines. They did their job, but New Leaf never really intended to work under strict local control. They were only going to go along with the county if they could take control and have their way. As all of you know, I did not always agree with the decisions that were being made concerning the ordinance, and I would still feel a little shaky about moving forward on that. But this project is now in the hands of the state, but planning was not the one that caused this decision. This was something New Leaf had intended all along. So please don't cast any blame on our planning department. Thank you.
Good morning, Cove Britton, Matson Britton Architects. This is about a life safety project that this board unanimously approved, but was denied by the Coastal Commission. Unfortunately, well, Commissioner Cummings was in place. So now we're back applying again for this life safety measure. And rather than planning being cooperative, they've been actively blocking it. So we appealed completeness, and under the Permit Streamlining Act, it requires a governing body decision within 60 days. The hearing was held on the 59th day, and it was deadlocked. A licensed architect and a licensed contractor upheld the appeal. Staff then turned around and said, well, it's deadlocked, therefore our determination stands. That's not the governing body. That's bad governance. What also occurred is that county council said that it was appealable to you all. You're the governing body. Then they turned around and said, no, it's not appealable to you. So guess what that creates? It creates litigation over something that you want to approve. Mr. Koenig told to a group of people that he really wanted to see applicants avoid litigation. Well, this is not how you do it. And we're seeing this repeatedly, that county council and the director of CDI are avoiding due process on a regular basis, and you're in court on it. I really would appreciate this board started looking more closely at due process and the rights of applicants. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anna Elizabeth, and I'm the co-producer of Santa Cruz Juneteenth. And I would like to thank the council and Councilmember Justin Cummings and the County Board of Supervisors for acknowledging the 35 years of Juneteenth celebration in Santa Cruz and our contribution to the cultural life of Santa Cruz County. While this event has been a partnership between the City of Santa Cruz, which provides critical infrastructure, we in the Black community must still fundraise to pay any and all artists. Our local festival shines a light on the local Black artists in our community as well as the Bay Area. And this year, Juneteenth is supporting over 40 artists and creatives in production, graphics, and interns, as well as the artists on stage. Juneteenth is proud to be part of the arts and cultural ecosystem in Santa Cruz, and we look forward to continued support from the Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you all out there this Saturday or in the parade starting at noon at the City Hall.
Hello, my name is Roland Sayer. I represent Santa Cruz Climate Action Network and the environmental team of Indivisible. First, I want to thank you for what you have done to maintain the blue wall against offshore oil drilling. And I want to encourage you to expand that in the direction of not having any on-land facilities that infrastructure that would facilitate deep sea mining, even though that is out of continental waters. A second issue is the threat of immunity for big oil from any kind of lawsuits over climate damages. Legislation has been filed in Congress, both in the House and in the Senate, that would provide immunity for big oil. That would mean nobody, no organization, no municipality could sue them over damages from climate change. Now, what we would like you to do is stiffen our representatives in Washington, their backbone, so that they stand up against this kind of legislation. Pineda, Padilla, and Schiff. This legislation is said to not have much chance of survival, of seeing the light of the day, but it might be attached to an omnibus bill, and then it would be screened from all kind of scrutiny. So our representatives in Washington have to help us so that we have the ability to sue big oil. Thank you very much.
Seeing no one else in the chambers, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 915, your microphone is now available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Becky Steinbruner. I live in rural Aptos. I want to urge the Board of Supervisors to schedule an agenda item for discussion and update of the status of the Seahawk Energy BESS project at 90 Minto Road. As Ms. Reeder earlier said, it has now gone before the California Energy Commission for review and the opt-in certification process. I want to emphasize this is not removing our voice from the table. Not at all. We will have a voice at the table. Your board will, the citizens will, and that will be borne out by a thorough California Environmental Quality Act process with the thorough EIR. The CEC will depend on local comments to guide them in review of this project, and they have denied a project earlier because of public comment. So do not feel that our power has been taken away. In fact, I think it is a stronger voice for the people, and I want you, the Board of Supervisors, to pass an ordinance that is amended further from what you did on January 13th of this year to not allow these large battery energy storage system projects on agricultural land at all. I want you to amend the ordinance to also say that lithium battery technology is not allowed. Follow the good example of the city of Vacaville, who took the action, the very strong and protective action, to only allow non-flammable battery technology for these projects. Please, you need to do the same for.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Oh, hello. Thank you very much for hearing me again today. So I just wanted to say that, well, I have a variety of things to say here today. So what do I worry about as an American father? Okay. I worry about my family being crushed to death on a highway, auto accidents. That's number one. Number two, drone AI nuke war. Okay. Number three, clean food and water. Number four, a United States of America that rejects engineers and scientists, which is ludicrous. Okay. That's our strength and power right there. And that's how we won World War II. And five, conscription war that's hatched on our 20-somethings. Okay, so those are my worries. And number six, unregulated detention centers. Are you kidding people? I mean, the World War II generals dragged the German public out of their homes that tried to deny culpability. And we're like, are you kidding? You clean up this filthy mess of skin and bones. So in the United States of America, where our politicians cannot walk into these places and review, it is ridiculous. Something's up and it's wrong. If the government says it's good, then let them show it. Otherwise, they have something to hide. Okay, so what am I not worried about? Vaccines. Serious, folks. That's like being struck by lightning on a clear blue day. MAGA, get over it. Don't be stupid, okay? We're not going to duck modern dentistry and have all of our kids walking around with wooden teeth like George Washington. And radio waves, okay? That's not the core worry. So that's my message to everybody. Anyways, you have a great day and thank you very much for hearing me.
Call-in user 454, your microphone's now available.
Yes, hello, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. I had a fun opportunity this morning to engage with about 11 Santa Cruz County deputies, just to ask them a couple questions. You know, Santa Cruz is not its own island. You know, it's not a well. So I'm just going to read this into the record. Farmer threw a pig into a well. Within a short time, 70 to 80 rats jumped in to feast on it. At first, everything seemed easy. The moment they saw food, they all rushed towards it. But after eating, they realized something terrifying. The walls of the well were too high and too steep to escape. Slowly, the food ran out. Hunger increased. At that same place turned into a battlefield. In a desperate fight to survive, the rats turned on one another and started killing and eating each other alive. Days later, only one rat remained in the well. Its eyes were red like blood. Then the farmer lowered a rope and pulled the rat out and released it into the fields. Did the farmer feel sympathy for it? Absolutely not. The farmer understood something most people never will. The rat had now become addicted to eating its own kind and would no longer search for grain. It would now hunt other rats instead. And that is what divide and rule really means. The people sitting at the top rarely fight each other. Instead, they create an environment where the people below keep fighting, hating, destroying, and consuming one another, while the real controllers sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Whenever two people are fighting each other, the benefit always goes to the third person, the one standing behind the curtain controlling the entire game. Understand the trap, because if you don't, you may already be inside the same well. Turn off the noise, turn on your mind. I think it's a time for people to communicate with each other that have different opinions, and that's all I'll say. Thank you very much.
Call-in user 401, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett, I just called in because PG&E is here to remove a tree on my property that is acorn woodpecker habitat, active nest. And I think you are aware that the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act, it's a violation to remove nesting birds and nest cavities prior to August 15th. And the PG&E should have to hold off on doing any work. I think many people are experiencing excessive tree removal and habitat damage by PG&E in their so-called safety work. This tree they call a hazard tree. There are real hazards in the world and people and wildlife being destroyed. A tree like this that is not damaging anything does not in reality fall into that category. Get PG&E to abide by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, please. Thank you. This is very disturbing. I watch woodpeckers every day, and their habitat, they're out there ready to remove it at this moment. And we know birds will die without habitat. Thank you for all you can do. Bye.
SK, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, board. My name is Sina Kuzarani. I am calling this morning in regards to the 90 Minto Road project. I do understand that the applicant withdraw their application with Santa Cruz County and went to the Energy Commission, State Energy Commissioner. And I would like to inform you that you need to give us an update to what is going on with the state application. and those updates must be periodic. We cannot afford to let somebody out of our county to make this decision for us and put in that battery farm in Watsonville. So at this point in time, since you don't have any obligation to the process going on in the state, you should be concerned and you should actually protect us at this point, because without your protection of your office, it is not going to help us to make public comments and never have any feedback to what the public comments are said. So giving that information, at least at this point in time, all the comments that they were made with the Board of Supervisors in the past, they went without any feedback from your office. At this point, we need to have you, and county is monitoring the state commission. You should do the same, and you should be our point of contact and give us update on that issue. Thank you very much for your time. Have a wonderful day.
Stephanie, your microphone's now available.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Braun-Liu. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I would like to appreciate that I saw many of our Board of Supervisors out for Pride and just really appreciate that's the level of community care that we'd like to continue to see wrap around. I understand there's a lot on this agenda and I won't pretend to fully understand to navigate the multiple meetings, but I do know that there's a few key pieces on the docket. One is looking again at the behavioral health plan. I understand that there's a lot of pieces mandated and to be included or not included. And I would just like to share, after many meetings with different department heads and different groups and different decision-making tables, I still arrive at a lot of the status quo decisions that are unfortunately hurting so many families in our county. Not just advocating for positive discipline to be included as one of the evidence-based programs that support in a culturally responsive way, but also we are in dire need of connection. And one of the other pieces that are on the chopping block is with our public defender's office. And I would just like to really advocate that these are the kind of innovative programs that should not be, you know, up on a whim of whether they're funded or not, but really incorporated and integrated as part of our vital ecosystem. The other piece that I would like to bring up is part of just, oh gosh, and I lost my notes here, but when we think about AI and how it's really just shoved down our throats, whether we're at the doctor's office or in meetings or wherever we are, but for our county to really think about what does it mean for Santa Cruz to be innovative, to be part of those trailblazers. We have Aaron Brockovich starting to, you know, take up the fight against these AI data centers. And I would hate to think that our county is missing an opportunity to be responsive and innovative and say no to AI. And so please say no to surveillance, no to AI.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for comments and action on the consent agenda. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly on item 40, I want to thank Tasha Farid for volunteering for the Women's Commission. It's an important commission, and it's great to have the continuation of service by qualified people to keep the work moving forward. And on item 67, accepting the improvements and final construction costs for Stetson Road, I want to thank the Public Works Division for getting this project done. There are a lot of residents up there in the mountains who are breathing a sigh of relief to have this vital road open again, especially as we go into fire season. So thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. I first want to start out by thanking my fellow board members, Supervisor Koenig, Supervisor Martinez, for marching with me in the Pride Parade. It was a beautiful day. We kicked off the month of Pride by lighting up our building. That also was a beautiful ceremony, but it just was so, it was such a celebration, and it was so great to see Santa Cruz County turn out to celebrate Pride. So thank you very much for being there, both of you. Thank you for bringing up Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Very important. I gave a presentation recently where I had about 65 to 70 elderly people join me, seniors, at the Aptos Library on a talk about social isolation and grief. And I think as a county, I'd like to investigate ways to serve people regarding this. We have a county that has the highest scoring number of senior citizens, and I think we could do a better job trying to connect people and improve their their mental health. I want to thank our health department, in particular Dr. Lisa Hernandez, for helping to investigate our pediatric cancer rates in this county. If you haven't seen yet, we have a new report that's up on the health department's website that shows that our county has no greater pediatric cancer rates than any other population across the United States. And so that was good news for us, and I hope our news outlets pick this up and report what the facts are. So thank you. I would like to thank District 2 resident Robin Leidenthal for volunteering to be on the Arts Commission, and I'd also like to thank our outgoing Arts Commissioner, Charlie Singer, for his years of service. And item 43, I'm grateful to support and provide a letter on legislation that Don Addis is pushing forward to make sure that people convicted of felonies, sexual assaults, et cetera, cannot serve in public office. So I'm very happy to support that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. Just three things, I guess. 45, I'd like to thank all the at-large representatives representing us in the Workforce Development Board. I know there's a good number of folks from South County in that group, so thank you to all of them for re-upping for this position. Also, I'd like to thank staff for their recent study on the cancer rates in Santa Cruz County. And again, like Supervisor DeSerpa mentioned, we have, on average, slightly even lower cancer rates, child cancer rates. So thank you for that presentation and for the press release the other day. I think it's going to be something that our community looks forward to hearing. And lastly, I just want to thank all the staff for all their work during this budget time. I know it's a difficult time, and I really want to thank them, especially for their commitment to maintaining our staffing levels that we have. I think that was one of the board's most important things, criteria in this budget. So thank you to all the staff for working through this budget.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to start by expressing the appreciation of all the people who worked so hard to make this space new and beautiful and vibrant. And it's great that we have a natural light coming in, because for years it seemed like we were just doing our business in a cave. So, but yeah, I think the room turned out beautiful. So I just want to thank our staff and all the teams who went through the design and the construction of this beautiful space. Item number 31, I just want to thank GSD staff and all the folks who are working on the repairs of the McDermott Fire Station. Recently met with the fire chief, and it sounds like we're actually getting fully reimbursed from our insurance, which is rare. So the fact that we're going to get all the funding for the repairs at the fire station due to the recent fires is really, yeah, we're really happy to see that happening. Item number 42, 4th District Supervisor Hernandez and I are continuing to work on guidelines that strengthen local preference for government-funded inclusionary housing. We're hoping to bring that back sometime in the early fall. So just want to thank District 4 for continuing to work and support that effort. Aligned with Supervisor DeSerpa, just very supportive of Assembly Bill 2691, the Public Trust Protection Act, which would add sexual assault and human trafficking to felony convictions that disqualify a person from running or holding state office. Item number 65, this is a RFP, a request for proposals for engineering, design, and environmental services for Shark Fin Beach access parking lot improvements. And so I just want to thank CDI and their staff for continuing to move this forward. This is going to greatly help with parking improvements and safety along the North Coast for people who are visiting Shark Fin Cove. Item number 68, this is an agreement with Mithun Incorporated in the amount of $712,000 to provide consulting services for Greyhound Rock Cabins and Environmental Education Center project. Really great to see this project is continuing to move forward as well, and that you know, we have both of these projects, by the way, have received funding from the Coastal Conservancy. So it's really great that we're able to bring in a lot of resources into our community to keep these types of projects moving that will promote environmental access. I did have a quick question for staff on this item. Really briefly, I'm wondering if you could just speak to next steps and opportunities for kind of community discussion on this, on the project.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Rebecca Hurley, Deputy Director for the County Parks Department. So we are going to into the contract with Mithun, and the term is going to be over about, I think, 18 months. The next steps that we're preliminarily going for is we have a huge goal of getting to 30% designs by this time next year, because we are confident that we'd be able to receive additional funding for the construction component. So that's going to be the initial steps. There are, I believe, 4 or 5 community meetings set that Mithun will help us run. So of course, we'll work with your office on setting those up.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And then lastly, a couple items for clarification. One, to the folks who were talking about the Gilroy Detention Facility, we will be discussing that in closed session today. And I believe we're going to report out on that as well. Or maybe not. Next question.
Say again, sorry.
No, it was for me. That's a confidential matter, so we'll report out what we can report out if and when there's something to report out.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, just letting folks know we will be discussing this. This is ongoing. And then a question for the CEO. The battery energy storage item came up a couple of times. So I'm just wondering when that's going to come back to the board.
Yeah, we're going to be coming back to the board on June 30th with an update on the status of our efforts.
Great. So just so folks are aware, we'll be having that discussion on June 30th. And then I just want to congratulate Lisa Larkin on her retirement and thank her for her 25 years of service and her commitment to Santa Cruz County. And want to thank Anna Elizabeth, David Clayton, and the Juneteenth Committee for their service of hosting 35 years of Juneteenth celebrations here in our community. And I'll just say, growing up in Chicago, we actually never were taught about Juneteenth, and I didn't learn about Juneteenth until I moved to Santa Cruz. So I just really want to commend our community for celebrating Juneteenth and making sure people are aware of the importance of Juneteenth. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning again, everybody. If you haven't been paying close attention, this is your first out of 3 opportunities this week that you can sit in a room and watch the 5 of us deliberate. We're here for a board meeting, and for the next 2 days, we have budget hearings. Tomorrow we'll be in Watsonville, and then on Thursday we'll be back here in the chamber. So in addition to June being full of budgets, it is also full of fun because it's Pride Month. So happy Pride Month to everybody. It's no secret that it's my favorite celebration and holiday for my community. And so want to wish happy Pride Month to everybody and continue to underscore our values of inclusion in Santa Cruz County. I also want to thank the speakers who came to speak about Elder Abuse Awareness Month, which is critically important to those who are vulnerable in this community, as well as Juneteenth. And I think we have a lot to recognize and celebrate this month, so I hope you do participate. On item number 25, which is related to the implementation update of SB 43, which expands the definition of grave disability, I want to express my appreciation to staff across multiple departments, as well as partners for implementing this major change. The report really was a reflection that the number of referrals, while they haven't increased as dramatically as may have been feared, they're incredibly complex cases. And so they are requiring quite a bit of work of our different teams. And this is yet another unfunded mandate from the state. So it's required a lot of changes in workflow and a lot of additional services without additional support. So I really want to thank the team for their resiliency and flexibility to implement this major state change. Additionally, item number 26, which is supporting the HUGS Act. Thank you to Probation Department for bringing this forward and representing Santa Cruz County in really advocating that youth who are in juvenile detention have the opportunity to be hugged by their family members and caregivers. You know, we understand that these are children, and so we want to make sure that they are entitled to receive the care that we would want for any of our children. On item number 43, thank you to Supervisor DeSerpa for bringing forward this letter of support, again, about ensuring that elected office holders are held to standards of integrity and good judgment, and in these positions of power, use that position appropriately and continue to build trust with the public. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. On item number 44, which is asking the board to approve the appointment of Mark Stone as our 5th District member of the Planning Commission and Renee Shepard as the alternate member. It truly is my privilege to be able to accept the nomination of former Assembly Member Mark Stone to serve as our Planning Commissioner. We're incredibly lucky that Mark has the willingness to serve our community in this capacity. As you may know, he did serve on this board of supervisors for 8 years, and prior to that, he was a school board member, and of course, he spent a number of years in the state legislature. So he will be continuing his legacy of public service in this community. And I'm really appreciative of our current Planning Commissioner, Renee Shepard, who's been doing that work for nearly 4 decades to continue to serve in an alternate capacity. We will have an opportunity to recognize her in an upcoming meeting, but I couldn't let this moment go without just extending my deep appreciation to her, and we're lucky to have both Mark and Renee continuing to serve our community. And finally, item number 55, which is 2 revenue agreements with the Central California Alliance for Health related to housing-related services for eligible Medi-Cal beneficiaries. I want to thank HSD for bringing this forward. It's an opportunity to provide transitional rent benefits for a number of people who could benefit from that. It's also support from the Behavioral Health Division. And it's just another example of our county being as creative as we can to leverage every dollar possible, every eligibility mechanism possible to serve people experiencing homelessness or people who are eligible for a variety of benefits. So thank you for bringing that forward to us. So with that, I will accept a motion on the consent agenda.
I will move the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We will now move on to the regular agenda. The first item on the agenda is item number 7, considering a report on the Behavioral Health Services Act Integrated Plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2029, and adopt a resolution approving submission of the plan to the California Department of Healthcare Services and take related actions. Welcome. I'll give you a moment to get settled and introduce yourself.
Good morning. Connie Moreno Peraza, your Director of Health Services Agency. Thank you so much for allowing us to do this presentation. We are here, we were just here February 10th, 2026, where Dr. Sandoval did an excellent job presenting the draft plan for the Behavioral Health Services Act, the integrated plan. It was due to the state the end of March for their review and input. So the purpose of today is to come back and present the final Integrated Behavioral Services Act plan and to show you some of the great work that our staff have done in collaboration with the diverse communities of our county. Several things have happened since the last time we were here. We've been listening to ongoing written, verbal, via email, via public comments in these meetings to the needs of the community. So our behavioral health staff and Dr. Sandoval, with their great leadership, have done a great job at integrating as much of that feedback into the plan that is in front of you. As you know, Behavioral Services Act, currently is known as MHSA, or Mental Health Services Act, is a great funding source for us to meet the needs and meet the service gaps that we have in our continuum and allow us to serve our most vulnerable folks suffering from mental health, substance abuse, and or co-occurring conditions. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Marnie Sandoval for a presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Chair, members of the board. As Connie mentioned, we're here today to present the final 3-year behavioral health integrated plan. It's due for submission to the Department of Healthcare Services by June 30th. Of this year. The plan does require your board approval as part of the final plan submission to meet state requirements. So today we'll be highlighting the community engagement and planning process that's taken place over the past few months, including the public comment period on the draft plan and the changes that we did make to the plan in direct response to community feedback. I am pleased to share that the integrated plan was approved by the Department of Healthcare Services on June 2nd with all of our draft submissions. So our final steps really are to gain final approval from your board as sign off and submit that to the state. Right. Is there a specific spot I'm supposed to, go back. There we go. Okay. Before we review the specifics of the integrated plan, I just would like to ground the changes required by the Behavioral Health Services Act in the context of our broader local behavioral health system and the efforts that have been underway for the last year. The legal mandate of county behavioral health plans really requires us, our responsibility as the behavioral health plan is to administer the Medi-Cal plan benefits of specialty mental health services and drug Medi-Cal services. State statutes do clearly define the legal mandate, the populations of focus, and the required services. So BHSA is just one piece of our larger mandate. In the past 5 years, California has really seen a significant behavioral health focus, and this has really been driven by a recognized need to address mental illness, substance use disorders, and homelessness. So I do want to highlight some of the major impacts on the behavioral health system. This small list on the left-hand side of your slide here is not an exhaustive list. Rather, it's some high-level initiatives that fall into these categories, and you may be familiar with some of them. Really, there's 5 key areas that have been impacted by this massive influx of initiatives and mandates over the last several years. On the plan administration and integration side, you may be familiar with our CalAIM waiver, payment reform, BH Connect, Prop 1 passage, which is what we're here today to talk about. And the administrative integration of our 2 plan responsibilities is something that the Department of Healthcare Services will be requiring in 2027. So no longer a single, a duplicative drug Medi-Cal and specialty mental health 2 plan system. We will have to integrate both plans into one integrated delivery system for behavioral health. Massive amounts of administrative duties will come along with that, significant reporting be required, so extensive resources and personnel will be required to meet those mandates. Care reform initiatives such as the Justice Involved Reform, the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, foster care rate restructuring, and the infrastructure bonds under BCHIP, to name a few. Compliance and reporting, just wanting to highlight that there are currently approximately 70 various delivery system reporting requirements, each which are very complex for county behavioral health plans, and then with additional mandates such as SB 43, BHSA, BH Connect, there will be added compliance reporting on top of that. System of care mandates, including our unfunded mandates, one of which was mentioned earlier, SB 43. Evidence-based practices, care court are among others that fall under this category. And then, of course, the resource impacts, despite the requirements that we engage in all of these activities, such as, a limited workforce, issues around low wages coupled with a high cost of living in our locale, insufficient Medi-Cal reimbursement rates, and federal and state fiscal impacts. So what we have done to try and address this within county behavioral health here in Santa Cruz County is that last year we launched the System Evolution Project, and behavioral health staff have been diligently working on these 4 strategic areas of focus: system integration, accessible quality services, regulatory compliance, and fiscal sustainability. So these strategic priorities will not only align with the requirements of the Behavioral Health Services Act, but they'll also ensure a strong and sustainable behavioral health ecosystem here in Santa Cruz County. Just wanting to highlight again that BHSA introduces major structural and fiscal changes for our county. Counties must meet expanded mandates under BHSA, and we do risk monetary sanctions if those mandates are not met. There's significant focus on housing supports, outcomes, and statewide behavioral health priorities. And counties are essentially being required to do a lot more with less money and less staffing. Again, this is just a refresher of the shifts from the funding categories under MHSA into BHSA. In order to fit everything on the slide, we are providing the abbreviations for the funding categories. There is a slide in the appendix of the attached slideshow that does give you the full names of all of these abbreviations. BHSA does substantially restructure how behavioral health funding can be used, and this really was the largest change that's impacting behavioral health departments that we've seen in decades. There's increased restrictions and mandated spending categories which do reduce local flexibility. Funding shifts emphasize full service partnerships, housing supports and interventions for behavioral health consumers, and early intervention. The prevention funding that was available to us under MHSA is shifted to the state for administration through the California Department of Public Health. Just a refresher on the integrated plan requirements. The state requires a comprehensive 3-year plan and reporting that reflects all of behavioral health funding streams and service delivery, so not just BHSA funds. The plan includes budgets, service delivery goals, the population served, and the engagement outcomes. Engagement in and documentation of a local community planning process is also required, which we will talk a little bit more about very shortly. The 3-year integrated plan requires the Board of Supervisors to complete the certification form provided with the state, from the state, which has been provided to you, indicating approval of the local plan. And then finally, submission of that plan along with your approval no later than June 30th. So just quickly to show you the timeline, where we are at right now is presenting our BHSA integrated plan to your board to obtain approval, and we do have to submit that finalized plan by June 30th. Again, the state has, on June 2nd, they did approve the draft plan and budget that we did submit. We have had strong collaboration that's occurred across community members, providers, partners, and staff, so just wanted to share some pictures of some of what we've been doing. We really appreciate the significant level of participation and feedback that we have received. The engagement has shaped revisioning and final priorities within the plan. Here we wanted to share some details of our public comment. Here in Santa Cruz County, we did receive, aside from our community engagement session, 63 specific comments during the comment period. Feedback came from a diverse stakeholder group, which is highlighted here, including with people with lived experience. Community engagement levels were strong compared to some of our peer counties. For example, Santa Clara County, much larger county than us, received 60 public comments during their process. So being a smaller size county and receiving 63, I think we're doing good comparatively. The public comment themes are highlighted here, both in strengths and opportunities within our system. The key themes included access, culturally responsive services, equity, housing and care coordination, and the community emphasized the need for improved access in our South County region for underserved populations. So in order to really incorporate the community feedback that we received directly into our plan, we did actually spend time really going through each comment, providing a response, which is required, and to actually adapt and adjust our plan. Community input was incredibly important. So as a result, we've made new investments that prioritize culturally responsive early intervention services in the Pajaro Valley region. So we created a culturally responsive early intervention access funded program under BHSA, and this focus will include parent education, LGBTQ+ youth and family support programs, intentional linkage to mental health and substance use disorder care for our Spanish and Indigenous language speaking families in South County. While we did lose prevention funding for the support of the Veterans Advocate contracted provider and the Senior Council Companion Program, we have other dedicated resources available for those populations. We've dedicated a Veterans Court SUD Navigator program that we developed and aligns with state required categories and community priorities. Investments support crisis services, housing for behavioral health consumers, full service partnerships, and early intervention. Technology modernization and system infrastructure are also key priorities for us, working on upgrading a very outdated electronic health record system. Housing interventions and supports, those are not a new focus area for behavioral health outside of BHSA, which does in fact require a 30% focused allocation for interventions and supports towards the unhoused population within our safety net population. An additional $32 million is directed to sustain housing efforts out of our behavioral health budget. And this doesn't even include the outpatient and navigation support services for the unhoused population that we're funding. So there is a significant portion of our behavioral health budget, if you include all of those outpatient housing navigation services, housing interventions and direct supports. Approximately $93 million of our behavioral health budget can be tagged to supporting housing interventions and support for our chronically mentally ill and those suffering from substance use disorders in our safety net population. So despite the reality of reduced funding under BHSA, our overall goal was to sustain current programming while meeting these new mandates. And I think we have done an incredible job of trying to do that given the difficult landscape. So with that, what we're here today is requesting that you approve this final Behavioral Health Services Act integrated plan, that you authorize submission of the plan and the required certification to the Department of Healthcare Services. And this action does ensure compliance with state requirements and timelines. We're also requesting authorization for administrative and technical revisions if those are requested by the State Department. Any changes that your approval would authorize would not increase any material costs to the county. This request simply allows for flexibility for our division to address any final technical requirements by the Department of Healthcare Services. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share this with you. Again, thank the public and staff for all of their engagement in this process. All of the final plan and public comment materials are publicly available on our county website at the address posted here.
Thank you for your presentation and for an update on all of the good work. By way of process, we're going to start with questions from the board, then I'll take it out to the public for comment on this item, and then back to the board for deliberation and a motion. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Yes.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys for all your work on this budget and for this, you know, it's always a difficult time. But I really want to thank you guys for providing a alternative for the veterans for veterans advocate and with the Veterans Court Navigator. So I want to thank you guys for, for doing that. I think it's important that veterans do have, some sort of advocacy. And also I want to thank you guys for the work on the LGBTQ plus and youth and family work and the culturally responsive intervention access. I think that's important, especially for District 4. For a lot of families and youth that really need that service, and LGBTQ youth as well. My two questions were, in different scenarios that we might have with this state budget, we could still maintain the mobile crisis support units, both in Santa Cruz and South County satellite office as well too, right?
Yeah, so right now we do have built into our budget full funding for the mobile crisis program through this next fiscal year, 26-27, with the governor's proposal to turn the benefit to an optional benefit. That wouldn't take place until the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. And again, we've set aside funding to ensure that that wouldn't impact us. Where it will become something that we'll have to take a look at is for the following fiscal year. I will tell you that I think it was last week, the full legislature did propose an alternative plan to the governor in the budget that will now be up for a vote. So if that is not vetoed by the governor, hopefully the plan will remain a mandated benefit. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that.
Thank you for that. And also, the other question is, if we can go back to the two pie charts that has the old model, the Mesra, and then the pie chart with the new one, behavioral health, the two pie charts.
Getting there, yes.
I noticed that a significant amount went more to housing
Yes.
with the new model. So what type of housing are we talking about here with this pie chart?
Yeah, absolutely. So with this pie chart, the things that we're funding that do qualify as allowable use of expenses include our board and care facilities, so individuals with serious mental illness who otherwise would be unhoused and on the streets. So we're providing the board and care, also any type of housing navigation supports that are provided through those facilities, the mental health care engaged in those housing supports, and our IMD types of services are also a allowable expense. So that is a small portion of what we're funding with that 30%. We do have other major costs associated with those types of care as well that the BHSA allocation isn't adequate to cover.
So the funding is not for building facilities,
Correct.
It's for services.
Right.
And I think that there's a misunderstanding in the community, but thank you for that question.
So like to assist both South County, North County navigators?
Oh, yeah, it's countywide.
Countywide, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you. In particular, I want to thank Dr. Sandoval for putting this plan together so quickly. I mean, I know you joined us just a little bit over a year ago, barely.
Yes.
And when you came on board, this plan had not really started to come together yet. And I know it was a real effort by you and your team to do so. And I think what the product we've got here today in front of us is fantastic and a testament to your work. So thank you. My question is, what did we learn from this process, right? I mean, obviously we're required to do it, but in putting all this together, was there any aha moments of, wow, we really could be doing this together? To be fair, you did mention one program, the Culturally Responsive Early Intervention Access Program, which really seems to have come out of this process. Yes. Is there anything else that you want to highlight?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say, again, being new to the system and having the opportunity to look at the way the system's organized with fresh eyes, this plan really did help to highlight what already was forming as a need for the Behavioral Health Division here in Santa Cruz County to deeply dig into the way we're spending the dollars. It's largely been across the state, I would say. The mandates hitting the behavioral health system have been ongoing, rapid, and the influx has been increasing. And so the divisions across the state are really just trying to survive and pivot as quickly as possible with a continuing changing landscape. It's been hard to really take a pause and look at how things are organized and how could we be doing them more efficiently. So one of the things with this system evolution project has really been about that, taking a a pause in the midst of the chaos and looking at how to maximize every dollar that we have. Are we utilizing not just the dollars, but our resources, including our incredible staff who have subject matter expertise in this area in the best way possible, so that the community is actually getting the services they need when they need it and where they need it. And so we're gonna dig into that much more, evaluating contracts, evaluating the way that we're spending the dollars and how we're utilizing and organizing programs. And so this plan pushes county divisions to start to do that, but we absolutely would have needed to do that irrespective of this. So it will just help us get ahead in that way.
That's great. So going forward, now we've submitted the plan, I assume there's some kind of regular reporting that's required to the state of how we're doing meeting it.
Yes, absolutely.
What does some of those kind of basics of the update report look like? Any particular metrics in there that we need to be reporting on that highlight what you just talked about?
So there will be annual reporting required, and the state has yet to release the details of what that will look like. We're doing our best to just anticipate, knowing that we'll be required to report on the utilization of every funding stream, not just BHSA. So really, as we are moving through this budget process, really realigning and reorganizing the way we categorize everything so that we can clearly see what dollars are tied to what services. And we are doing a very creative job of braiding funding as much as possible so that we maximize service output. So annually, at a minimum, we'll have to be reporting on that. We'll need to provide the board with an update on that. And then every 3 years, the plan will need to be completely redone.
Okay, thank you. And then last question is, are there any opportunity for test claims for the, to the State Commission on Mandates with all of these new effectively mandates that have been thrown at us?
There are absolutely opportunities for that, specifically in our Youth Crisis Center, for example, really trying to see, if we can push the limit within legal bounds around individuals who might need to stay in the crisis stabilization unit slightly longer than the 23-hour, 59-minute period. It is allowable for the county to authorize that additional stay. Statute is not quite clear on whether or not the payment then can be sought for that second set of 24-hour period. And so there's an opportunity there for a test claim. It does not say that you cannot. So we will certainly be testing that. Within our court-mandated programs, Care Court, I know that some counties have just started to do some test claiming there. We want to join the party and see if we can make that work. And I think anytime there's an opportunity, we need to push the limits.
Great. Agreed. Thank you.
Further questions? Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Great presentation, Dr. Sandoval. Thank you very much. We're very grateful that you're here in our county and good work on this. Quick question around the 30% that's devoted to housing. What do you think the state was thinking when they mandated this funding formula? I'm not even going to try to imagine what the state was thinking when they came up with this funding formula. I will tell you, if you go back and look historically, there's been all kinds of interesting grabs at MHSA dollars to support the housing challenges that exist. And I will tell you, behavioral health divisions are not ever going to say that we disagree with the need to support housing. Perhaps there were some counties that weren't doing an adequate job of supporting the individuals with serious mental illness in seeking and receiving temporary and treatment-based housing. That certainly could be part of it because the area is focused on housing interventions and support for the seriously mentally ill population. Here in Santa Cruz County, I can say the division is doing a significant amount already. Is there opportunity for improvement? Always. And so I think the idea is to help those individuals get off the street and get the treatment that they need. Can you talk a little bit about what your ideas might be for the use of some of this money in terms of supported housing or even like an assisted living model? I know that our county does not have a significant number of transitional beds or step-down beds or places where people with serious mental illness can live. So how are you thinking about that moving forward, given that we have, it appears, some budget dedicated to do those things? So the budget in front of you is fully expended and allocated. That being said, there absolutely is a need for expansion of the mental health, what we refer to as mental health beds here in Santa Cruz County. There's a significant deficit. And so going forward in this next fiscal year, we are trying to focus on a 50% increase in our mental health beds. So that will require some creative budgeting and also going out to some type of public request process to seek individual vendors who might be in that space that could provide that for us. So that will be a goal for this coming year, part of the strategic plan, actually.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the early intervention programs that you're hoping will help and what that will mean? Presentation disappeared. There we go. I wanted to move to that slide and I can highlight that for you. Let's see. So under the behavioral health services and support category, early intervention is a slice of that allocated funding. So you can see there, we are funding an early intervention mental health peer program through NAMI, a senior outreach early intervention program, early intervention parenting education. Our clubhouse model is also an early intervention program that's a peer evidence-based model for adults with serious mental illness. And so we've been working on that in partnership with MHCAN. The first episode psychosis program is an early intervention program as well. LGBTQ plus youth and family early intervention will be part of that RFQ that we'll go out to. We do also fund some of that already through an early intervention program here. So quite a lot that we're focused on there, and that spans county-wide as well as the age spectrum. I really appreciate those services. If we can prevent people from getting sicker because their families can't handle their behaviors and get them early, that's what I'm worried about, is support for the families to keep people close so that they can continue to take care of them. And I think that's been lacking in this county for many years. What are we thinking about the UIS population? So when people who are not documented lose their Medi-Cal services, or people even that might have Medi-Cal now but don't have the capacity to have it restored every 6 months, are we planning for continued services for people that are currently in the system that might be off of Medi-Cal? What are some of the ideas around that? Yeah, so it is a mandate that county behavioral health plans provide for the specialty mental health and drug Medi-Cal services for the uninsured population to the extent that resources are available. So we are certainly not intending to turn people away. We're tackling it by, a two-part approach, currently really working within our programs to help set up processes for individuals that are on Medi-Cal who may be challenged with some of these new requirements and timelines that are being put in place, that we have adequate support to help them advocate for themselves, to meet the reauthorization, requalification so that they can stay enrolled in their Medi-Cal to minimize the loss of Medi-Cal coverage, as well as working with our eligibility staff to ensure that folks who are eligible for Medi-Cal get the opportunity and support to enroll. So certainly that is one phase of what we're trying to do. And then one of our funding sources, BHSA, a very volatile funding source, of course, because based on the tax of the millionaires within the state, while there are potential projections that the revenue coming in the next couple of years may be higher than anticipated. It's not real money yet. I'll believe it when I see it. But it does offer us the opportunity to allocate those dollars to ensuring that we have fiscal resources to provide supports for those uninsured individuals. So that'll be pretty critical for us. And then there are some statewide efforts that I think Connie could speak to.
Yeah. I think you were talking about the UIS.
Yes.
Undocumented, yeah. So we continue to serve them, but there is a state proposal, which we will discuss more with our future presentation on our indigent care program, the PATH proposal, which is for the State Department of Healthcare Services to take over serving folks who need emergency services. So that can help us at the county level to be relieved a little bit. We're getting really positive feedback on that proposal, and we hope that moves forward. But I think in general, all of our programs in Health Services Agency, we continue to serve that population.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and answering the questions that you've received so far. My only question really is around our longstanding history with our community providers. As you know, I came up through community providers and know the tremendous work that they provide. And just, can you talk a little bit more about your outreach and your collaboration with them, and if some of these changes, how some of these changes are impacting their contracts with the county?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was really important for us to engage with our contracted providers very early in the process. These are massive changes, and it isn't just going to impact us as the county administrator of the plan, but our providers as well. So we had 3 community forums across the county in November, and the contractors were all invited. We had a very specifically focused contractors only education session and focus group in December, the beginning of December on the 2nd. We had 2 additional education sessions in December that the contractors were also invited to. We did an online survey requesting input and the opportunity for us to understand questions and concerns to be able to reach back out to our contractors in January. And then we had a very specific focus session in March on the 12th with our contracted providers to help make sure they had all the information they needed regarding the shift of the administration of the prevention dollars and any technical assistance that we could provide to them. So there was quite a lot of opportunity for us to reach out to them, to request their engagement. The changes in the contracts are going to be very focused on language that will have to do with the required reporting that will be necessary for us, and so our contracted providers will be held to those reporting standards as well.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further questions, I'll now open it up to the public to see if anybody would like to speak on this item. Seeing no one in the room, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Stephanie, your microphone's now available.
Hi, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. My deepest gratitude for everyone for, understanding that early intervention is a small slice of what this pie is. I think it's important that it is just transparent. Our early intervention providers is essentially only First 5 of Santa Cruz County, which only provides triple P. And I think that's part of also what this report is missing, is that when we go specific and name NAMI, but don't go specific and still name the only partner that is a contracted partner, I think that's a missed opportunity. The other, I think, important piece, and hopefully my connection is still stable, but the other important piece is that I believe it was around 60 to maybe 80% of public comment specifically named positive discipline. And this has been an ongoing, 3+ year opportunity where our partners from, especially in Watsonville and Bajado Valley, have been naming us as the group that has been serving our families. And so the unfortunate part is now being clumped into an RFQ process. When we came for public comment, we were told that, you know what, you guys must be confused. This isn't this isn't that moment. It's June, and here it is already that, everything is proceeding as had originally been planned. And so when I hear the cultural responsivity part, we'll have some crumbs of inclusion as far as our work with our Latino population and our Mixteco speaking population. But again, I feel saddened that we haven't been pulled in as an actual partner to be leveraged or to be included. And so again, when you do this to small nonprofits, it's essentially draining our resources to have to go into some lengthy RFQ process, which I thought we had learned from the failed core process, where
nonprofits then have to, really go under the bus for whether or not you have a strong grant writer. So thank you.
We have no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. With that, I'll return to the board for deliberation and a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to start by thanking staff for all of your hard work. I share the sentiments of Supervisor Koenig that, coming in and here we are a year later, we've been able to pull this together. I think is a tremendous feat that we've been able to get to this point here today. And I think it's really just unfortunate to continue to hear about all the unfunded mandates that are coming out of the state that really, put more work on our staff with less resources, and during especially financially tough times, really constrains our ability to meet all these standards. Although, I have confidence in our staff that they're going to do everything they can to keep us moving forward and to try to meet these regulations. But I think it's important as board members that we continue to push against our state representatives and let them know that you can't keep putting forward unfunded mandates and expecting us to continue to do the work with fewer resources. And I also think that, at the federal level, I hope we can continue to push forward with repealing provisions of the Institute for Mental Disease Exclusion Act, which really limits the Medicaid funding that we can get from the federal government to only support individuals in facilities of 16 beds or fewer. We say we want more beds, and part of us trying to support those beds is being able to get money from our federal government and our federal partners as well. And it looks like there is a bill that was introduced, HR 6727, that would repeal some of those provisions. It's not really moving very quickly because it was introduced in December of last year and it's kind of stalled out, but I hope to bring back an item for the board to consider, us to send a letter to our federal representatives in support of that bill and any other bill that comes forward that wants to repeal the IMD Exclusion Act. So with that, I'll move the staff recommendation so we can continue moving forward.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Further comments? Since we had one caller in today, and I know that we all agree on the importance of parenting support and early intervention, I thought maybe you could just address some of the comments from the caller.
Yeah, I would absolutely be very happy to do that. The amount of comments that did come in, as the caller indicated, were significant, which is exactly why we took the time to reevaluate how we were allocating resources in the plan. And we specifically chose an RFQ process because it is much more straightforward, does not require lengthy applications, no grant application writing will be required. It really creates the avenue for very small, grassroots community organizations to present their qualifications to provide the service that we're seeking, and we'll be able to then really build an entire program that addresses the type of parenting education that the South County community is requesting, the type of LGBTQ plus youth and family support that they want and need, and a way to build out a resource referral process to specialty mental health and substance use care that is going to be culturally responsive for the population in the South County region. So we very much tried to actually listen and make a difference with the input that we received. And so while we might not have named a specific vendor, this creates the opportunity for multiple vendors to apply. We're not going to choose just one. We want to build an entire program with an array of community providers to support the South County region.
And the only thing I wanted to add is that with RFQs and RFPs, any of them, we will offer technical assistance, just like the state offers to us, counties. We want to extend that to our CBOs, because we do hear from our community-based organizations that it's very laborious and very resource intensive to compete with the bigger organizations. So we have committed to offer technical assistance and support to the folks who need it.
Thank you so much for that. I'll just once again thank you and your team for the tremendous amount of work, community engagement, and really creativity that went into preparing this plan. I was an undergrad when the original legislation for MHSA was going through the state process, and the millionaire tax was a huge paradigm shift and exciting opportunity for those of us working to address behavioral health challenges in our communities. And now BHSA is another paradigm shift. And sitting in this seat and seeing this change, it's really a moment of reflection for me about the work that's been done and the work we still have to do to address the unmet behavioral health needs across the state of California and here locally in Santa Cruz County. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? There you are.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. We do have a scheduled 10:45 item, but I think that we probably have time to squeeze in one more item before that. So with that, I will call item number 8, which is to hold a public hearing to consider a resolution confirming the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 assessment/service charge report for County Service Area 12, wastewater management and take related actions. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Martinez, members of the board, CEO Coburn. I'll try to be brief here. On May 5th, 2026, the board adopted a resolution confirming the established benefit assessments and service charges for CSA 12 for fiscal year 26-27, annual service charges for parcels with on-site wastewater treatment systems. Today, the Health Services Agency requests that the Board of Supervisors hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the proposed fiscal year 26-27 assessment service charge reports for County Service Area 12 wastewater management. The recommended actions are to open a public hearing, hear support, objections, protests, if any, to the proposed fiscal year 26-27 assessment service charge reports, and to close the public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the proposed fiscal year 26-27 assessment service charge reports for County Service Area 12, CSA 12.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing and open to public comment. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to the board for a motion and a second.
I'll move this item.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor Koenig. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
And Cummings.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. And I think we hope to fix maybe a tech issue. So I'm going to take a recess and return at 10:45 for a scheduled item. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Testing audio, testing audio. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh. I think you, oh, it was giving you a thing. No, another one. Well, oh, I don't know where they went. There. Testing Zoom audio, testing Zoom audio. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. Testing, testing Zoom audio. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. Farther away. Testing, testing. Farther away. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to move to our 10:45 scheduled item, which is to propose a ballot measure to amend Chapter 16.55 of the Santa Cruz County Code pertaining to oil and gas deep sea mining onshore support facilities. And with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Cummings to introduce the item.
Great, thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Just wanted to start by really acknowledging the unfortunate times we're in, where we're seeing our federal government attempt to undo many of the environmental protections that people for so many years have fought to put in place to protect our environment. And I do want to thank this board for their ongoing commitment to trying to maintain those protections. Over the past few years, we've acknowledged the fact that the Trump administration is now trying to drill off the coast of California. Our board has taken the lead at the state level to organize other counties to push back against those efforts. And in part of that, this board has supported us working with Save Our Shores, who's here today and who will be presenting on this item, to come up with the ways for us to continue to fight back against these proposals. And we're not going to go into too much detail, but back in 1986, Dan Hafley worked with Save Our Shores to put a measure on the ballot, which was Measure A, which more or less proposed that any zoning changes to facilitate onshore facilities that would also facilitate offshore oil and gas, that would have to go to a vote of the people in order for those changes to be made. And 40 years later, here we are again. We have renewed threats not only around offshore oil and gas, but also now with seabed mining. And so what we're proposing is to bring this item back to the voters and to update Measure A from 1986 to not only include seabed mining as something that for any facility that would support that extraction technology, but also to strengthen our old ordinance, which again is 40 years old and a lot's changed between now and then. And so I just want to thank Save Our Shores for being here, and I'll also turn it over to Supervisor DeSerpa for any comments she would like to make.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Supervisor Cummings for asking me to work on this with him. And I also wanted to say a special thank you to his staff who worked tremendously hard putting this together, together with Save Our Shores. Both Supervisor Cummings and I provided discretionary funds to Save Our Shores for this effort. It is very near and dear to us and likely to many people in this community and up here on this board. Separately, I do want to thank our Save Our Shores executive, Katie Thompson, for her leadership moving this forward. Special thanks to Richard Charter, who was part of the original fight in the 1980s, helping to organize local governments up and down the coast to push back against offshore oil drilling. We appreciate his help this time. And thank you to Dan Hafley again, who literally, I think he had a Pinto or some kind of station wagon where he went from, and in those days he had a slide projector, and he went from county to county to county to county to organize everybody to help protect our coastline. And then lastly, and I'd like to thank the incredible work by Stanford University Mills Legal Clinic for helping us put all of this together. They've been hugely important for helping us write the measure itself and all of the backup that went into it. So we appreciate their legal skills. And I think there's one more person I wanted to thank, George Leonard. Thank you so much. So with no further ado, I think we're ready for Katie. Is Katie here?
Yeah.
Now can you hear me? Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here to present. My name is Katie Thompson. I'm Executive Director of Save Our Shores, and I'm here with Dr. George Leonard, marine scientist and policy expert who's working on as an independent consultant with Save Our Shores on this project. We've been working together to update the Santa Cruz County ordinance that Justin mentioned, Supervisor Cummings mentioned. I want to extend my thanks to Supervisor Cummings and his staff for tireless effort over the past many months putting together this ordinance, as well as Supervisor DeSerpa for both of you putting funds to actually make this project happen, and all of you supervisors for always standing up for the coast and believing in increased protections, particularly in the time of increasing federal attacks on our coast. So today I'm just going to go over a little of the federal context, the process we went through to update the ordinance, as well as how today's ordinance differs from the one passed back in the 1980s. So to summarize, the Trump administration is moving aggressively to advance both offshore oil drilling and deep sea mining in U.S. waters, particularly off of the Central California coast. That's federal waters, so anywhere from 300 to 200 miles off of our coast. We, Save Our Shores, is part of a broad coalition of NGOs, of governments, universities who are fighting this effort, including working with our federal elected officials, engaging with our state representatives, and I can say that this morning there was a really important state bill that was passed in Sacramento fighting offshore oil. And then a third part of this strategy is engaging with local governments, like here in Santa Cruz County. Central to this effort, engaging locally, is strengthening the 40-year onshore ordinance that have protected the coast for decades against these new threats. In order to provide the new ordinance before you today, Save Our Shores has worked with the Mills Legal Clinic at Stanford Law School, as well as engaged with County Council, Supervisor Cummings and his staff since January this year. Your approval today would move this to the fall ballot to be approved by local Santa Cruz voters as it was over 40 years ago. Next. Yeah.
Wait, I have to push the button. Hello? Okay. Let me just double check and make sure this is working. There we go. Okay. Hi, just reintroducing myself. I'm George Leonard, and I'm working with Katie at Save Our Shores on this issue. First and foremost, let's just reiterate and start with this idea that there is a renewed threat of oil drilling off the California coast. It's worth recognizing that there has not been a bona fide threat to our coastal waters of an offshore lease sale for over 40 years. But President Trump has ignored President Biden's work to remove California waters from consideration at the end of President Biden's term. And he's now pushing for 6 leases off the California coast under the authority of the Outer Continental Shelf Act. And 2 of those in particular are off the Central Coast right here off of Santa Cruz. This process, there are 4 stages in this process, and it's important to recognize we are very much still in the early phases of this. It starts with 3 cycles of analysis and proposals to identify specific potential lease sales, and then it proceeds to an actual lease sale, that's phase 2, then the approval of exploratory permits, and then finally to putting, as they say, steel in the water. That's the actual building and operating of infrastructure to extract oil and gas at commercial scale. So we are at the red arrow. We are very early in the process in the analysis and proposal phase, but the Trump administration is moving very aggressively and very quickly, and we need to be ready for that. At the same time, the Trump administration is also moving aggressively to begin mining the ocean for minerals both in international waters as well as in U.S. federal waters. Deep sea mining doesn't exist anywhere in the world at present, but this map, this is a global map, shows that there's a variety of mineral types present throughout much of the global ocean, including perhaps off the West Coast. Now, much of this debate is centered on what's called the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, the CCZ, which is in the Central Pacific, and it's under the control of the United Nations in international waters via an organization called the International Seabed Authority. But President Trump, a year ago, issued Executive Order 14285, and he sort of brought back to life a 45-year-old dormant federal law called the Deep Seabed Hard Minerals Resources Act to promote mining both in international waters, but also in our U.S. waters in places like Alaska, several of the U.S. territories, most notably the Northern Marianas Islands and American Samoa. And while there are considerable questions about what kinds and how much minerals exist off the Pacific coast, it is very much true that deep sea mining is no longer a theoretical risk. The president is looking to sell U.S. mining leases for the first time in our domestic waters, and this may ultimately put California at risk sometime in the future. Now, while offshore oil drilling and deep sea mining are entirely different industries, they're united in a couple of important ways. First, they are focused on the removal of non-renewable resources, but importantly with destructive potential consequences to both the biodiversity and functioning of our ocean. So potential consequences include the ongoing threat of oil spills, which we're all familiar with, but also harm to marine life from species that form the base of the marine food web, things like phytoplankton and zooplankton, which are microscopic, all the way up to the big animals that we're more familiar with, the large marine mammals, the whales, and the seabirds. Both industries will drive increased air pollution through their activities, but they will also ultimately accelerate climate change, both through the direct release of carbon emissions from the practice, but also as well through the indirect effect of altering the ocean's ability to absorb and sequester greenhouse gas itself. And then importantly, both offshore oil drilling and deep sea mining will drive industrialization of our coastline to support those industries. So our coast is very much at risk from both of these federal efforts. As I mentioned, the Trump administration is moving very quickly. They are stacking required public comments very close together without sufficient time for the public to respond. But nonetheless, hundreds of thousands of comments have already been received, and there has been overwhelming opposition from coastal residents and elected officials alike up and down the West Coast. But importantly, it's important to recognize that the administration has not ruled out drilling in our national marine sanctuaries, including the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary off our coast, whose management plan explicitly calls out oil extraction and mining activities as expressly prohibited. So what this means is that Santa Cruz really can't sit back and simply rely on existing protections to counter what is essentially a rogue federal government. We need to modernize our regulatory tools. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Katie.
Thanks. I'm going to touch now on a little bit about what happened back in the 1980s and how Santa Cruz was a leader back then and now is again today. In the 1980s, then U.S. Representative Leon Panetta from the Central Coast obtained annual moratorium on federal activities to support offshore oil. But in 1985, after a failed compromise in the House of Representatives, the proposed moratorium lost by 1 vote in the House Appropriations Committee. This then allowed President Ronald Reagan to push to lease federal waters for offshore oil to proceed. So Santa Cruz local leaders were very frustrated by this movement to extract resources at the federal level, and Santa Cruz city leaders formulated a local strategy. They worked with other groups in the area to develop Measure A, which passed with over 80% of the vote to require that any land use changes to allow onshore facilities for offshore oil and gas development be subject to a vote. As part of this measure, they also dedicated city resources to spread that idea up and down the coast. These funds were then used by Save Our Shores to hire Dan Hafley to, as mentioned before, literally travel from community to community to implement similar ordinances making up what today we're calling the Blue Wall. So in terms of Santa Cruz County, as part of this Blue Wall effort, another Measure A was passed by 78% of the vote in 1986. And again, the core tenet of this ordinance was that a vote of the people was required before there would be approval of any onshore facilities that were needed to support offshore oil development. This did not ban onshore facilities outright. It only mandated that local residents had a say in whether their local lands were going to be used to facilitate industrial development of our local ocean. So ordinances similar to Measure A proliferated up and down the coast. There was an early assault by the oil and gas industry that showed the benefit of the local strategy that was developed right here in Santa Cruz. In 1987, the Western Oil and Gas Association, an industry group, filed a lawsuit against 13 local ordinances. The Central District Court ruled in favor of these local governments. Then when the industry filed an appeal, it was upheld by the appeals court. And then the Supreme Court denied the industry's request to review that decision, saying that the case was not legally ripe because no onshore facilities had yet been denied. A test case came just 1 year later in 1988, when the San Miguel project went to the ballot as required under the San Luis Obispo County's local ordinance. Shell Oil, who sponsored the project, lobbied voters hard, but ultimately the measure failed. And Shell then withdrew the project, keeping offshore drilling at bay. While these local ordinances have stood the test of time, there have been 4 decades of evolving state and federal case law since. And new threats like deep sea mining are now on the horizon that weren't anticipated all those years ago.
So to bring us in for a close here, I want to dig in a little more deeply into the work that we've actually done that resulted in the ordinance before you. As Supervisor Cummings indicated, we've been working to fortify this blue wall. And in particular, we've engaged in sort of 3 specific core activities. First, we've worked to strengthen the legal defensibility of the existing ordinances. And we've started right here at home in Santa Cruz City and Santa Cruz County. Second, we've sought to broaden the scope of those ordinances to address this emerging threat of seabed mining. And then lastly, and this is mostly Katie, Save Our Shores has been having conversations with local jurisdictions that don't currently have ordinances to advise them on steps they could take if they wanted to implement one. And that would essentially help plug any leaks we have in our blue wall. We have engaged the Mills Legal Clinic at Stanford Law School to do some of this work, and has been mentioned. The Mills Legal Clinic is the law school's public interest legal clinic where students provide pro bono legal services and policy support under explicit supervision of established attorneys to engage them in real-world, meaningful legal work. And I will just point out that engaging with the Mills Clinic was super fun, and the law students were great, and they've done some really phenomenal work. Importantly, the Mills Clinic had done a legal analysis in 2019 at the beginning of President Trump's first term, when the president at that time also threatened to expand oil drilling off the California coast. And with that information at the time, Mills developed and made public what they called a model ordinance, which was related to offshore infrastructure that any jurisdiction could use. So this was essentially public property. And based on that historical work, the Mills Clinic then provided to Save Our Shores 2 main deliverables. First, they reviewed the legal landscape and the existing case law related to onshore ordinances and offshore oil drilling. And with that information, they revised their original legal memo from 2019 that became the base of this model ordinance at the time. Second, the Mills Clinic produced then a revised, what we call a 2026 model ordinance that incorporated deep sea mining as this additional threat that justified voter approval. And then Save Our Shores took that model ordinance, that revised 2026 model ordinance, and we tailored it specifically to Santa Cruz City and County so that it reflected the region's natural resources, the importance of its coastal economy, and importantly, expressed the conservation values of this region. And so this slide shows the executive summary from the Mills Clinic's legal assessment, and I want to just draw out 3 important findings of their work. First, the Mills Clinic concluded that the model ordinance is a legal exercise of local government authority. Second, that neither state nor federal law preempts the local ordinance. And importantly, nor does the local ordinance violate the Dormant Commerce Clause. And third, a series of recent Supreme Court developments actually bolster the authority of local governments like the Board of Supervisors here to pass this type of ordinance. So in short, the Mills Legal Clinic concluded that the revised ordinance before you today is a legitimate, legally justified approach to address federal actions in ocean waters that lie outside a local jurisdiction's direct control. So a little more specific, I want to call out sort of 5 specific aspects of the revised ordinance for your consideration. First, voter approval is still required for any new or expanded onshore facility that would support offshore oil, gas, or deep sea mining. Remember that voter approval was at the core of Measure A all those years ago, and it remains very much at the heart of the revised ordinance today. Second, the revised ordinance protects core Santa Cruz assets, including our coastal ecosystem, our tourist economy, including our surfing economy, our commercial and recreational fisheries, and our public health. Third, the ordinance targets key infrastructure needed by industry by calling out specifically different aspects of that: transport, storage, processing, waste facilities. All those are tied to an offshore extraction industry. And then fourth, as I've alluded to, this is a legally durable approach. It is not an outright ban. There is strong alignment with state and federal law, and it does not touch current facilities, which reduce the legal risk associated with a takings claim. And then lastly, I do want to just flag that the Board of Supervisors can't actually approve the revised ordinance directly today because of the way the ordinance was written 40 years ago. Any changes to the ordinance itself require a vote of a people, and that's why the board is being asked to consider voting to put the ordinance on the fall ballot. And this is slightly different than the city of Santa Cruz, which can approve the revisions directly because their original ordinance from 40 years ago was actually silent on whether voter approval or changes was needed. And then lastly, just a little bit more detail here. This slide shows a slide that, a table that compares the original Measure A that's on the books and its associated chapter code from 1986 with the 2026 revised ordinance. And I'll draw your attention just to a couple of arrows here. The revised ordinance now, of course, as we've talked about, explicitly addresses deep sea mining as an emerging extractive industry. So that makes the scope of this ordinance considerably broader than the one that's currently on the books. Importantly, the findings that justify this ordinance is more expansive. It includes climate, biodiversity, public health, infrastructure, cultural impacts, all the important things that could be at risk from this new industry. And this then makes this ordinance more modern and more comprehensive in its approach. As mentioned earlier, the existing facilities are now explicitly exempted compared to the past, which adds additional legal clarity here. And then lastly, the legal structure of the whole ordinance is more detailed. It includes a purpose section, detailed definitions, exemptions, legal limits, all of which make this more legally robust and more legally defensible than the ordinance that's currently on the books. So Katie, I'll let you bring us in for a close here.
Great. Thanks, George. So just to summarize, the threats of offshore oil and deep sea mining are very real, and they are moving extremely quickly under this current federal administration. Our local onshore ordinance has protected us before, but it does need to be updated. Santa Cruz back then has led the fight then, and they're doing it again. I can tell you from firsthand experience that other jurisdictions within the Blue Wall are looking to Santa Cruz to see what happens here and model what they do off of our actions. So with the favorable vote today, you all can ensure that local voters continue to have a key voice in shaping the future of our coast and ocean. I want to thank you again all for your leadership, and we're happy to take any questions. I also want to pass it over to Supervisor Cummings for final remarks, if you have any.
Yep, so thank you for that presentation. And so it's before the board today is the recommended action are to adopt a resolution calling for an election with the purpose of submitting to the qualified voters of the County of Santa Cruz a ballot measure to amend Chapter 16.55 of the Santa Cruz County Code pertaining to oil and gas and deep sea mining onshore support facilities, directing the county elections official to conduct the election, and directing consolidation of the election with the regular election of the November 3rd, 2026, and direct the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to prepare a fiscal analysis and county council to prepare an impartial analysis of the proposed ballot measure pursuant to election code section 9160 and to transmit the analyses to the Santa Cruz County clerk no later than 5 p.m. on August 7th, 2026, and direct the clerk of the board to submit the resolution calling for the election to the Santa Cruz County clerk no later than 5 p.m. on August 7th, 2026, and direct the county executive office or their designee to return after the November 3rd, 2026 election with any necessary action should the ballot measure be approved by the voters. And with that, Richard Charter is also here for questions. And I just want to, again, thank Save Our Shores, in particular to their executive director, Katie Thompson, the Mills Law Clinic at Stanford Law School, Dr. George Leonard, for being here today to provide the presentation. And again, thank Dan Hafley and former Supervisor Gary Patton, who led this effort 40 years ago. Want to thank District 2 for joining our office on this effort, and thank my staff who did a lot of work, and there was a lot of back and forth to get us to where we are today. But also want to thank county staff, in particular County Council and our elections clerk, for really helping us pull together, putting an item on the ballot and making sure that we're doing it in a legally sound way. And then lastly, I want to thank the board for their ongoing support in our efforts to protect our environment and fight against offshore drilling. So that ends my comments, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I'll start off to see if there are any questions from my colleagues. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the very in-depth presentation. I mean, I really like the broadening of the ordinance's scope in terms of purpose from to protecting our local economy that is driven by tourism and enjoyment of the natural resources that we protect through this ordinance. I mean, it's the great story of our region is how we've moved from extractive industries to an experiential economy. And so really these efforts don't just threaten our environment and way of life through the environment, but also so many people's livelihoods in our area. The question in here is there any chance that, there's a chance for anything, but what is the likelihood that the Supreme Court does decide this time around that that something has ripened here and would hear and ultimately potentially overthrow our local ordinances? Has any? I mean, obviously we can only do what we can do here, but on the risk scale, where does that lie?
Yeah, first a caveat. From my perspective, I'm a marine scientist, not a lawyer, right? And that's why I think the Mills Clinic was really critical in this. I would certainly ask County Council their perspective on this. I would say as a scientist who worked on the law side of this, it is very much their assessment of the legal landscape and precedent and what might happen is sort of predicated on an assumption that the legal system will continue to function the way it always has. And if you look at the details around some of the specifics of that seems like strong legal precedent. I think it's an open question about whether that will continue under this administration, and I don't think this necessarily protects against those uncertainties, but it is a robust approach to what's currently developing, and I think it's importantly part of a broader kind of comprehensive strategy for protecting our coast against these activities.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I don't have any questions, and I'll save my comments for after we hear from the public. Thank you. I'll now open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this issue? If you would like to speak, come form a line in front of us. And we'll set the public comment period for 2 minutes each. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Josie. Oh. Hello? Good? Okay. Hello, my name is Josie Lester. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Cruz County, and I am currently a Coastal Science and Policy Master's student at UC Santa Cruz, and I strongly support the proposed revisions to the Offshore Infrastructure Ordinance. Santa Cruz has long been a leader in protecting our coastline, and these revisions help ensure those protections remain strong as interest in offshore development continues to grow. Through an independent study with Professor Gary Griggs, I researched the feasibility of deep-sea mineral resources offshore California and examined the scientific, economic, and governance challenges associated with deep-sea mining. My research found that while limited mineral occurrences exist offshore California, they are not currently mining targets. More broadly, significant uncertainties remain regarding the environmental impacts and long-term viability of deep-sea mining. Potential impacts include habitat destruction, sediment plumes, biodiversity loss, toxic pollution, and disruption of poorly understood deep-sea ecosystems. Many of these impacts could persist for decades and have irreversible outcomes. My work as a public policy fellow at the Panetta Institute also examined the critical mineral supply chain concerns often cited in support of deep-sea mining. Through that work, I explored alternatives such as recycling and circular supply chains that strengthen resource security while reducing risks to ocean ecosystems. These experiences have reinforced the importance of precautionary, science-based decision-making when considering emerging ocean industries. I encourage you to approve this ordinance and continue protecting Monterey Bay, our coastal communities, and the marine resources that are central to Santa Cruz County's identity and resilience. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So my alarm just went off for my parking, so I'm gonna go fast. My name is Gwen Benner. I live in the Upper West Side of Santa Cruz. Hi, Justin. I am a Save Our Shores sanctuary steward, and I'm also part of the Western Snowy Plover Guardian Program for the California State Parks. I want to thank you for considering and hopefully voting for this opportunity to close loopholes and put this issue on the ballot in November. I know you will hear and have heard a lot about the ecological disasters offshore, what deep sea mining is going to do to our magnificent bay. I know you're also aware of the anticipated negative economic impacts on tourism and our local economy. But today I want to talk about the kiddos. Save Our Shores has over 10,000 participants annually cleaning up and participating in our programs. Many of those are youth. They get community credit. They're part of our junior sanctuary steward program. We're in their schools, and they're engaged. They get hooked. They come out, and they're so excited to be on the beach. There is nothing like their little faces when I ask them, what is the grossest thing you have found today? And I can't imagine a response for them if it's not just cigarette butts and plastic, which I know you've heard a lot about, but a suffering oiled bird. Last Friday, I was with 8th graders, and they were helping remove exotic species on Sunset Beach. Many had never camped before. A week ago, I was surrounded by Girl Scouts. They were asking me such interesting questions about this threatened and legally recognized Western Snowy Plover. It's only 6 inches tall. It's very cute. I can't imagine explaining to these kids we can't be at the beach anymore. Thank you.
Supervisors, Save Our Shores. Big, huge thank you. I don't get up here very often to say thank you. It's usually to say, please. But in this case, it's to say thank you. Thank you for all the hard work and planning. And thank you for planning to move this forward as best we can through uncharted waters, and it's great. Thanks.
My name is Carolyn Sigstead. I live in Capitola, and I want to thank you for your work. And I am aware that Santa Cruz has led the way and will continue, hopefully, if this is passed, which I support very much, in us doing quickly, because this administration, federal administration, does move quickly from all directions. Also, I think that this work can lay a path or provide a footprint or a method for other difficult problems that this federal administration is putting before our county, such as the detention center, and perhaps enabling or putting together the beginning of an amendment or an ordinance to come to a community vote among all the counties regarding detention centers might be worth considering. Also, the legal information that they're offering here is so important to other large, difficult issues. And I feel that, I mean, my fear is, and maybe this can be addressed, if it's a private entity doing the drilling, then your ordinances hold weight. If it's the government, what happens? Wouldn't they supersede anything at this level? That's what's happening with the detention centers, as you well know. And so I think this is something we have to address theoretically.
Hello, my name is Susan Cavalieri, and Pauline Seals and I are both with the Santa Cruz Climate Action Network. I want to thank you all so much for all your work to save our coast. I believe that the people need to have a voice when it comes to protecting our coast and livelihood. I support the ballot measure to fight offshore drilling, fossil fuel storage and transportation, and deep sea mining. I have sent comments to the BOEM opposing these activities. We all deserve a safe and livable future, especially for our children. Thank you so much for all the work you have done. It's very much appreciated.
Fancy. Hi, Portia Rimmer here. I just first want to thank you for that report. I found the history on it very interesting, given that I wasn't even old enough to vote back when this stuff started, let alone be civically aware enough to realize it was an issue. So thank you for that. And other than that, yeah, I just would like to put my support out there. Thank you.
Supervisors, my name is Roland Sayer, and I'm here to represent the environmental team of Indivisible. We thank you, and we assure you that we will support such a measure as lies before you. Let's do this.
Good morning, supervisors and our team over here. Thank you all so much for all of your work. Oh, my name is Beverly Deschaux. I'm with the Electric Vehicle Association of Central Coast, and we're about kicking gas. So this is a step back into the dark ages, and I strongly support, and I'm sure that all of our members support. This is an issue that I can't imagine any people who would be opposed to this amendment, the measure. Might be the one thing in Santa Cruz that people can mostly agree upon. So that's pretty cool. So thank you for all of your work, and thank you for all of your work as well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, so like they said, it's hard to imagine anybody opposed to this, but I do more traveling here than anybody in this country. And I know that every time we lose a resident that moves away, we're sending out an ambassador who says, we don't want to have that policy. And unfortunately, sometimes our environmental policy muddies the waters. When people can't afford to live here and they move away, or they see an example of when we have a disaster and it takes a half a decade or longer to repair from that because of our environmental health and septic regulations, they use that against us. And it boggles my mind that we lost a national election. But we did, and the affordability crisis, things all willed into that. So I'm hoping that we can take a leadership role of how do we protect our resources, but also in a way that we can show that it's financially reasonable and that our people can survive and thrive and live here and invest here. And we need that balance. And this is one area where Santa Cruz County, we can really take a leadership role in that. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers in the room, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Richard Charter, your microphone is now available.
My name is Richard Charter with the Local Government OCS Coordination Program. As you've heard, there is broad support for what you're considering today, and that support goes back 40 years. You're having a unique opportunity to create a model for other cities and counties along our coast today. And that model is for local control over subsea mining impacts. Some of those subsea impacts from mining are actually on land, involving toxic slurry transshipment and that contains heavy metals and other toxic materials. And in some ways, those impacts would be worse than offshore oil impacts. I'm here today to answer any questions, and thank you for what you're doing.
Call-in user 454, your microphone is now available.
Yes, hello, this is James Ewing Whitman. I didn't know I was still on this call. All of a sudden, this came up about 20 minutes ago, and I've been patiently listening. You know, I'm not quite sure what to title my 2 minutes, The Fox Guarding the Henhouse or Santa Cruz Leads in Deception. You know, I think it's fascinating, all the legislation that was passed in 1986. So maybe to save our shores was somewhat put off past in 1986. We also had the Vaccine Control Act, which indemnified the pharmaceutical company from liability from these vaccines. So what folks maybe may not realize is that oil is the second most plentiful fluid on the planet. It is ever being regenerated from how our continents move. It's the lubricant in between the oceanic crust and the continental crust. So, you know, folks are concerned about this, different groups coming in and doing deep sea mining and such. The Wall Street controlled communist China will bring in 100 ships at a time on someone else's waters and rape and pillage until they're caught, and then they'll move on. Don't think the United States government is any different. So it would be interesting to have more dialogue on this. And I'll say as a point of fact, in 1987, there was a research that was stopped where they were pumping in the diesel particulates into algae beds, and they were cleaning those particulates and creating jet fuel, diesel, and kerosene. That was stopped by UC Santa Cruz in 1987. So I think there's a lot more to this, but I do believe you guys have your hearts in the right place. Thank you.
Call-in user 915, your microphone's now available.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Becky Steinbruner. Thank you for the good presentation, especially the review of the ordinance that was passed. And many thanks to the Mills Law Clinic for doing a lot of this good legwork. I look forward to seeing this issue on the ballot in November. I want to know if our county is working in partnership with Monterey County to the south, that we need to form an alliance with them and make sure that they are also going to put this issue on their ballot for the people this fall. I think that we also need to get assurances from Mbari that they will not accept contracts offered by the federal government or the industry to do mapping of the deep sea canyon. They are already starting to do some of that with the very harmful high decibel levels on the new research vessel, David Packard, that in itself will harm sea life. So we need to make sure that they're not going to sell us out if we pass this ordinance. And again, I want to thank you for all this work, and I look forward to seeing it on the ballot this fall. Thank you very much.
Sean, your microphone's now available.
Hello, thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sean Burns. I work with Save the Waves in the Santa Cruz World Surfing Reserve. Sorry I couldn't be in attendance today, but I just wanted to say that we're in strong support of this resolution, and thank you for being leaders. I grew up surfing here in Santa Cruz in clean waves thanks to leaders in the past. Unfortunately, today things have changed, and it's the intergenerational pass of the baton that Santa Cruz is here today to grab and continue being leaders to build a model for California. Let's protect our ocean and surf economy. Save the Waves report from last year shows that $194.7 million is driven just through surfing alone in Santa Cruz, showing how valuable a clean and thriving ocean and surf ecosystem here is in Santa Cruz. Thank you very much for being leaders today and strong support for this resolution. Thank you.
Susan, your microphone's now available.
Hello, I am Susan Marks, and I originally spoke at the 1980s Department of Interior hearing in Santa Cruz, opposing offshore drilling. I am now a homeowner in La Selva Beach. I totally support and appreciate your efforts on this blue wall to save California. Thank you very much.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now return to the board for comments and a motion. Supervisor Hernandez.
I just want to see, so I think Becky might have mentioned about adding Monterey County, but maybe letters of support. Is it on? Okay. Maybe letters of support would also be helpful from different agencies or intergovernmental agencies like AMBAG, MBARD, some of the cities, Watsonville, Capitola, Monterey County. Would have to do, I don't think it has to be done now, but in sometime in the near future to kind of just bolster what's happening here. I just want to check in if that's been done or we plan to do that as well.
Maybe I can ask County Council or if somebody from elections is on the line. But I'm just wondering what the kind of local government process is if a jurisdiction wants to endorse a ballot measure, just what that process is or if it's possible.
If a jurisdiction wants to endorse another jurisdiction's ballot measure,
Like if, for example, if Monterey County wanted to adopt a resolution supporting the adoption of, of this ballot measure.
Sure, or if like, if the city of Santa Cruz or Capitola or Watsonville, I guess, is there a process for other jurisdictions endorsing?
Yes, there is, and you adopt a resolution of endorsement, and this Board of Supervisors has done that with other ordinances and other ballot measures and things like that.
Great. So just to help clarify the question coming from.
Sure, yeah.
And I guess
It's done via resolution.
And I guess the follow-up question is, if we were to put this on the ballot, would we then need to come back with the resolution if we wanted to take a certain position, or is the county not allowed to do that?
No, the county can do that, but by putting it on the ballot at all, I mean, you're kind of expressing your support of it right now. So you can though, yeah.
Just for clarification, so I'll turn it back to Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. That was it. That was all my questions. But yeah, I look forward to being supportive, but also helping out in this process.
Further comments? I'll just share, my gratitude to Supervisor Cummings, Supervisor DeSerpa, Save Our Shores, and to all the community leaders are helping to support this amendment, this measure. Our coast is such a valuable asset to our community, and I'm confident that the voters will rise to the occasion to support any effort to protect our coast from any attack coming from the federal government. So I'm very grateful for that, and I would be happy to entertain a motion to support the recommended actions.
I would make a motion to approve.
We have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa.
And I do have one more comment. I will say, in response to Supervisor Hernandez's comment about support, local support, Supervisor Cummings and I were at an event in Monterey. When was that? Probably 6 months ago or something, or less, about this very issue. And it was at the Monterey Conference Center, and I think there were probably like 600 people there or something. I mean, it was a tremendous show of support. Many legislators were there, all the local groups were there, and tons of people came actually from Santa Cruz, Monterey, and there were even people from San Luis Obispo. So I think, Katie, did you guys help to organize that?
Yeah, Save Our Shores in collaboration with the Monterey Bay Aquarium Oceana organized that people's hearing. And yes, a lot of regional support for this type
So I
of
think
work.
there is support up and down the coast. And when we go to our county association, Justin and I, and well, many of us sit on groups that we're able to talk about this. And Justin's certainly been leading the charge there. So thank you, Supervisor Cummings.
We have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations and get to work. I'll now call item number 9, which is to hold a public hearing to accept the California Coastal Commission modifications to the county's local coastal program as adopted in Batch B of the Housing Element Rezone Program, approve a resolution, and take related actions. So I'll give you a moment to situate yourself and then go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair Martinez and supervisors. We're very pleased this morning to present the coastal modifications to the Housing Element Rezone Program. The board passed the Housing Element Rezones Batch B, the second batch, back in April of last year, and directed us to send the rezones that were within the coastal zone to the Coastal Commission for certification. At their May 14th hearing, the Coastal Commission certified the 7 coastal zone rezonings, subject to modifications that affect one parcel at 7th and Bromer. Today's action would be the county's last step to the long rezone process. If you do accept the modifications, they've returned to the Coastal Commission for a very brief informational item so that the chair of the Coastal Commission is aware of the certification. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Jacob Lutz, who will be making our presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, Chair Martinez and Supervisors. Today's agenda is organized around the basic path of the item. I'll start with the board's prior action on Batch B, then identify the coastal zone parcels that required Coastal Commission certification. From there, I'll provide context on the 7th and Bromer site, because that is where the proposed modifications are focused. Finally, I'll summarize the specific modifications and close with the recommended actions for the board consideration. Batch B is part of the county's housing element rezone program, and it was intended to make the general plan and zoning maps consistent with the 2023 housing element. On April 29th, 2025, the board approved 43 parcels, done through Resolution 652025, which amended the general plan land use map designation for 38 parcels, and Ordinance 5482, which amended the zoning maps for all 43 parcels. Only 7 of those parcels are in the coastal zone. Because coastal zone rezonings are local coastal program amendments, they require Coastal Commission certification before they become fully effective within the coastal zone. So today's item is not a reconsideration of the full Batch B program. It is the final local step to accept the Coastal Commission's modifications for the coastal zone portion of the rezones. This slide identifies the 7 coastal zone parcels included in Batch B. The Coastal Commission's modifications focus on 2 parcels, APN 026-26113 at 855 7th Avenue, and APN 026-26116 at 901 7th Avenue. These parcels are part of the 7th and Bromer Coastal Priority Site, which is why they are receiving site-specific development standards. The remaining 5 coastal zone parcels were also part of the certification action. The APNs beginning with 02032 are located in Pleasure Point. 2 of those parcels received the Ministerial Combining District Overlay, or DASH-MIN overlay for short, to their underlying commercial zoning, while 1 was rezoned to residential flex zoning and also received the DASH-MIN overlay. The APNs beginning with 053 are located in Real Del Mar. Those parcels were rezoned to allow for housing and also received the DASH-MIN overlay. So while all 7 parcels are included in the coastal zone certification, the Coastal Commission's substantive modifications are focused specifically on the 7th and Bromer site. The 7th and Bromer site is owned by the Redevelopment Successor Agency and managed by the county. The county's vision for the site is mixed use: affordable housing, visitor serving uses, community open space, and protection of coastal resources. The affordable housing component is moving forward through an exclusive negotiating agreement with Community Housing Works for the eastern portion of the site along 7th Avenue. That proposed housing development has received more than $46 million in state disaster relief funding, and permit applications are underway. The Coastal Commission modifications would add 2 special development standards to Appendix G of our general plan for the 7th Avenue and Bromer Street Coastal Priority Site. The first standard is a clustering. Housing would be confined to the smallest feasible footprint with a maximum of 3.5 contiguous acres, including related improvements such as required open space, parking, and paths. The housing would be clustered along 7th Avenue and near the residences along Stag Lane, and located away from the harbor and sensitive coastal resources to the maximum extent feasible. The second standard is a rezoning trigger. Any area with the ministerial combining district overlay that is not used for above-ground housing-related improvements would revert back to the C2D base zoning once the housing coastal development permit is approved. That reversion would be self-executing and would not require another local coastal program amendment. In practical terms, the modifications allow the affordable housing path to continue while reserving the balance of the site for visitor serving, open space, and coastal resource purposes. Staff worked closely with the Coastal Commission to address their concerns that the remaining portion of the site be reserved for visitor serving and open space uses. In closing, staff presents the recommended actions for today's item. Hold a public hearing to consider the proposed California Coastal Commission modifications to the county's local coastal program included in the certification of rezoned parcels located in the coastal zone as adopted in batch B of the housing element rezone program. And second, adopt a resolution accepting California Coastal Commission modifications to Appendix G of the Santa Cruz County General Plan and LCP and direct staff to transmit the acceptance to the Coastal Commission. Thank you, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll start by seeing if there are any questions from the board. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. It seems like a pretty balanced outcome. Just my only question is about the second requirement, the reversion to C2D after approval of the coastal development permit for the housing. Do I understand correctly that the intention there is basically to remove the min overlay so that any visitor serving use goes through a full discretionary process?
That's correct. Well, not necessarily that it goes through a full discretionary process, but that housing isn't a priority on the remainder part of the site. So it's meant to, part of the reason why the Coastal Commission did, and we helped them to do this, is that we did not have all of the boundaries of the proposed housing on the site. So it was really difficult to be able to say, oh, do it right here. Instead, they came up with this idea to put it on the whole site, but once the permits are issued, then the min goes back to just the housing part.
Okay, so both to allow discretionary review and to place the greater emphasis on the visitor serving accommodations.
Right, that's a main focus for the Coastal Commission, as you know.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, one quick question. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that. If you can go back to the map, there's the part that's kind of carved out where there's an existing structure now, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to that site in relation to the overlay and what's happening with that parcel as well. How does that fit in this whole picture?
So in our next item, we'll be doing the annual amendments, and we'll be looking to also place them in on that small carve-out piece. And that's largely housekeeping to keep the whole, the zoning on the whole parcel to be consistent. The housing element, when we did the housing inventory, really looked at our opportunity sites, and it wasn't really looking at small parcels in the area. So we are in the position of doing these cleanups to make sure that small parcels that are now a part of a proposed housing development are also included.
Got it. Thank you.
So we'll get back to that.
I just have a couple questions. I understand that this modification allows for up to 3.5 acres, and our housing element states 95 units of affordable housing. Are we confident that those 95 units will be able to fit in that 3.5 acre space?
Yes, we're working closely with the Community Housing Works. Their housing proposal is likely to be in 2 phases, and the ultimate boundary of the min and the 3.5 acres will include the area devoted to the housing, plus the necessary open space and utility improvements as well. So
Thank
we are
you.
confident now.
And so those units should count to our housing element goals.
Oh, yes.
And then additionally, just related to that trigger, the C2D trigger, once that happens, it wouldn't undermine our ability to use the residential portion of the parcels towards the housing element goal. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great, thank you so much. Seeing no further comments from the board, I'm going to go ahead and open to public comment. Please join us at the microphone, and you each have 2 minutes each.
The 7th and Bromer map. Unfortunately, we do need to display the timer. Let me.
Yeah, you're welcome to proceed. We've seen the map. Thank you.
So that's why I wanted to show it.
Okay, well, we're going to start the 2-minute timer.
Turn on mic too.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You can show
My name is Jenny. I live on 841 7th Avenue. I'm the only house that's remaining in this development. My fence line is hugging those heritage trees on the bottom right-hand side. I want to make sure that the Coastal Commission preserves those trees as they are for animals that are still living there. There are like wild turkeys. There are a variety of owls and hawks and all other variety of animals. But I also want to make sure that there's no access roads along any of the residential fence lines. That is already a high density area that you are putting high density housing in. So I just want to make sure that that is considered, and a parking study is done. Also a traffic study is done as well. I just want to make sure that we have adequate green, preserve of this property, as it's a lot of people walk, run, bike throughout this community. 95 houses will not fit with cars. There's not adequate parking. There's no parking on the street. And if you drive on 7th Avenue on various times of the day, you are gridlocked for 20 minutes for half a mile. So I just want to make sure that that's all considered and not putting high density housing in high density areas. Thank you.
Good morning. Mike Youth, I'm speaking here today for the Sierra Club as chair of the Santa Cruz Group and co-chair of Sierra Club California's Coastal Committee. We attended the Coastal Commission hearing on this, where we already knew staff had made this recommendation. We think that's, in a tricky situation, a great compromise, and we understood that both county staff and HCD were on board with it. This is a parcel that has long been viewed as completely visitor serving. And I don't know if you know, but before the 2010 census, it was part of District 1. And then there's another weird jurisdiction that there's actually parking for the harbor on this site, on the county land, that's part of a CDP that the city gave in the 2003-2004 O'Neill building rebuild. So by putting housing here, it's going to actually screw up. I was going to say F up, but I can't say that. Screw up the city CDP for the O'Neill building, and they'll have to come up with a workaround. But the Sierra Club supports 100% affordable housing, and we understand that's what's really in the works here, and it's really important. But it was inappropriate to put all 10 acres into a ministerial review. So this is, to me, the perfect balanced compromise. You've got a float, you don't know what the dimensions are, you've got a floating zone that will solidify later. It addresses all of our problems. So we support it, and then when it reverts back, we can address, there are sensitive environmental aspects in the lower part of the parcel, and they'll be tended to. We support this and hope that you'll approve it this way. Thank you.
Still morning. Good morning, Cove Britain. I actually was strangely attended the hearing about this rezoning at the Planning Commission that I was talking to you about. And I've lived in that area, and we live across the harbor from the area, and the traffic concerns are really legitimate. I have sympathy to that. The thing that I find concerning about this is that the Coastal Commission is dictating specific design approaches when that's really should be the community's option. then the Coastal Commission can review what is done afterwards if that's necessary. But by specifying, if I understood correctly, cluster housing, that could be very problematic to achieve everything that this board wants and the community wants. So it's premature to do so, but that's not surprising from the Coastal Commission. Thank you.
I just want to go with the traffic that's going to be on there. Right now, you can't even get out of the driveway from coming north, off of Eaton Street going toward north on 7th Avenue. When the bridge was open, it was backed up, always going south, going on the west side going there. When you put 95 units, you're going to have over 100 cars more on that road. Imagine that. How can you're going to put a stoplight on Bromer and 7th? Bromer and 7th. You know what's it going to do? It's going to back it up even more. You can't even get through now with just a stop sign. So what are you going to do with all that traffic? What about the fire departments or the ambulance have to get through? You don't have enough room for them to move over to get through the middle of them. What are you going to do with all that stuff? You're just going to keep building all this stuff? I've been here for 5 generations watching this stuff go on. Back in the old days, you guys had moratoriums on building. You didn't want to build in Santa Cruz. You want to keep Santa Cruz really small, really convenient. But now, no, let's just blow it up. The freeway will not even take all this traffic when it comes in. That traffic on the freeway is going to be obsolete. It's going to be like San Jose, bumper to bumper for the rest of your life. It's going to even get worse than that. You put houses down in town, no parking, nothing. How do you guys get here? Do you drive? You don't want these guys to have cars, but you guys can have cars. I don't understand this. All this time, Santa Cruz is a small community. Keep it as that. Thanks.
For better part of a decade or longer, staff in our community has been pushing large developments, not against them. But the vast majority of housing in this county is both built and maintained not by big developers, but by little, small mom and pop builders like myself. And I'm gonna give you 2 examples of 2 of my best friends who are receiving national news as we speak. Martinelli's is no longer buying apples, a lot of our apples from our local sources because they can buy them cheaper everywhere else. 2 of my very best friends own the orchard that leads to Corlitos and the first orchard you see that goes into Watsonville. I spoke to one of them because he's on national news and he called me up. He ripped out every single apple tree he had. I don't know how many tens of thousands of apple trees they were, but that's not what we want to do. So we can't forget about the little small housing paupers, the people that literally built this community and have been cut out of this. Justin and Felipe, when you guys got office, I remember the day you were inaugurated. Someone said something really good. They said, hey, staff works for you, but you guys work for the people. And we can't continue down this road of, hey, we're just gonna build 100 units, 200 units in small little areas and forget about abandoning everybody else. That's not right, it's not fair, and it's not financially viable. So as we move forward with this, please remember us. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers in the room, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 424, your microphone is now available.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Rafa Sonnenfeld, and I'm speaking on behalf of Santa Cruz YIMBY. Santa Cruz YIMBY supports acceptance of the Coastal Commission's modifications for Batch B and appreciates the progress made at the 7th and Bromer site. This project represents one of the most important affordable housing opportunities in the county, and we're encouraged that Community Housing Works has already secured more than $46 million in state disaster relief funding and is moving forward with permitting. Our comments today are not objections. Rather, we want to ensure that the county remains on track to deliver the full housing commitments reflected in the county's housing element. We have 2 questions for the record. First, the housing element sites inventory currently credits 2 parcels, APNs ending in 13 and 16 at the 7th and Brommer site with capacity for 95 lower income homes. The Coastal Commission's modification would limit housing development to a maximum footprint of 3.5 contiguous acres, including open space, parking pads, and other associated improvements. Has the county confirmed that this footprint is sufficient to accommodate all 95 homes that are currently being counted towards housing element compliance? Second, modification would essentially remove the ministerial process after a development application for housing is approved. As staff evaluated whether that future change in the zoning would impact the county's consistency with the housing element law regarding ministerial approval requirements for the parcels, and whether or not it would jeopardize the 2-phase approach that was mentioned. If there is 2 phases towards approval, would the second phase of a housing project be discretionary if the first is ministerial? Again, we support approval of this item. We just want to ensure all 95 homes can continue to have a path towards delivery. Thank you.
Stephen, your microphone is now available.
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Stephen Marino. I'm a project manager with Community Housing Works. I'd like to speak today in support of this agenda item and recommend approval as presented. I think it's a very fair compromise from the Coastal Commission. This approval will allow the affordable housing contemplated on the site to move forward and ensure that the funding that has been allocated is not put at risk. The project will be 100% affordable, with housing units 30 to 60% of area median income, with 25 of those units set aside for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In the next 1 to 2 weeks, Community Housing Works will be setting up an outreach meeting led by Architects Fora via Zoom to solicit initial feedback from the community with subsequent outreach meetings to follow. To make note of one comment earlier, Community Housing Works is definitely keeping in mind the sensitive habitat on the southern edge of the property and will ensure that there's ample open space and that those heritage oaks are retained. Thank you all for your support, and I will be available for questions specific to the project.
Marcy, your microphone is now available. Marcy, your microphone is now available. Please accept the unmute to begin making your comment. Chair, it appears the speaker is unable to connect. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for comments and a motion. I'll start with Supervisor DeSerpa.
Yeah, I don't know who wants to take this one, and I don't think we need to get deep into this or rehash it, but my comments are our colleagues down at the Harbor District were not happy with the process that was engaged in or that we went through with them on the Brommer and 7th Avenue property. And I'm just wondering, I don't know if anybody here wants to speak to that, but I'm wondering how we could make that a better process in the future. They are our fellow electeds and under similar pressures that your Board of Supervisors are under, and I was concerned. Yeah.
How about now? There we go. Peter Detlefs, I'm a Principal Administrative Analyst in the County Executive Office. So our office worked with the port in advance of releasing the Notice of Availability as part of the Surplus Lands Act. Additionally, we worked with them through that process, as well as working with HCD and excuse me, the Coastal Commission in devising a plan that really balanced all of the competing state priorities between HCD, DOF, the California Department of Finance, through the RSA dissolution. And, and we were very clear from the beginning and in the resolution that 3 acres would always be available for housing. The housing site is complicated, or the site is complicated because a sewer line zigzags through the property. And in working with Coastal and looking at the constraints of the site, the housing was put in that southern portion of the site. So it's unfortunate that the process did not move forward with the board.
Okay. I appreciate you coming up and talking through it. Hopefully we could work more successfully with our electeds there in the future. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you. And just to dig into the history a little bit more here, I think Mr. Detlefs alluded to this a little bit, but the 3.5 acres was determined, really was sort of negotiated between HCD, us here at the county, the Coastal Commission. I mean, where did the 3 acres and the 95 units come from? And then the ministerial overlay, that I believe that was a result of us identifying this as a housing opportunity site in the last housing element, but not ever building on it. And so we're therefore required that we make it easier to actually deliver those units. But if we get clear confirmation of that and clarification on sort of just how we ended up here today.
As you know, there's a long history for this site, which was always intended to be a mixed-use site that had open space and visitor accommodations or visitor serving uses. Back in 2000, we had issued an RFP for this site, and housing became an obvious portion that was needed, and so that was added to the general plan. And so now the general plan has, as a priority site, a coastal priority site, it has open space, visitor accommodations, and the housing. So as we were issuing an RFP to find buyers for both the visitor serving and the housing, we based on what was in the housing element, we came up with that 3-acre portion, and then the remaining portion would go to the visitor serving and open space component. So it's been that way for a couple of years now. So not a change, you know, in any of the plans that have been made for that site.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm supportive of the actions today. I think that, as you said, this is sort of just the next step in a long process that has gotten us to this point.
I'm sorry, we've closed public comment. We're now deliberating amongst board members. Thank you. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of questions, and maybe if the developer's on the line, they could help answer. But if you could put the map back up, I'm just curious about where the housing is being considered at this point in time. I know that I actually tracked this when it was going to the Coastal Commission, and so familiar with, some of what they had discussed. And I know that the county has been, I think there was a push to prioritize pushing the housing closer to 7th Ave. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to where the housing would actually go in relation to the map, or if there has been a decision made on where the housing will go.
Yeah, in the current designs, we're looking at the eastern portion of the site, and specifically the southeastern portion. Stephen of CHW did make reference to protecting those trees, so there is some open space there at the very south portion. But mostly it would be kind of below the carve out and into the site, but really pushed up against 7th Avenue so that the residents there have access to the street easily. And the coastal resources are more protected in the back on the western portion.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that we were able to speak to that since it was brought up in public comment. And I guess I'm just following up on some of the questions that were asked or comments that were made. I was wondering in terms of traffic study and parking, if you could speak to that concern that was raised as well.
Well, traffic is certainly an issue everywhere. We're not here to really approve or discuss the housing development per se. There will be on-site parking, and we'll look at, the improvements that might be necessary in the area. There's a possibility of improvements at 7th and Bromer to facilitate that intersection, including a roundabout. And so the site, as we're looking at it, will have a carve out at that intersection for improvements. And
I guess last question, I'll just make a few comments. So when will the development be coming to either the planning commission, or it sounds like it probably won't come to the board if there's ministerial approval. So I guess what's that process like, just so that if there's neighbors who may be impacted, they know when they can kind of provide some input?
there are no discretionary public hearings, so wouldn't go to the planning commission either. That's why CHW Representative Stephen made reference to a community meeting, so that those would be the opportunities for folks to hear about the project and offer any concerns.
Great. Well, I just want to end with a few comments. So with regards to the concerns around housing and what's being, what we're seeing nowadays in terms of the development of housing, a lot of these decisions were made at the state level and are really forcing us to have a less control over approving or denying housing. And as you just heard, this project won't even come before the Planning Commission for input. It won't come before us for input. It's just going to be the developer meeting with the community members, and then it will go to staff and they'll just make a decision. So it's really unfortunate that the state is taking away our control over development, but that's what's happened, and that's a reality. They're also taking away our control over whether we require parking or not. And I think, you know, having lived in a city that has inadequate parking, I can tell you that it's not going to be fun when people are, because you're not going to get rid of cars, right? But again, the state has taken that decision-making power away from us, and so I just encourage people to contact your state representatives and let them know that this is a concern for us in our communities, because we're not going to be getting rid of cars anytime soon, and it's just going to create parking problems and issues for the residents. With regards to the Coastal Commission, I think that this is actually a really good compromise, because when, I mean, again, with a lot of state changes being made very rapidly, it puts us in a situation where we've had processes, for example, around our local coastal program, where there's community meetings and engagements for us to decide, you know, when we're zoning areas, what that zoning is, and then the state makes a change and requires us to do, in this case, the housing element and putting these ministerial overlays in. And what that ends up doing is it conflicts with decisions that were previously made. So in this instance, you know, if the Coastal Commission had us go through the actual process, we would have had to reopen the local coastal program, go out and have more community meetings to determine what that zoning was going to be. And rather than go through that lengthy process that could have put affordable housing at risk, what's before us today is a compromise where the Coastal Commission has asked that we cluster the housing so we can maximize the open space there, rather than having housing scattered throughout that area that really would have impacted the open space that's available to the public. And instead of doing that, kind of condensing the housing, and then once this gets approved, when the coastal development permit gets approved, then the rest of that zoning will disappear and it will be preserved as open space and visitor serving. So I think this is a really great moment we've gotten to today, because we're going to preserve a lot of that coastal habitat. I'm really happy to hear that there's going to be the preservation of the trees that the residents were concerned with. And I think it just demonstrates how our local government can work with the Coastal Commission and with HCD to come to a good compromise that will advance affordable housing and will preserve our environment at the same time. So I'm very grateful for where we've landed on this, and I just hope that as we continue to move through this process, that the concerns of the residents will be taken seriously to help minimize some of the impacts on them when this gets built. And so just want to thank you all for your hard work on this. It's really great what's before us today.
Thank you for those comments. We did have one other public comment from Yimby, who asked a couple of questions. However, I think those are the two questions that I at least attempted to ask prior and you answered. Did you have any follow-up that was missed, perhaps?
No, not really, but just to say that a lot of planning has gone into the conceptual layout for the site to both accommodate what the Coastal Commission wants along with the affordable housing and protecting the resources. So I do think we've got it covered.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Koenig for a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor Cummings. Any further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. So we will now be taking a break for lunch and for closed session. When we return, we will begin with our 1:30 scheduled item, and then we will come back for items 10 through 16 in the afternoon. We'll see you all at 1:30.
Recording stopped.
muted. It unmuted everybody.
I would rather just go around and I'll just mute, they'll click the literal buttons. I'd rather do it that way.
Yeah, it's so funny that it takes 2 taps.
check, check, check. Check, 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 check.
see how it gets all lit up. Simpkins and I can say today.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice lunch. I'm going to start off by turning to County Council to see if there's anything reportable from our closed session.
Thank you. Yes, there is one reportable item. The board authorized the county to join an amicus capacity in a lawsuit that has yet to be filed.
Thank you. So we'll now return to our regular board agenda, and we're going to be starting with our scheduled 1:30 item. Following this item, we will return to the other items on our regular agenda, including items number 10 through 16 in that order. So our 1:30 scheduled item is item number 18, considering the Measure Q Citizen Oversight Advisory Board funding recommendation as approved on May 27th, 2026. Select and approve a final grant funding recommendation for the fiscal year 25-26 Measure Q Tier 1 and Tier 2 grant program and take related actions. So let's see, we got staff on both sides. I don't know which way to look. It's like a tennis match.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll be starting for us.
Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. Rebecca Hurley, Deputy Director of the County Parks Department, along with my partners in Measure Q, Director Dave Reed of OR3 and Measure Q Analyst Claire Peabody. We are very excited to be here today. This is an exciting milestone for us. The first time we're bringing the grant awards to the board for approval for this new voter-created program. Next slide. So we'll start with just a quick overview of the Measure Q grant program, and then we will go over the grant evaluation process, as well as the grant award recommendations, both by staff and the COAB from their meeting on May 27th. And then the recommended actions and next steps. So just a little bit of information, right? Everything that we've discussed today is publicly visible at Santa Cruz County ca.gov/MeasureQ. We've really strived to be transparent in this process. And on this website, all of the grant guidelines, the vision plan, all current applications and scores and evaluation materials are available. Transparency has been a priority throughout this process, and really, this site makes it easy for everybody to see everything that's going on with Measure Q. So next slide. Now we'll move into the Measure Q program overview. You can go ahead. So I'll go quickly because we have a lot of information to cover, but as you know, Measure Q was approved by the voters in November of 2024. It creates an $87 annual special parcel tax, generating approximately $7 million a year. 60% of those funds flow to the county as well as the city's land trust, who is this 5-year term land stewardship implementation partner, as well as the Resource Conservation District of Santa Cruz County. The remaining $2.8 million goes to the competitive grant program, or about 40%. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the grant guidelines, which were approved by this board in December of 2025. They identify that there are, we are going to lean into the vision plan, which was also approved by the board in October of 2025, because the vision plan is really, it steers this grant program. And the vision plan identified 3 priority themes: wildfire risk reduction, forest health, water resources management, and parks and recreation and access. So all 3 of those things are prioritized, and since the vision plan steers the grant program, the rubrics for those applications were heavily weighted in how much they aligned with the vision plan. As you'll see, we have 2 tiers of grant application possibilities. Tier 1, which were more community catalysts, they were between $5,000 and $50,000. And then there's Tier 2, which were community impact, higher, larger stewardship and capital project type projects. So they were between $50,000 and $500,000, excuse me. Tier 2 scoring is broader, covering more partnerships, long-term maintenance, and CEQA things that would happen with the larger capital project. Next slide. Within the Tier 2, there are 2 set-asides. So there's the Pajaro Valley set-aside, eligible project benefiting residents of the Pajaro Valley. This is a floor, not a ceiling, of $600,000, and as well money towards San Vicente Redwoods, set aside to focus on forest health, fire resilience, and habitat restoration of the county's largest conservation easement. These set-asides ensure both priority areas receive meaningful investment, not just what rises to the top in our grant competition and scoring. Now I'll pass it over to Dave, who's going to go a little bit deeper into the grant application and evaluation process.
Thank you. So we'll go quickly through kind of where we've come from over the last 6 months. We've been moving quickly through the application opening period and closing in January and March. Then we did some review and scoring in March into mid-April. And then what we really tried to do starting in April with a couple weeks advance of the first COAB meeting was to really outline what the scoring was and be really transparent, as Rebecca mentioned, providing all the materials ahead of that first Citizen Oversight Advisory Board meeting on May 6th. Then we followed up, received feedback at that meeting, and then provided a final staff recommendation and conversation at the COAB on May 27th. And then we're here today to present the recommendations by the COAB and the staff recommendation. As a reminder, we had a number of applications across both tiers. We were oversubscribed by over 3 times. So just demonstrating the need out there in the applications and the valuable good work that, that folks want to do with this funding source. So in that first COAB meeting on May 6th, what we tried to do is to present 3 scenarios for initial consideration by the COAB members. Those scenarios were, 1, driven by score. So just based on the 2 scores for each application, the average of those 2 scores, the top 10, and then fund a certain percentage of that top 10. The second and third scenarios really were trying to address a value-based analysis to the scoring, recognizing that this is our first year, and that the scoring only had 2, each application had only 2 scores. How do we evaluate those scores, but also consider things like geographic balance and scale of impact? So we presented 3 scenarios to the COAB for consideration, deliberation, and feedback. Out of that conversation, we heard a lot of valuable input from community and the COAB members around the importance of geographic balance, scale of impact, equity elements. There was a lot of conversation about process and the integrity of being transparent in how we scored and also how we're evaluating and making recommendations. There was feedback around institutional balance, not over awarding to any one applicant. And then obviously making sure that we authentically reflect the set-aside requirements that Rebecca mentioned. So through that process, we came up with a synthesis a synthesis recommendation. And what we tried to do in that 27th meeting was to voice what we heard from COAB members, from the public, from conversations with your offices, and make that recommendation to the COAB. Ultimately, as we're going to discuss today, and I'll be handing it to Claire, we received differing suggestions on how to move forward. So Claire will go into greater detail, but just at a high level, the COAB recommended breaking their approval into the 2 tiers. So the first thing that they passed and recommended and is in your packet and is being discussed today is the tier 1. The COAB recommended and approved the staff recommendation associated with the tier 1 awards, again, the smaller scale awards. In the tier 2 awards, there was a lot of robust conversation about the staff recommendation and other scenarios. And what ended up happening was the first motion that was proposed to the COAB was to follow the staff recommendation with a modification to add funds to the Central Coast Prescribed Burn Association for the purchase of a critical piece of equipment. That motion failed due to lack of a majority, 4-4. And then the second motion was proposed, and that really focused on following back on the scenario A, score-driven scenario, and just awarding the top 6 projects based on score. And that scenario did end up passing with the modification again around the Prescribed Burn Association equipment. So to go into greater detail on those scenarios, I'm going to hand it over to Claire.
Thank you, Dave. I'll walk us through first Tier 1 vote that occurred on May 27th. That was the motion that passed unanimously. And then I'm going to walk us through the two split motions, the two separate motions for Tier 2 projects. So first, for Tier 1 projects, the table on the right represents the staff recommendation, again, a synthesis of some of the feedback we received on May 6th from the COAB and from our community. So in the interest of time and to leave some more time for discussion, we're gonna move through some of these slides pretty quickly. If there are any questions about specific projects, feel free to ask staff. I also know there's a number of applicants attending on behalf of their organization in the audience here today. But these are our Tier 1 projects that were approved by the COAB. We also received some additional direction with regards to one of the projects that did not make it into the final recommended portfolio from Santa Cruz County Fire. And that was the project that came up in third in terms of score ranking, the Truck Trail Emergency Response Navigation and Water Infrastructure Initiative. This is a wayfinding project coming in at a pretty low cost, the lowest cost of any Tier 1 project for $6,000. And so the additional direction was to seek alternative funding sources for that project, with the primary source identified being presumably the county's direct allocation program, as Santa Cruz County Fire Department is eligible for that alternative funding source. I'll move on to, so these are the projects. Again, we can come back and discuss what themes they address, what geography served, different organizations, but this is our final recommendation approved by the COAB with 7 recommended projects and a total project cost of $266,000. This is slightly above what was the minimum threshold for Tier 1 projects in the approved grant guidelines, which was $200,000. We had a slightly larger budget to work with this year in the grant program, $2.74 million compared to the $2.6 advertised in the grant guidelines, and that's due to some salary savings as well as administrative cost savings from this first year of the grant program. So that's given us a little more room to work with out of both tiers. So moving on to Tier 2, we'll first present the staff recommendation. Again, as Dave mentioned, this is the staff recommendation that did not pass and did not have sufficient votes. It represents a synthesis, again, of a lot of that feedback we received on May 6th, namely trying to achieve a greater geographic balance of projects serving a more county-wide population, as well as a greater thematic balance. A lot of the top scoring projects, for a lot of reasons we can discuss, leaned more heavily towards projects serving the Pajaro Valley, which was an equity priority named in the vision plan, and a higher representation of parks projects. And so this motion included some additional direction to fund the equipment cost request out of the Prescribed Burn Association project, and did not have sufficient votes. The second motion for the Tier 2 projects, which did pass, was more similar to scenario A presented on May 6th, and that is the scenario that represents the most process integrity. According to the COAB, they wanted to both honor the stated equity commitments of the vision plan and also mention the importance of fidelity to process and transparency to applicants themselves in supporting a funding scenario that was more clearly based on rank scores as opposed to other guiding values. We can compare these portfolios side by side. It's a lot of information to digest, and I find it easier to compare visually. We were requested to do a lot of data analysis going into our final COAB meeting by the COAB, so we provided some additional data analysis and mapping support to contextualize our funding recommendations. The big difference between the two bars I want to call out, with dark blue bars being the first motion, the staff recommendation presented on the 27th, and the green bars being what was ultimately recommended by the COAB. On the left-hand side, you can see that the green bars for Pajaro Valley are higher than the original staff recommendation and a lower investment for county-wide projects. That pink dashed line represents what would be the minimum required funding for both the Pajaro Valley and San Vicente Redwoods buckets. So you can see both scenarios go above and beyond the mandatory set-aside requirement. On the right-hand side, we see a lot of multi-benefit projects, and for that reason, the bars are gonna add up to an amount greater than the total award portfolio. But the differences I'd like to call out are a lower investment amount for wildfire-focused projects in the COAB recommendation, as well as a higher funding amount for parks and access equity projects. So the final COAB recommendation, again, 10 projects. We included some projects that had strategic reductions in order to stay within budget while also spreading the award as effectively as possible across projects. And we're also calling out which ones are meeting those set-aside requirements here. I'll turn it over to Rebecca for our next steps.
All right. So thank you. And with this board's approval of Tier 1 and Tier 2 grant awards, we will, as well as the template that is attached to this item, staff will move quickly to execute those agreements so that the performance periods can begin as fast as possible. Then this summer, we'll be working with the cities, districts, and conservation partners to produce their annual report to the COAB so that they can start to produce their report that they will bring back to the board. And then in August, we are planning on coming to this board to be able to go over what this year's county allocation will fund. We're hoping that this board will appreciate being able to make decisions around grant funding before we make that county allocation decision to have a better holistic look at what Measure Q has funded thus far. And additionally, in August, what we're going to be doing with the COAB is doing what we're calling an after-action review, seeing what worked, what didn't work, what were the lessons learned from this first round of grant funding, really to ensure that recommended changes from both the COAB and your board are included in next year's grant program, which again, we'll bring back to the board for approval before we commence for the 2027 program. Next slide. So the recommended actions today, the specific actions are: 1, to consider the Citizen Oversight Advisory Board funding recommendations as approved on May 27th. Approve final grant funding recommendation for fiscal year 25-26 Tier 1 and Tier 2 grant program. Approve the Measure Q 25-26 grant award agreement template, and as well authorize staff to execute and administer all grant agreements and subsequent amendments associated with the 25-26 Tier 1 and Tier 2 awards with respective awardees. So on that note, we will thank you for your time, and I really want to say we're very proud that we were able to up a grant program. None of us have ever done that before. We feel very strongly about the process and that we're really in alignment with the vision plan approved by the voters.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation and being so thorough with the process to get us here today. We are going to start with questions from the board, then we will open it up to public comment, and then we will return to the board for deliberation and a motion. So with that, I'll start off by seeing if anybody has any questions. And I'm not seeing any. So, okay, we'll start with Supervisor Hernandez.
Can we go back to the slide that has the sort of the not the criteria, but for the grants, but some of the, I guess, criteria for the grants, and just kind of go into what these mean, these criteria that both we voted on and the COAB members voted on. Because we just kind of, for the sake of time, we kind of just rushed through them, but if we can go elaborate more on what this criteria means.
Sure. So what we tried to do is create an understanding that we wanted the Tier 1 to be a low barrier application process as well as evaluative process. So that's why your Tier 1 scoring criteria has got a smaller number of elements to equal the 100 points. The other thing we did was recognizing that humans are biased by nature. We tried to create a very strict scoring structure so that there was criteria within each of those categories. So if you were meeting a certain process or a certain definition, you were going to get a certain amount of points to try and take some of the bias or ambiguity or personal viewpoints out of it. So we created an additional level of scoring rubric information beyond the guidelines that informed the scoring structure. And then obviously, because the tier 2 grants are larger, more complex, often include ground disturbance, we added additional scoring elements to those grant reviews. But similarly, each of those categories had a sub-rubric to say, if you're doing X, you get 5 points. If you're doing Y, you might get 8 points, 10 points, or the full points if you're doing all of these things. But Claire, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, that document Dave is referring to is called our scoring calibration guide. That's available on our website. I think besides the concept of specifically bias, which comes with its own set of meanings, I think the term I'm using is noise. There can be a lot of reasons for variance between reviews. And this is something that we hope to do some further analysis on and take back to the COAB and board in August. I think areas where there can be high variance in scoring can indicate where we need a little more clarity in some of the scoring criteria. So that's definitely something we'd like to incorporate when we do a formal after action review in August of this year.
Individually on those criteria, can you kind of maybe say one sentence on what they mean, right? If you go back to the slide.
Sure, I mean, we can tag team a little bit, but obviously alignment with the vision plan, that really speaks to the 3 priority themes that Rebecca talked about. And so you could only get full points if you were strongly aligned with at least one of those priority themes. In many cases, it was multiple theme values that got you full points in that alignment with vision plan. In the community benefit, it was both scale of impact and who you were serving. Equity is a big part of the measure language as well as the vision plan. So if you were serving a disadvantaged community or geography, that community benefit score would go up. If you were serving a lot of people versus a few people, that would affect the scoring. Obviously, in the feasibility for the tier 1, is this something you do well and have done before, or is this a new thing? In the innovation and capacity, we wanted to recognize this may be, the intent is not to fund the same program year over year over year. So if this was a new, innovative, exciting thing in that tier 1, that's where that innovation and capacity comes in and the bonus. And then wildfire and environmental benefit is fairly straightforward. Project feasibility and readiness, again, this came into account when there were a lot of great projects that were just not feasible or at the scale that they envisioned, weren't implementable right away. They either needed a lot more scope development or permit development. So that's where that project feasibility and readiness came in the tier 2. If you're a sole organization doing it, or if you're collaborating, obviously that's how that partnership and collaboration played out. And then it was interesting, and we're happy to elaborate a little bit, reviewing budget, cost effectiveness, leveraging. One of the tenets of the measure is that these dollars should be used in one of 3 ways. One of those is a local match to leverage the dollars to do more. The other piece to it was really looking at, is this going into staffing, or is this going into project implementation, or is this going into equipment? So looking at those elements. And then obviously in some of these, the maintenance and monitoring is an important part. So I hope that answers the question, Supervisor.
And then the other one is not on part of the criteria, but it was part of the discussion, is the geographic location. I know what that means, but also there's a different side to geographic location. I mean, given that there was, how many members? Was it 9 or 11?
9.
9 members of the co-op.
Given that out of that, you'd say 2.5 represent South County. Sorry, I'm calling you half of South County, but you know what I mean. But I think that has something to do with geographic location in terms of like the influence that it has on the outcomes. And so I would consider, that just the fact that there's only 2.5 representation in this board, in the COAB board, we have to take that into account as well, is that, South County doesn't have the votes to, push. things along. So I'm glad that equity was used in the formula as well to make up for the geographic locations.
And I would say that the vision plan did highlight, in the process of developing the vision plan, did highlight the importance of historically under-resourced communities, under-invested communities. I do think that there was robust conversation at the COAB across all members, recognizing that importance. And so while 2.5 may reflect representing that South County, there was almost a universal voice from the COAB recognizing the importance of serving disadvantaged communities and adhering to both the vision plan and the measure language in that regard.
And I'm glad that the COAB really represented that well in terms of the equity that we have both in our strategic plan and that we have both in our criteria for the selections for the COAB awards. That's it for my questions right now.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It's clear you guys, a lot of work has gone into this. And I would say that the result is almost so much that the result feels a little bit muddied, even just as far as all the different tables of the different recommended scenarios. And I'm not even sure, my questions are actually to clarify I've got the right title or bucket attached to the different tables I'm seeing. I mean, for example, in the staff report, the final table, table 5, says final staff funding recommendation presented at the May 27th COAB meeting. But I believe it's actually the final COAB recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, I apologize. I should have mentioned that at the start. There was a typo in the title of table 5 in the memo. The body of the report talks about table 5 being that final COAB recommendation. I apologize for not making that clear at the onset of the presentation.
Okay, and then the other thing, I think during the presentation you just showed us, you said that the COAB for Tier 1 had recommended scenario A from the May 6th recommendations, but I think it was actually maybe scenario C?
No, so for Tier 1, they approved, the COAB approved the staff recommendation.
Which
so the
was
staff
the
recommendation was a synthesis.
Revised staff recommendation that you brought. Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
No, just, it was, so we took the feedback from them on May 6th and came back with a new staff recommendation, and that's what they approved in Tier 1.
Got it.
And I'm sorry, just for clarity, sorry to interrupt. So that's table 5?
Table 5 reflects both the Tier 1 and Tier 2 approved.
Final awards.
Final awards
Okay.
by the COAB.
Okay. But if we're looking at any of these tables, we're looking at basically the top 10 scoring projects in both Tier 1 and Tier 2, right? So the rubric has been applied. And so really, I mean, we're sort of splitting hairs a little bit in terms of the you know, we're dealing with the top scoring projects no matter what table we're looking at, right?
Yes, that was
Okay.
the intent.
Okay, good to know. I'll save my rest of my comments for later. Thanks.
Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start by appreciating our COAB members and everybody who's put in so much work over this process, and really, again, want to thank the Land Trust for their leadership in bringing this, you know, ongoing funding source forward that's going to really allow us to provide funding for many of these kinds of projects around land, water, wildfire resistance, moving, you know, indefinitely into the future. And so we're just really fortunate to have this funding source and to be here today to be able to discuss how we're going to spend our money in ways that are going to benefit our community. So just really grateful again that we have this opportunity before us. One of the recommendations that came out of the COAB was around for the county fire projects, having that funding come out of our county's pool of money. And I was just kind of wondering, when would we have the opportunity to make that decision?
We'll be coming back to this board in August. We're going to utilize the ability to have this board to know what is the final decision for grant awards, to see where that funding goes. Get those reports from the different cities, conservation partners, RCD, land partners, and come back with a more holistic view of where the funding's gone, as well as use that time to meet and get kind of a matrix of potential projects that the county allocation could fund in August.
Okay. That's the only question I have. Thanks.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. First, I just want to appreciate staff. Tremendous work was completed here. So thank you so much. I was fortunate to attend both the COAB meetings as just a quiet audience participant and watched your presentations, you roll it out, the deliberations. And I just have to say, thank you again to all of the appointed members and at-large members of the COAB. I mean, hours were spent in deliberations, back and forth, and yeah, so thank you. And to everybody in the community that came up with amazing programs, wrote grants, submitted it, did advocacy to your board members, et cetera. Thank you too. Okay, so I guess I want to just start out by saying that the public, I believe the public really voted for this in part for wildfire risk reduction. I think that was something everybody could get behind. I mean, that, wildlife protection, water, clean beaches, et cetera. And so what I'm a little bit concerned about at this point is that there are several projects, and I understand why, because staff, like you said, that one of the things is that you were worried that maybe a similar or the same organization would receive multiple funding opportunities. But in terms, I mean, I really, like, one of my highest priorities is wildfire risk reduction, because I live in a rural area that hasn't burned in a long time. And so we're always very concerned about that. And every one of my neighbors, including myself, has lost our homeowner's insurance, and we're all paying a crazy amount of money, and it's apparently going up 30% in September. Like, all of us are very, have heightened awareness about this issue. So when I see on here that Santa Cruz County Fire Department asked for, $6,000 or $29,000 to put a water tank up in a really important area, and it didn't get funded, like, that is very concerning to me. So, so anyway, I'll leave it there for now, but I just want to say that I do have concerns about this, and I do respect very much the deliberations that went on in the greater COAB. So maybe we can all talk about that as a board in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. I also just want to echo the comments of appreciation. A tremendous amount of work has been done by our volunteers, the COAB, the community, our staff, and so it really is something to be grateful for that we're in this place where we can have these difficult conversations, because we actually have some resources to share with the community. So that's a privilege. The first question goes back to motion 1 on tier 2, the one that had a 4-4 split, and there was a recommendation that $60K went to the engine. Did the COAB determine where that $60K would have come from, or have that conversation for the one that didn't pass?
No, they did not explicitly at that time, as I recall, discuss where the $60K would come out of.
And would staff have any recommendations on that if we were to revisit that proposal? Or are there maybe some places where you could see that we could still get a benefit from the other projects but still chip away at the edges?
Yeah, we looked at this, and as you can see on the slide presented here, all but 3 of the projects have what we called strategic reductions already. So one consideration for the board would be to take the 3 projects that don't have any reduction proposed in that staff recommendation and take $20,000 out of each of those, so that then every application sees a strategic reduction, rather than take more out of projects that are already significantly reduced, was one strategy that we contemplated.
That's helpful, thank you. And then my second question is less about a specific proposal and just kind of in general. I was noticing both in tier 1 and tier 2, that there were projects that were more of an infrastructure investment and then proposals that were more like operations and people focused. As you consider kind of Measure Q, the voters' intent, you know, where do you, what were we expecting, and did the grant criteria kind of lean towards like one-time use of infrastructure projects versus people, or, you know, kind of thinking down the horizon on this front and kind of what the intent is of Measure Q?
Yeah, I think, you know, I agree, right? I think a lot of the thoughts around where Measure Q grant funds would go would be towards more stewardship or capital projects, you know, infrastructure. And as the vision plan was produced, right, one of the thematic areas that was a priority is parks, equity, and access, right? And here we are in inaugural year one. And I think that the way you can look at access, maybe that's a capital project of changing a play surfacing at a playground so that kids in wheelchairs can get to the playground more, or maybe it's finding a program that gets kids to parks more. So I think the way that the guidelines were done this year, in the first year, that leaned into the access component was more programmatic. And that was something that I don't know that any of us anticipated, but that's what the result was for the applications.
The other thing I would add is that we intentionally recognized that in this first year, criteria like you're not allowed to apply 2 years in a row had no bearing because we didn't have 2 years worth of applications. So really that after action is to reflect on process and to start to consider some of those elements of we don't want to build an expectation of a funding source year over year for a program. So we fully expect that through that after action and when we bring a revised grant guidelines to you, that will start to speak to some of that institutional repetition and trying to avoid, you know, consistent program funding. But we tabled that intentionally with this year's grant guidelines because it was the first year.
I appreciate that, and again, what a privilege to be able to come back and have more resources to commit to our community in future years. So thank you to the voters for that. And after we hear from the public and we come back and have deliberations, you know, I really will be thinking in the context of, you know, the greatest impact for our community and our voters who trusted us to make decisions around these funds in a way that really, you know, impacts everybody. So that's kind of a lens I'll be thinking of, and I know that was part of why you came back with multiple sort of options as you were refining the scoring criteria. So with that, if there's no other questions from the board, I will open it up to, do you have a question? Supervisor Hernandez.
Could you put up the tier one? Like, that's the bigger investment, right? The bigger, no, tier two. Okay.
There they are side by side.
So the ones that didn't make it, are those, those are not in the presentation, or is that all of them?
This is all
the selected
top,
ones.
This is the top 10,
Okay.
and then the dash reflects no funding between the two scenarios. So if there's a dash, that means that scenario didn't recommend funding that project.
But this is all 10 applications?
This is the top 10.
Oh, the top 10.
Including the 3 San Vicente Redwoods set aside. So those were not scored.
Right.
Because that set aside, they only applied for the exact amount that they were allocated. So we didn't score those, but they're reflected here as well.
And the set aside for South County?
Is reflected in this table.
They still had to do RFP for those.
Yeah, they were scored because as shown, there was more funding than that minimum, that floor 600,000.
I was trying to see what applications didn't make it, right, to the top 10.
Oh, yeah, we did not present that here to. Do
you have an idea how many were from South County?
What's that?
Do you have an idea how many were from South County?
The May 27th COAB presentation included a comparison of applicant pool trends versus what was selected. So that's in the provided attachments. But we took a look at trying to understand how the composition of the overall applicant pool compared to the different funding scenarios discussed, as well as the top 10 scoring projects.
And I think generally speaking, both of these funding recommendations are in alignment with that larger applicant pool. So it's not deviating from that larger applicant pool trend, so to speak.
Okay.
With that, I'll open it up to public comment. If you are here to speak on this item, I'm going to ask you to form a line behind the microphone here so we can get a sense of how many people are here to speak. And Madam Clerk, how many people are on the phone?
Currently, we have 3 speakers with their hands raised.
Great. We'll be setting the public comment period for 2 minutes each, and welcome. Go right ahead.
Not sure that, there we go. Good afternoon, board and staff. I want to start by thanking staff and the COAB for all their work on this and for the transparency of this process. My name is Tanya Schweitzer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Long-Term Recovery Group of Santa Cruz County, representing the Zone Zero Equity Workforce Initiative. I'm here today to urge you to reevaluate the final funding recommendations for this inaugural Measure Q cycle. This measure was built and championed as the Santa Cruz County Water and Wildfire Protection Initiative. Voters supported it overwhelmingly in the shadow of the CZU fire, trusting that it would fund physical wildfire mitigation to make our communities safer. Yet, we are deeply concerned to see that very little funding is recommended for direct wildfire protection, and our shovel-ready, equity-centered project is not recommended for funding at all. This does not honor the trust our voters placed in this initiative. In our daily work in disaster recovery, we witness a painful systemic reality. Inequality is built into every single stage of the disaster cycle. We cannot hope to fix unequal recovery outcomes if we continue to ignore the profound inequities in preparedness and mitigation. Inequity and mitigation must be addressed if we hope to change local recovery inequities. Our Resilience Ready project bridges this exact gap. Historically, because the immediate devastation of the CCU fire heavily impacted District 3 and 5, some have viewed our organization as North County centric. I want to be absolutely clear, our project is a county-wide operation. We are ready to deploy across all 5 supervisorial districts to ensure that wildfire readiness is built equitably throughout Santa Cruz County neighborhoods classified as being in high to very high wildfire hazard zones. We are prioritizing economically vulnerable residents with access and functional needs, which includes seniors wishing to safely age in place, residents living with physical disabilities, families isolated by language barriers, and those facing severe digital access, digital literacy, and transportation challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anya Graziano. I'm California State Director with All Hands and Hearts. I'm here to support a Zone Zero project with the Santa Cruz County Long-Term Recovery Group. For me, it's a full circle. I was here in 2020 delivering meals to the CAL FIRE firefighters, to the evacuees' families, and support them through the recovery. I am also working for over a year right now in Altadena, in Palisades communities. We've done smoke remediation, we've done distribution, we've been supporting communities through their school rebuilds. However, we're talking right now about preparedness. Preparedness is much cheaper than recovery. We know that recovery is not equal, and with the partnerships with the local communities and local agencies, we can prepare communities. We're here to support, and our organization just received Carlo S. Listos grant. We're committed to Santa Cruz. We're gonna bring over $100,000 to support education in all districts. We're also committed to bring over $50,000 to support chainsaw trainings, to bring additional support to the Zone Zero preparation work. So we're here just to simplify the project and get this process going. Just to finalize this, as I have a couple more seconds, this is not just clearing 5 feet next to your house. It's about education, it's about preparedness, it's about being ready for the next fire. And we know it's gonna happen, we don't know when, but we know it's gonna be happening. So I'm gonna finish right here as just to consider the partnership, what we can bring the value as a global disaster response organization to your community as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Paz Padilla. I am the Chief of Programs and Impact for Community Action Board. I'm here in partnership with the Santa Cruz Long-Term Recovery Group to respectfully ask that you reconsider funding for the Resilient Ready Santa Cruz County Zone 0 Equity and Workforce Project, which ranked among the top 10 proposals. As partners in the county's wildfire resilience, workforce development, and environmental protection efforts, we believe that this project addresses a critical gap in our preparedness infrastructure. By focusing on the 0 to 5 foot ember resistant zone, this initiative will provide essential support of some of our most vulnerable residents, including low-income individuals and some of our seniors and individuals with disabilities who may lack the physical and financial resource to comply with new state safety standards. The project will train and certify 40 CABS local day workers as Zone 0 technicians, creating a skilled, fair wage workforce to sustain these specialized mitigation efforts. Day workers, residents already play a vital role in landscaping, construction, and property maintenance that directly impacts fire safety. These trainings would strengthen their experience and establish professional Zone 0 standards for those who need the assistance the most. I respectfully urge you to reinstate and prioritize funding for this project. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Lisette Ponce, Operations Manager for the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County's Davenport Resource Service Center. On behalf of CAB and our partner, the UC Santa Cruz Center of Coastal Climate Resilience, I respectfully ask you to reconsider funding support for the Sol y Tierra Tier 2 proposal, which remains ranked among the top 10 proposals. The communities we serve in Davenport and North County, particularly low-income Latino, Indigenous, farm worker, and unhoused residents, continue to face disproportionate impacts from climate disasters. We saw this during the CZU fires and again during the Pájaro River flood. Yet these communities often have the least access to emergency preparedness and climate adaptation and recovery resources. Farm worker families are especially vulnerable after working through wildfire smoke, extreme heat, and other hazardous conditions because missing work means losing essential income. Language barriers, limited transportation, and a lack of a timely multilingual information for the increased risk during emergencies. Sol y Tierra was created to address these inequities by strengthening climate resilience and ensuring that the community most affected by climate change have access to resources, education, and leadership opportunities. Although our original request was 509, we would be grateful for a reconsideration of 250 partial award. This funding would support targeted, sustainable vision of Sol y Tierra and allow us to continue delivering meaningful community impact. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Supervisor Martinez and members of the board, my name is Sarah Newkirk and I'm the Executive Director of the Land Trust of Santa Cruz County. Something happened to me the other day when I saw the recommended projects list that was published in advance of the COAB's meeting to recommend projects for funding under Measure Q. I scanned the list of projects for grant funding and I thought to myself, what incredible impact this will have. And then I thought to myself, oh my gosh, Measure Q will have this impact every single year. As someone who was involved with Measure Q before it was Measure Q, this was a deeply humbling experience. And it gave me a sense of intense gratitude to live in a community alongside people, other people who value the things that this program supports. I hope that you, honorable supervisors and excellent staff, feel suitably proud of this visionary approach to locally resourcing our water resources, fire resilience, public access, and natural resource projects. I know that this program is the envy of many around the state. I want to express my deep gratitude for the staff and the COAB who share responsibility for administering this program, have done a great job in creating a transparent process for reviewing the proposals under the grant program. This didn't come from nothing. It is the result of a lot of hard work on the part of a lot of people, and the thoughtful approach to selecting projects is evident in the staff report. Overall, I want to articulate the Land Trust's support for the selected projects. Really, the Land Trust supports a lot of the projects that weren't selected also, but the process that was followed to arrive at the list is a rational and defensible one. I hope that the proponents of the projects that did not receive a funding recommendation this year will resubmit to be considered in future years. To reiterate, thank you very much for all of your hard work around this program. I hope you're very proud.
Hello again, Mike Gute speaking for the Sierra Club. You know, the Sierra Club did endorse Measure Q, and we had long discussions with the Land Trust before it went to the ballot. And we're substantially supportive of all the projects that are recommended. But we have, you know, this is a new process, and we expect it to be revised as we go forward. Can't get it right the first time. And we have already gone on the record with the Measure Q board about what we see where there's room for improvement. And let's just make clear that Measure Q legislatively had these 4 purposes: protect drinking water, improve water quality in local rivers, creeks, and groundwater basins. 2, reduce wildfire risk, fund strategic fuel reduction, fire breaks, and forest health projects to protect communities. 3, clean beaches, reduce pollution and runoff into Monterey Bay. And 4, wildlife protection, preserve and restore native habitats and open space. That's the entirety of the legislative mandate. And I appreciate all the projects. I would fund every one of them if I could, but we're not picking on anything. But going forward, we feel like the scoring rubric is deviating from what's really been legislatively approved. And we put in details of that to the board, maybe after the fact. Now we'll send them all to you. I think it's a great thing that there's dedicated money for this stuff. That's why we endorsed it. Getting Sierra Club to endorsement for ballot measures is no easy task. It doesn't happen locally. It's a big deal. And I appreciate all the work that's been done, but we can't expect that we're perfect the first year, and we look forward to working as we go forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and members of the board. Nick Kolobakib, Deputy City Manager and Parks Director for the City of Watsonville. I'm here today to speak in favor of the COAB's Measure Q grant funding recommendations and to fund the Watsonville City Plaza project. I ask is that the Board of Supervisors stay true to the language of the measure and the intent of Measure Q. As required by the measure, the COAB developed and approved a vision plan to meet the needs of the community, and they worked with county staff to create a grant application process and criteria based on the priorities of that plan. This process yielded the funding recommendations that are before you today. In reviewing the scores, it was noted that many of the projects that received the highest scores would serve the Pajaro Valley. This sparked conversations about whether jurisdictions that receive direct Measure Q allocations should be eligible for grant funding, which the language of the measure clearly allows for. It also spurred conversations about a desire to spread funding throughout the county and the differences between geographic versus need-based equity. In this context, we're talking about creating geographic equality, not equity. It's the difference between giving everyone the same size ladder to see over the fence versus the right size ladder that meets their needs. From the start, Measure Q has explicitly prioritized the Pajaro Valley in recognition of historic underinvestment and expressed the commitment to equity throughout the campaign, in the measure's language, in the vision plan, and in the grant application instructions. And to end up with application scores that reflect this and not to honor this prioritization would be to backtrack on this commitment to equity. I also ask that the PV set-aside funds continue to be treated as separate from the countywide competitive scoring dollars, and set-aside minimums are fixed by the Measure Q Act. As a public servant, I understand the importance of listening to and weighing differing opinions to land on decisions that impact the greater good. And I think the COAB took this job very seriously, along with the city staff, the county staff that supported them, as they had robust discussions that ultimately led them to approve the awards based on scoring as the most important and transparent aligned recommendation. Again, I thank you and ask you to approve the recommendation as written for funding for the City Plaza.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and members of the board. I'm Joey Barrero at the City of Watsonville Parks and Community Services Department and District 4 resident, born and raised in Watsonville. I'm also here to speak in favor of the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board's Measure Q grant funding recommendations. Support to disadvantaged communities was the theme throughout the campaign and its measures language. And this was reinforced by the vision plan created by the Citizens Oversight Committee Board. Through the Measure Q campaign, it was promised that 40% of the money would fund county-administered grants to nonprofits or public agencies like the City of Watsonville. The grant program would favor projects that support resilience, the climate change, have matching funds to serve disadvantaged communities. The text of the measure promises that at least $600,000 will be dedicated each to the San Vicente Redwoods and the Pajaro Valley, separate from the pot of grant funding. The Citizens Oversight Committee Board developed and approved a vision plan to guide implementation of Measure Q to ensure the projects funded by the measure are best meeting the needs of the community. The committee also worked with county staff to create the grant application process and criteria based on the priorities of this plan. The COAB approved the funding and recommendations before you today based on the grant review average scores as a determining factor, with the top 6 scoring projects recommended for funding and as the most transparent process, aligned with recommendations, as well as providing them more Pajaro Valley expenditures to honor the equity elements of the vision plan and measure language. I'm here today to respectfully ask the Board of the Supervisors to stay true to the language of Measure Q, stay true to the promises made to the voters, and approve the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board's funding recommendation that includes the Watsonville City Plaza project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Hilda Peralta. I'm a project manager with the Parks and Community Services Department here in Watsonville. Also here to advocate for the City Plaza Revitalization Project and ask that you approve the score recommendation by the COAB and protect the process integrity brought forward. And I'm here to highlight a little bit more about the project. We have secured grant funding for this project as well as Revenue R funds. So this additional funding will serve as gap funding for phase 2. We kicked off construction in phase 1 in May of this year, so just last month. And that includes restoration of our historic gazebo as well as the historic fountain. The funding brought forward in this recommendation will help us complete the full scope of work for phase 2 of this project, which is earmarked to start in November of this year, just as we complete phase 1. So part of the criteria was to support projects that are shovel-ready. This is one of them, and we ask that you protect the integrity of the process that the COAB followed. I sat through the presentation, heard staff's presentation, and think that if in the future you want to add, look at the guidelines, that'll be great. But for now, we ask that you approve the COAB's recommendations and approve the funding for the City Plaza project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and staff. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you put to this. I had the pleasure to witness the May and the June meetings, and I know that it was a lot of hard work. I really appreciate Supervisor De Serpa for being there and see firsthand all the feelings about in the community and also the hard work that the staff put in this work. So my name is Yadira Flores and I am Community Engagement Director with County Park Friends, a nonprofit whose Mesa Village Park Improvement Project was recommended for full funding in the final grant recommendation presented today. We are so excited to move forward on a project that creates more equitable access to parks and outdoor recreation in South County while incorporating environmentally beneficial design features that align with Measure Q vision plan. The first time that I spoke in the Board of Supervisors was back in 2018, and it was non-diversity or it was only white men here. And we have come a long way with a lot of diversity and representation. And that's my hope that we go for the next years with Measure Q. hopefully. Thank you again for all the work that went in this first cycle and for supporting projects that will create long-term benefits for environmental stewardship, recreation, resilience, and public access across Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. My name is Trisha Wiltshire, and I'm also here on behalf of County Park Friends today. And I just am here to take a moment to thank all of you for your hard work that you put into this first round of Measure Q funding, both the COAB, the County Park staff, particularly Claire Peabody for all the work that went into building that first grant program with the criteria that we are all looking at today. Reading through the final recommendations, it's obvious how much care went into trying to create a balanced portfolio that reflects the priorities within the Measure Q vision plan. As a very small nonprofit organization, we're very grateful that our project, Mesa Village Park Improvements, was recommended for full funding because that allows us to implement the project as our community envisioned and as the designers planned. We also recognize that this is a very competitive cycle, which really highlights both the demand and the incredible amount of good work happening throughout the county. We're excited to see the first round of Measure Q investments move forward, and we're grateful to everyone who helped make this process happen. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers in the room, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first caller?
Yes. Alicia, your microphone is now available. Alicia, your microphone is now available. Please accept the unmute to begin making your comment.
Thank you so much. Excuse that. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Alicia Jimenez, and I serve as the Community Schools Leadership Coordinator at PVUSD. I am also a resident of Watsonville. And I just want to say it was wonderful to see the Board of Supervisors at the Pride Parade this past weekend. You stand by your community, and that is beautiful. I am here in support of the Rolling Hills Middle School Recreation Access Project because it represents a smart and responsible use of public funds. PVUSD has already invested approximately $4.2 million through Measure M to modernize the Rolling Hills track and field. Measure Q funding would build on that investment and maximize the value of taxpayers' dollars. The county's evaluation process recognizes the importance of leveraging existing funding, and this project does exactly that. Through a joint use agreement with the city of Watsonville, the facility will provide public access to recreational space that will serve thousands of residents each year. We need that space. I respectfully ask for your support of this project and for investing Measure Q dollars where they can deliver the greatest benefit to our wonderful community. Thank you very much.
Celine, your microphone is now available.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Martinez and supervisors. My name is Dr. Selena Munoz, and I am the principal of Rolling Hills Middle School, speaking on behalf of my students and my school community. I am speaking today because Measure Q promised to address inequities in access to parks, recreation, and community spaces. The Pajaro Valley set-aside exists because voters recognize that South County has experienced decades of underinvestment compared to other parts of Santa Cruz County. The county staff report specifically states the South County project scored highly because the Measure Q criteria were intentionally designed to address historic underinvestment in Pajaro Valley. In other words, the outcome we're seeing is not a flaw in the process. It is evidence that the process worked exactly as intended. Projects like the Rolling Hills Recreation Access Project and the Watsonville City Plaza Revitalization Project represent different approaches to the same goal, expanding access to safe, welcoming public spaces for Pajaro Valley residents. One creates access to recreation and youth sports. The other strengthens a historic civic gathering space in the heart of Watsonville. The board does not need to choose between equity and impact. These projects demonstrate both. And today I respectfully ask that you fund the Rolling Hills project and continue supporting Pajaro Valley investments that reflect the promises made to voters through Measure Q. Thank you very much.
Lori, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lori Egan. I am the Executive Director of the Coastal Watershed Council, and apologies, I couldn't be there in person as I'm a bit under the weather. But CWC's River Stewards program has been recommended for funding under Tier 1, and it is an equity-driven, multi-benefit program engaging people experiencing homelessness and caring for the San Lorenzo River. And it meets Measure Q goals by enhancing watershed health, habitat protection, coastal protection, and community resilience. I want to share appreciation for the staff and the COAB for their efforts to run an impactful, transparent, and competitive grant program. Staff were incredibly responsive to technical questions from applicants throughout the grant process, as well as the COAB's feedback to bring you the recommendations in front of you today. The Tier 1 recommendations were approved unanimously by the COAB, and we hope you will support those today too. Thank you.
Brooke, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brooke Sampson, and I'm the Development and Communications Director with Watsonville Wetlands Watch. Our Pajaro Valley Watershed Stewardship, Habitat Restoration, and Outdoor Access and Equity Project was the top-ranked Tier 2 proposal and has been recommended for full funding. We are so grateful to the voters and the county staff and COAB members for this opportunity. We will be working across 3 locations in Watsonville to implement riparian habitat restoration, multi-benefit school greening, and wetland trail enhancement and habitat protection. We're going to be working in collaboration with Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency and the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. And these projects are guided by completed community input plans. We have 35 years of experience conducting community-centered environmental restoration in Pajaro Valley, and we are leveraging match funding and community volunteer programs and providing hands-on workforce development, job training for young adults as well. I'm also here to speak to you as the district, one of the District 4 commissioners on your Santa Cruz Fish and Wildlife Advisory Commission. And on behalf of the commission, I would like to provide you, Board of Supervisors, with information and recommendations pertaining to your consideration of Measure Q funding recommendations. As you proceed with discussions on this topic, it's highly recommended you take action and uphold your duty to protect the county's fish and wildlife by funding projects that equitably address the health and habitat of local fish and wildlife populations throughout Santa Cruz County when considering eligible conservation, restoration, and stewardship projects. Under Measure Q, priority is to be given to multi-benefit projects that address critical environmental needs. Thank you.
Kayleen, your microphone is now available. Kayleen, we're not able to hear you. If you could please try muting and unmuting yourself again.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, now we are.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Martinez and members of the board. My name is Kayleen Regoza, and I am a parent as well as a youth team manager and resident here of Watsonville. I want to speak to you regarding the project here at Rolling Hills Middle School and what this project means for families. For many of our families, Watsonville and throughout Pajaro Valley school fields are our parks. They are where our children play sports, where families gather on weekends, and where communities come together. The modernization at Rolling Hills Middle School field is already happening. What this funding would help is the final piece needed to make the facility truly functional for our community use. A permanent ADA accessible restroom is where that would help. Without it, families cannot comfortably stay for practices, games, tournaments, and community events. We often talk about public spaces as if they only mean parks, but public spaces come in many forms. The Watsonville City Plaza serves as a gathering place in our downtown, while Rolling Hills will serve as a gathering place for youth sports, recreation, and families. Together, they will help create the community infrastructure that South County truly deserves. The Rolling Hills project is expected to serve more than 16,000 people each year. So please support this project and help ensure Pajaro Valley families have the same quality recreation opportunities available elsewhere in the county. Thank you.
Allison, your microphone's now available.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Allison Izawa. I am the assistant principal at Rolling Hills Middle School. I support funding of the Rolling Hills Middle School Recreation Access Projects. Pajaro Valley families face barriers to accessing parks and recreation amenities. School facilities often serve as the most accessible and practical public green spaces for neighborhood residents. The Rolling Hills project directly advances Measure Q's parks, recreation, access, and equity goals by opening a modernized school facility to broader community use through a joint use partnership. In addition, Rolling Hills Middle School has the largest softball facility in the county with 4 fields serving students 5 to 18. And adding a public restroom opportunity would allow the PB Gals organization to thrive and allow the facility to truly be what is needed in the South County and bring equity to the South County as well in terms of not only athletics, but athletics for our young female athletes. So thank you very much.
Call-in user 915, your microphone is now available.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Becky Steinbrunner. I am just noting that there are not many projects that address wildfire risk reduction in these awards. And that was a big part of this Measure Q going to the voters. It addressed wildfire. So I, in the future, ask that there be more projects that address reducing wildfire risk. I also want to address the process. On behalf of Monty Toyon Camp and United Camps conferences and retreats, I submitted a grant application that would do wildfire risk reduction in the Aptos Creek area. It would have protected Monty Toyon Camp, Soquel Creek Water District infrastructure, and provided a buffer between Nisene Mark State Park and the Redwood Drive Cathedral community at large. I received no information at all after I submitted the application, and I submitted it through the proper channels. It was timely submitted, and I received no feedback. So in the future, if there are problems with an application, it seemed very vague. Specific information was not required, to my surprise. So in the future, I think there needs to be better communication between the applicants and to encourage people like myself. I have managed a large grant with CAL FIRE and the Fire Safe Council in my community in the past, so I know what it takes. But encourage people like myself who are not professional grant writers like many of the organizations you're hearing from today, to be able to apply for relatively small amounts of money that can make huge differences, especially for wildfire protection in our communities. I
Thank
also
you.
want to thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now close public comment and return to the board for discussion and a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start by really appreciating the process around this funding allocation. I found it to be extremely transparent, and I think it's something that should be modeled and that we should look to as we continue moving through the core process. I mean, the fact that we could see the scores, we could read the applications. I mean, I actually was looking at the description by staff and being able to dive into the application and really get a better sense of what the application was actually for helped me to understand how the funding was going to be used. And so just by having access to that, it really does improve clarity in our ability to make sound and informed decisions. I want to start by saying that I personally am in agreement with the Tier 1 recommendations and actually overwhelmingly in agreement with the staff recommendations that were presented prior to the COAB making their recommendations. I do share some concern with the public that we are not investing a lot in wildfire resilience, and I do think that, we need to think in terms of equity about, what that actually means when it comes to wildfire resilience. For a lot of folks, if you're low income and you're living in the high fire risk area and you lose your home to a fire, which we've seen in my district in the last fires, many people are underinsured, which makes it really challenging to rebuild. And we need to be thinking about that as it pertains to our low income residents, because if they can't rebuild or if they are underinsured, they're gonna have less money likely to rebuild as well, meaning that they're gonna be likely pushed out of our community. And so I think that in that spirit of Measure Q, I would really like to see us putting more towards wildfire resiliency. And I did just want to ask, Dave, maybe if you could comment on some of the information you shared with us at our fire preparedness meeting about a designation we might be receiving from the state regarding a lot of the efforts we've made towards becoming more wildfire resilient.
Sure. So CDI led an application to the Board of Forestry. Actually, Supervisor Koenig raised this in an application cycle a couple of years back. But we're being considered later this month to be on the wildfire risk reduction community list. If the Board of Forestry adopts that list, we would be put on there starting July 1. Being designated as a wildfire risk reduction community gives us both what they can describe as priority in future CAL FIRE grant cycles for risk reduction efforts, as well as, and I'm trying to get clarity from both the State Insurance Commissioner's Office as well as others, there is a potential for reduction of premiums for those folks, their fire insurance. So it's a really big deal. And we're hopeful that the Board of Forestry will put us on that list, and we look forward to the benefits therein.
Thanks. And I think I really want to bring that up because, as we look at the Zone 0 resilience ready item, this is going to continue to help people who live in our communities meet those Zone 0 requirements. And as we continue to become more of a fire resilient community, that's going to bring people's costs down in terms of their insurance. It's going to keep them on insurance. And that's something that everybody's being faced with right now. And we know that our low income residents are being impacted the most by getting dropped by their insurance and having to get on the FAIR plan. And so I really think it's critical that we keep that funding in for the long-term recovery group. As far as the funding for the bathrooms at the Rolling Hills track, while I appreciate the effort and interest in wanting to move that forward, and I will say this from an equity standpoint, as someone who goes and runs on Santa Cruz High School's track, they have porta potties, and everybody who goes down to the track, uses the porta potties, and I think that while it's a good project, in terms of our priorities, should we be prioritizing putting in a bathroom at a track that many people might not have access to, versus increasing our resiliency to wildfire and bringing down everyone's potential insurance costs? I think that really, the wildfire resiliency really needs to be prioritized. I do also just want to highlight, in terms of the Tier 2 funding, the total amount is $2,473,103. And of that, about $1,054,500 is going towards projects in the Pajaro Valley. And I think that really shows that staff, when taking into account how much money we were going to put into Pajaro and stay committed to what we said we were going to do, that demonstrates that a little less than half of all the money that we're discussing today is going to Pajaro and to South County. And so I just wanted to make sure that's clear, because the recommendation from the COAB increases that, but at the expense of us really trying to support some of the programs that benefit all residents countywide. And so, you know, I think I want to appreciate the COAB and all the work that they did to get us to this point. I know that it was difficult decisions to be made, but I think today I'm going to start by just moving the recommended actions and that the board fund the projects in Table 4. And I also will say, I know that there's maybe some interest in the $60,000 for the Type 6 engine, and we'll see the conversation, but I would also be supportive of staff's recommendation to reduce the Rural Land Assistance Program project by $20,000, the Mesa Village project by $20,000, and the Resilience Ready Santa Cruz County project by $20,000 to meet that $60,000. But I'm not going to put that in the motion right now. I'll just leave it clean as is, that we fund the projects in Table 4 and move the other recommended actions.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. Continue a discussion on the motion. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I would generally echo the comments of some of my colleagues here, including Supervisor Cummings, that I think that with these awards, we really need to underscore disaster preparedness, particularly because with some of the specific district allocations, including the counties or the cities, we're seeing that money go to parks and really build critical facilities there. But to me, that means that we need to focus the grant money that much more heavily on disaster preparedness, and that means fire and flood. I think this Measure Q really passed to solve the problem we saw with the CZU fire and the 2023 Pajaro floods. For me, one of the scariest days of my life was waking up on August 17th when you could not see the sun and the sky was filled with smoke. And one of the second scariest days in my life was actually in August of 2023. I happened to be in Paso, but there was another dry lightning storm. And realizing that this lightning storm that caused CZU, while it might have been new in 2020, was not new in 2023, and that this is actually a pattern of weather, of remnant monsoons pushing up into our area that we need to be prepared for. And I think what's incumbent upon this board is to make sure, not if, but when that dry lightning storm hits, and we have multiple ignition sites throughout the county in difficult to reach places, we have done absolutely everything we can to reduce the spread of those fires. And so for me, the biggest issue I see with the recommendations that the COAB approved were that 2 out of the 3 projects for Santa Cruz Fire Department are not funded, and that 2 out of the 3 major projects for fire risk reduction were not funded. I mean, there was $60,000 for one of them, but it was asking for more like $400,000, so it was sort of a token amount. So my biggest priority is to see really all of the 3 fire implementation grants funded, and ideally the 3 Santa Cruz County Fire Department applications funded as well. So, you know, I think that we're still working within the parameters that respect the process. I mean, we're still talking about the top 10 applications for both Tier 1 and Tier 2 that came out of this process, either way. So I have to look here at, I mean, also, as we heard, I think one of the things I really like about the Resilience Ready Santa Cruz County Zone 0 Equity and Workforce Project and the Wildfire and Ecology Resilience via Beneficial Fire Project is both of them are countywide. It's not just reducing fire risk in the San Lorenzo Valley, for example. I mean, the Beneficial Fire Project also does a prescribed burn at Star Ranch in the Pajaro Valley. And the Zone 0 Equity and Workforce Project is really, you know, area agnostic. It's the 100 homes, and it also prepares a workforce. So I guess I would offer a substitute motion that accomplishes this by going to moving the recommended actions with the following funding allocations from the May 6th preliminary grant funding recommendations. And so for my colleagues, I think we all have computers here, or you could pull it up on the screen. The preliminary grant recommendations from May 6th would be the Tier 1 Scenario A awards and the Tier 2 Scenario B awards. And then I believe we could make additional awards totaling about $100,000, since those are both the lowest cost groups. I think, can you access the internet from one of these massive monitors?
Right now. We'll see if we can work with the clerk of the board on trying to pull that information up. We didn't have that at the ready.
Okay. And then with the remaining $100,000, I would recommend $10,000 for the Las Cumbres Shaded Fuel Break Project, $60,000 to fully fund the Rural Lands Assistance Program pilot by the RCD, and $30,000 to the PVUSD Rolling Hills Track and Field application.
It may be beneficial if there are other comments. We will try and pull up that information, but we don't have it at the ready. Apologize.
Thank you. So we have a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
I'll second that.
You have a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. So we are now hearing deliberation on the substitute motion, which, to be perfectly honest, I haven't fully digested yet as I pull up the documents. So with that, it may be helpful to hear some discussion on these topics. So I'll start with Supervisor Hernandez, and in the meantime, perhaps we can get something up on the screen that we can all look at. Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez.
So before we get ahead of ourselves, I do have some questions. I wanted to say, you did mention that there is some state money for fire resiliency. Is there any other state money from like different sources, Cal OES, Cal Fire, CCC, any other sources that we can find?
For wildfire risk reduction?
Yes.
Yes, there are. Actually, we were just in a meeting with the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network, and I think some of the Prop 4 funding that is going to go to wildfire risk reduction is going through the Department of Conservation, I believe. But there is essentially there's some Prop 4 funding that's earmarked for wildfire risk reduction in addition to traditional CAL FIRE funding sources. And then, as I had mentioned in prior meetings, the Building Resilient Infrastructure Community grant from FEMA appears to be alive again, and that may bring additional funding for wildfire risk reduction.
And some of the folks on public comment were mentioning about other projects that didn't get funded. I wanted to ask maybe our CDI director is there any kind of funding for the climate adaptation project, Sol y Tierra, from different sources, say solid waste, waste management division, or any other division, pitch-in project that's, you know, supposed to come closer to home?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, Matt Machado, CDI Director. We could certainly take a look at that. I'm not sure that litter abatement and some of our solid waste goals completely align, but might be worth a conversation. I know that you mentioned the pitch-in, which we've gotten a combination of some grant funds, and those funds are really tightly programmed to do volunteer cleanups and things like that. So I don't know, maybe I need to learn more about the project details and some of those training needs. Maybe there's a volunteer opportunity in there. I'm not sure the funding side would align perfectly, but if there was a volunteer component where we could work with Community Action Board to get people engaged on that side of it, that could be an opportunity. I think the other programs in solid waste are pretty fully implemented, and we're pretty engaged on those. But like I said, it might be worth a conversation. So maybe offline we can look at that program and see if there's other opportunities within our purview.
And I guess, as some of the folks are mentioning in public comment, you know, it isn't 100% absolutely, you know, right that we got it this time, but I think in the future, it'd be good to look at sort of individually, right? Water quality, wildfire resilience, habitat protection, and equitable parks access in Santa Cruz County as part of, somehow making it part of the rubric that we address each one of those items in selecting these grants. I do agree with that with Supervisor Cummings that we do look at that in the future. But for me, right now, I think it's difficult for me to see Mesa lose any funding because it is the only project in District 4 in the unincorporated area. And it's a park that has a huge, tremendous population that lives there, but that park has not been addressed. There's potholes in the grass and dilapidated, stinky bathrooms, and it has, the equipment there is old and obsolete. So it'd be difficult for me to support, any less funding for that project. We do have the master plan that's been, we've been working on for that park. And it's, ready to get started. We just need the funding. I think when it comes to the park, the bathrooms at Rolling Hills, a lot of people use that park. And I know this because it's something we started when I was there. We have these MOUs with the school district that opens up these schools as public spaces, as open parks that everybody in the city can use. But when you have, when there's no bathrooms there, it makes it difficult, especially on weekends. And so I think that that's an important, valuable asset to our community as well. I'm satisfied with both staff and COAB members' outcomes, but I'm especially satisfied when they're both synthesized, the outcome of that. We here as board members are the ones that gave the direction and parameters for the COAB to do their work. And I'm completely content with their work and their scoring, given the criteria that we prioritized, that we had prioritized here on this dais. And for me, we always talk about equity. We talk about it, we write about it in our strategic plan a lot. But what we have here, this outcome that we have from the COAB is equity in practice. Equity in practice. And I have to say that, equity does not mean equality, because that means just status quo. Equity means supporting the marginalized. And I think that South County has been historically and disproportionately disinvested and disenfranchised for decades. So that's why I agree with the COAB's outcomes and their scoring that they did. And I'd support only the recommendation that we have before us.
Thank you for that. Maybe I'll just share a couple of my comments and then we'll revisit the motion here. I appreciate the motion on the floor, and as I'm starting to get my head around it, there's quite a bit about it that I like, so I'm happy to continue in the dialogue on that. I share, the reason I seconded the first motion is that I share the perspective that we went to the voters asking for a more resilient community, that we had been faced a number of disasters, and environmental resiliency is something that our community is asking for. And that I felt like the staff recommendations, but also closely aligned with this motion on the floor, is getting us closer to getting to some of the backlog of potentially life-saving projects that stimulated the passage of this motion. I think this whole list are good projects. They're all great projects. And fortunately, we have we have years ahead of us to continue to fund good projects. But right now, I'm really looking at that backlog that helps to protect life and property. And there's a number of them on this list that'll get it there. I'm also deeply in support of the Pajaro Valley getting, more than half of the funds, which is where we're at. I think every one of us agrees that there has been a historic disinvestment in the South County region. And, I will continue to advocate to right-size that. And I think this structure does that in so many ways. So I'm not, I have no heartburn in the fact that the Pajaro Valley has a set aside and is getting funds on top of that set aside. That is completely something that I'm supportive of. A couple projects that I really care deeply about, I think I'll just be transparent about it, is, one of the things that I was losing sleep over as we issued the RFP was that I was having smaller community groups, Firewise neighborhoods, reach out to me and say, there's no way we can access these funds. We don't have a 501c3, we don't have a grant writer, like it's just so out of our ability. And to utilize public funds, there are a number of requirements that organizations have to meet. And so that's where the RCD stepped forward and put together their Rural Lands Assistance Program pilot, which will really serve as a gateway to support neighborhoods and residents in building resiliency in their communities. And so I'm, very supportive of that sort of bridge that hopefully will get these dollars into hands of people who need them, but maybe didn't have the infrastructure or capacity to do so. And additionally, the Resilience Ready project addressing the Zone Zero equity countywide. I mean, I think that one of the things I hear about most is the loss of home insurance and really, fear around how homeowners or residents are going to address the Zone Zero requirements that are coming down. So I really do appreciate that project, and I think that both first motion and second motion get us closer to funding that as well. So I appreciate that. So with that, I think I might ask Supervisor Koenig to go ahead and repeat your motion, make sure we're on the same page. And I'll just note that what I'm seeing now is that things that seem to be moving in your motion are related to projects that are in Pajaro Valley. And so it might be good to hear from those representatives kind of where they would prioritize, since those projects are moving around. The money's still there, but they might be going from one bucket to the next.
Right, yeah, I think that's one of the benefits of working within the framework of the different scenarios, is that the PV set aside is still accounted for. But to reiterate the motion is for the recommended actions with the allocations of Tier 1 Scenario A and Tier 2 Scenario B. And if you look at the top line for both of those, they are actually the lowest cost of each of the options, and that means that you've got about another $100,000 to work with. I will say also the benefit of, or my thinking behind Tier 1 Scenario A and Tier 2 Scenario B is that it really fully or largely funds all of the major fire projects. So all three of the Santa Cruz County Fire Department projects, and then within the community impact projects, the Rural Lands Assistance Program pilot by the RCD, the Resilience Ready Santa Cruz County Zone Zero Equity and Workforce project, and the Wildfire and Ecology Resilience via Beneficial Fire project. And then I moved an additional, with the $100,000 remaining, $10,000 to the Las Cumbres Shaded Fuel Break project and the Tier 1 projects, $60,000 to actually fully fund the Rural Lands Assistance Program pilot for the RCD, because you can see Scenario B only gives it 282 instead of the 342,000 that was asked. And then $30,000 to the PVUSD Rolling Hills track and field application. And then just to say how I think that's different than the other motion made by Supervisor Cummings. The main thing there is I see that looking at Table 4 does not fund the Wildfire and Ecology Resilience via Beneficial Fire project, or within the Tier 1 grants, the strategic water supply enhancements by the Santa Cruz County Fire Department.
Well, I'm not necessarily comfortable with that, because it leaves Tier 1 with really nothing from District 4. And then it takes away 2 of them from District 4, only leaving one project in South County.
I mean, everything
And
that has
it eliminates the, it leaves Mesa, but it eliminates the PVUSD Rolling Hills project and the Watsonville City Plaza project.
Right, I mean, to be fair, everything with
Leaving only one.
No, everything with a PV next to it is within the Pajaro Valley. So Pajaro Valley Watershed Stewardship, the Mesa Village Park Phase Project, Phase 1, and the Pajaro River Bridge to Bay and College Lake. In addition, the larger fire grants for Zone 0 equity and workforce and ecology resilience via beneficial fire. I mean, Star Ranch is in the Pajaro Valley. That's one of the 3 major prescribed burn sites in that grant.
But it leaves 2 of the biggest projects out, the ones that everybody here has spoken about.
Supervisor, one clarifying question with the motion. When we are looking at the math, we're seeing before the allocations to fully fund the rural lands project of 60,000, that we were short 68, like that we had 68,000. So you're coming up with an additional 30,000 that we're not tracking in the 2.74 total. So we may just need the flexibility with the stated intent that you want to fully fund the rural lands program, that any available remaining funds would go to the Rolling Hills track in your motion, but I'm not tracking, or we're not tracking that that's a total of 30,000. Gotcha. So if you're comfortable with that adjustment, we're tracking what you're proposing. And just to restate it for the clerk and just for purposes, scenario A, as presented with an additional 10,000 to the Las Cumbres project. Scenario B in tier 2, fully funding the Rural Lands Assistance Pilot Project and any available additional funds going to the track. Is
that's amenable to me as the maker of the motion, if it's amenable to the second.
Yeah, Supervisor DeSerpa, can I call on you next?
Sure. You know, I have a heavy heart on this. These allocations are hard. Even though it's a privilege to do them, it is really hard. I am very, very concerned about wildfire. We also have, you know, and I'm going to say this for next time, we also have a mid-county groundwater agency where we're trying to preserve our groundwater for safe drinking water in the future. And I think in the future, they should apply. We have a lot of water agencies in the region all over the county that are hurting. And so this is not an easy decision for me. I mean, I love Watsonville. If you go down there any weekend, you see families, a lot of families there together using that space, enjoying their weekend or in particular, their Sunday, because most of those families work Saturdays too. So I do feel badly. I mean, one of the things, Supervisor Hernandez, is that you and I both have discretionary Measure Q money. Felipe? So potentially you and I should talk, and maybe we can coordinate on ways we can help in some of these areas. The other thing is the county has its own pot of money, and I don't know if our CEO would like to talk about, I don't know if you and your staff have talked about it, the intended use of the money that you have.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor DeSerpa, for bringing that up. We're going to be coming back to the board in after the recess to start talking about the county's allocation and the process for figuring out how we want to allocate those funds. So we have discussed there is potential to use some of those on these projects depending on what the priorities are of the board and what doesn't get funded today. So for instance, you know, county fire at one point based on the COAB recommendation we were talking about, well, could we fund some of the county fire asks out of the county allocation? So I think depending on what the board does today, we'll consider what's left and think about, you know, what might be a recommendation for the county's funding. And Mr. Reed might have additional comments as well.
Sure, just I think it's important to recognize that the county's direct allocation is by statute only for unincorporated county. So from a context standpoint, in the alternate motion as presented, the two projects of the Watsonville City Plaza and the PVUSD track would not be eligible because they're both inside the city limits of the city of Santa Cruz unless council has a different read on that. So just wanted to make that clear in terms of what types of eligible projects on this list, but even deeper beyond the top 10 might be eligible. There are certainly projects that applied that would be eligible for that direct allocation.
Supervisor Hernandez.
You know, I just wanted to bring up that, again, that when we talk about equity, you know, every district has their pot of money that can be used for their own personal projects. And it becomes non-equitable once we have to use that for things that didn't get funded through this process that was supposed to be equitable. We gave the COAB the criteria, the parameters, and they came up something that was equitable, both staff and the COAB members. And what I see Supervisor Koenig's motion is basically taking the direction that we've given, seeing that equity has become practice now, and we're basically doing this to it because we don't like what we see. But that's what equity is. It's not just equality, it's making sure that we raise up the marginalized communities. It's making sure that we invest in the disenfranchised communities. And today, the direction we're going, we're completely steering away from that. And I just want to make sure that people know that here, that's on the board. It's good to have it on the strategic plan, talking about equity. It's good to talk about it, but we have it here in practice. And like I said, we're just tearing that piece of paper up that we gave the COAB, you know, the responsibility to come up with something, and staff as well. And we're just ignoring it. So I'm not satisfied with the direction this is going in.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight something from what's recommended in Table 4, the Tier 1 allocations. So on the one hand, so there's two options that I think may be, you know, amenable, which is, you know, in terms of the truck trail emergency response navigation proposal by county parks, or sorry, by county fire, that's for $6,000, which is a very low amount. Additionally, the strategic water supply enhancements, which I 100% support, is $29,000. That's a very low amount. If each of our offices gave $7,000 out of our Measure Q funds, that would fund both of those projects. So I think that's something worth us considering. And when this comes back to us in August, we, at that time, can recommend, or even today, recommend that these projects be included in our county allocations because these are, and they serve the people unincorporated, and it's a really low amount when we look at the grand scheme of things. And so I think if we were to pass Tier 1 from Table 4 that's presented in our agenda packet today, we would be able to, you know, fund pretty much everything that's in Table A and maintain the funding for the accessible park experience for people who are blind and visually impaired, and we'd also be able to sustain the funding for Black Surf Santa Cruz, which both programs are which serve very underserved populations and people who historically have not had access to outdoors and the environment. And then, you know, looking to some of the other projects, because I do, you know, am supportive of maintaining the Watsonville revitalization and the watershed stewards down in South County. But then also, you know, just want us to remember, I mean, we have $200,000 each office gets through Measure K, which is supposed to support projects that are for the outdoors and the environment and access. And on top of that, you know, we get 100,000 for Measure Q. And so I think that, you know, even for the Mesa Village Park Phase 1, you know, if we reduce that by 100,000, that, you know, Supervisor Hernandez could use some of his discretionary funds potentially to help backfill some of that and put more of that into the wildfire and ecology resilience. Or if we took money from our discretionary funds to put in that, I mean, that's an opportunity as well for us to maintain what's on our current list and provide some funding for these programs. And again, if we wanted to make, you know, reductions, if we look at the tier 2 list that was presented initially by staff, two of those projects are like a fraction of what they applied for, and the rural lands assistance only had a minor reduction. So I think we do also have an opportunity today to reduce some of these other programs. You know, for example, the rural lands assistance, we can reduce that. I mean, if we reduce each of those programs by 50K and maybe, you know, the resilience ready by 90K, I mean, that could also get us, you know, more funding for the wildfire and ecology resilience. And so I'm wondering if that might be a strategy that we can implement in terms of making some reductions, because all the staff recommended projects in tier 2 for the general funding had reductions made. And so if we can reduce some of those even further for the ones who got full funding and put that towards the wildfire ecology resilience, we'd be able to maintain some of the COAB's recommendations and also be able to provide more funding for wildfire. So I'd be willing to, you know, if we are interested in doing that, I mean, I can do some quick math to see how much we can get from those different programs. Maybe it's 50K from the rural lands assistance, 50,000 from Mesa Village, and 90,000 from the local long-term recovery group, which would give us about, you know, 190,000, so almost 200,000 for the wildfire ecology resistance. I mean, that'll get us moving in a direction, understanding that, you know, some of these projects are gonna come back. We're gonna have another round of this next year. So it's not like, you know, this is one-time funding. We're never gonna make these decisions again. These projects will never get funded. So just, you know, hope that we can try to, you know, continue to support some of the good projects that are happening in South County and just make adjustments like the staff has already done to help fund what I think is really important to us, which is wildfire resilience.
Thank you for that. Do you mind if I ask a question? I have a question for the folks from the city of Watsonville who are here. You have a Measure Q allocation, correct? Do you know what that has been used for? I know it's not part of this grant program, so it's totally separate, but just since the current motion on the table doesn't have the city plaza, I'm just curious.
Correct, yeah, I can help speak to that. So our council has held back on directly as of yet. Our finance director and our council has been really concerned about the potential measure on the November ballot that may nullify Measure Q retroactively, so we've kind of hesitated to officially designate those dollars as of yet. But I mean, sitting as a parks director, you know, the projects that we've got kind of lined up, at least in conversation, are to help support the project under Tier 1, which was submitted by county parks to help figure out kind of the next steps for water quality for Pinto Lake. So there's some funds that have been talked about being used to help support that project. We're in the middle of a giant renovation project at Ramsey Park right now, and so we're potentially going to use some of those funds as gap funding to get us to the finish line for that project. And then whatever is remaining could potentially be used for the city plaza after that. We've got about a little over $600,000 in kind of a shortfall for that project right now. And so the thought is to use some of the direct allocation funding along with whatever we might receive from this grant application process to get us to the finish line for that project.
That's helpful, thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot, but you did a great job with that answer. So what we have is a motion on the floor and a second, and then some potential changes to the original motion. What I'm seeing is that they're kind of getting at the same thing. You know, one starting from one place and decreasing, and the other one starting a different place and increasing. So I welcome anybody who wants to do some math and come up with a.
Well, before we do the math, I just want to say that I'd be comfortable with some of the higher funded projects to pulling the 50,000, not the smaller ones. You know, the portion of 279 for Mesa Village Phase 1 is only Phase 1. It's a $1.5 million project. So it's not even close to doing the complete, everything that we have on the master plan for it. It's just a very small portion to get the first phase going so that we can get to the next level. That's why I'm not comfortable removing anything from Mesa Village. But I am comfortable with everything else that Supervisor Cummings said, and I'd gladly support it in a motion to have funding for all of them, but maybe cut the 50,000, use some of our own discretionary money for some of the fires, the 6,000 and the roads, what was it, the 2 projects that you mentioned. But I think it's imperative that we keep the full funding because for phase 1 of Mesa Village Park, because it is the very first phase, we still got to raise another $1.5 million for that project. And it's not going to come from COAB, so we have to work on that. To lose more money on that would really hinder our first phase that is actually what gets us there to get the funding. So I don't know if they do math or nothing. Or anything.
Here, let me have the maker of the motion make a comment to see where we're at, and then Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, so just to comment on some of the discussion, I think, I mean, it is true that with the Tier 1 grants, I mean, all of our discretionary district allocations are enough to help, correct for anything that we see as insufficient in those allocations, and that's true for all of them. For the Tier 2 grants, I mean, those are large, and so part of my reasoning behind the geographic balance approach, which funds all of the major fire projects, which are all really countywide projects, is that those are the investments that make sense for us to make collectively, because they're all countywide projects that are going to support fire risk reduction. And I think that really, if anything, just you doing the Tier 1 scenario A projects on top of those allow us to come out of here saying that we have invested these Measure Q dollars. We're making a massive investment in fire risk reduction with the Measure Q dollars. And I think that is great headline that our entire community can be proud of. And then individually, as I said, we can all look for how to rebalance with specific allocations we think will make it even better. So motion stands as made and sort of corrected understanding by staff. I would suggest that we call the question.
Okay, you called the question, thank you. Before that, I am going to go back to Supervisor Cummings for a moment.
Yeah, I was going to say for the Mesa Village Park Phase 1, what I'm trying to get at here is that with the Tier 2, just to respond to Supervisor Hernandez's comments, but with the Tier 2, there are already projects that are being recommended that have reduced funding. If all these projects take a reduction, that can get us some funding for the Wildfire Ecology Resilience and Beneficial Fire Program. That isn't 100%, but at the end of the day, all of those projects in that tier will not be at 100% of what they ask for. And as somebody who has worked in the nonprofit world, oftentimes people ask for as much money as they can get, and sometimes you don't get all that, and you try to do the best of what you have. But the fact of the matter is that I'll reemphasize is we get $300,000 in Measure Q and Measure K funding. Taking 50 of that from your office, if that's a priority to put in that Mesa Park Village, I mean, I think that's a good investment, And so by making these reductions to the general Tier 2 funds today, I feel like it's an opportunity for us to get some funding into the Wildfire and Ecology Resilience Fire Program. And, I'm sure people will be coming to us asking us to backfill, but it's a start. It's going to help these programs get going. It's not going to be 100% because obviously we don't have all the money in the world, but I think that, it could be an opportunity for us to make progress today and to signal to our community that we care about diversity, we care about South County projects, we care about wildfire resiliency. We wish we had more, but this is our first year.
Most of my discretionary and Measure Q is going to both Mesa Village and Valle de Pájaro Park. Practically all of it is going towards that.
Supervisor Cummings, can I suggest, is there something specific that you're trying to get at in the motion that's on the floor that you could do a friendly amendment on the motion on the floor?
That'd be tough. I mean, one of the things that I noticed in that motion is that we eliminate the funding for the accessible parks experience with blind and visually impaired. We eliminate the funding for Black Surf Santa Cruz, and those are two programs that fund historically and to this day underserved and marginalized communities. I mean, we don't have, like, a few times I went surfing back in the day, sometimes I'm the only Black person in the water. You know, we think about blind people and giving them greater access to the outdoors. We don't have many programs that do that. And I feel like, yes, we want to invest in wildfire resiliency, but we do want to invest in equitable programs as well. We're putting a lot specifically into Pajaro Valley, which is great because that's an underserved community, but we also have to think about underserved populations. And when we think about Black Surf Santa Cruz and we think about the program that's described here to help blind and visually impaired people, this is something that can actually help an underserved population in our community, that the elimination which would, you know, not be equitable.
And so for me, what I'm hearing, Supervisor Cummings, is that what's most important to you is the Tier 1 staff recommendations, which is on table 4. And then recommending that the supervisors backfill the Santa Cruz Fire truck trail and the
water supply.
And the water supply with our own Measure Q funds.
That, or we have that conversation in August when we have the county
Got
allocation.
it, right. And that could be a potential friendly amendment to your motion, and then Measure 2 of your motion, this number 2 of his motion, sorry, Tier 2 of his motion remains the same? Is that where you're at?
Well, Tier 2, I think, of his motion.
Which one was it for Tier 2, you said? Staff?
It's this scenario B, Tier 2.
I'm understanding that there was additional direction compared to what we're seeing on the screen for scenario B, Tier 2, to fully fund the RCD's Rural Lands Assistance Program. Is that correct?
That's correct. In addition to 10,000 for Los Cumbres Shaded Fuel Break Project in Tier 1, and the remainder going to the PVUSD Rolling Hills Track and Field Project.
And I think what happens there is we'd eliminate the funding for the Watsonville Plaza.
That's the motion on the floor, yeah.
Yeah,
But it
that's my
does
concern.
get to fully funding the Wildfire Ecology Resilience Beneficial Fire Project. So I'm just asking your.
I think that's more
comfort on
equality than equity in my book.
That's why with the recommendation that I was trying to make was that, you know, all of these projects in Tier 2 have taken a hit. If all of them take a hit, then that will allow us to provide them with a substantial amount of partial funding. It will maintain the Watsonville Plaza, which already they requested 600,000. We're giving them 275. The watershed stewards is the only one that's left that's actually going to be getting the full allocation. And we could, you know, reduce that by 50,000 as well or more, and we could put that towards the prescribed burn. So, you know, I'm just like, what I am looking at is an equitable approach to funding these. And if they all take a hit and we put some into the wildfire and ecology resilience, then they won't all have gotten all of their funding, but they will have gotten a lot of funding that will help them go a long way in terms of their delivery.
Got it. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor in a second. Are we ready to call the question? All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Doesn't include what Justin just said, right?
We're voting on Supervisor Koenig's motion.
And for the sake of the record, I'm recording that the motion that we're taking a vote on was moved by Supervisor Koenig, seconded by Supervisor DeSerpa, and that it outlines approving Tier 1 funding under Scenario A with the additional direction to fund $10,000 to the Las Cumbres project. And then in Tier 2, Scenario B, fully funding the $60,000 for the Rural Lands RCD project, and then allocating any remaining available funds to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Rolling Hills project.
Correct. Which we estimate to be approximately $8,000.
Okay.
And the Mesa Village? Nothing?
Mesa Village is proposed to have
Plaza.
Nothing for the Watsonville Plaza as I'm tracking the motion.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
No.
Cummings.
No. No.
And Martinez.
No. Motion fails 2-3. Supervisor Cummings, we're back on your motion.
Okay, I'm gonna amend my motion to approve Tier 1 as it's listed in Table 4. And then for Table 2, for the Tier 2 investments, reduce the Pajaro Valley Watershed Stewardship by $50,000 and allocate that to the Wildfire Ecology Resilience. Reduce the Rural Lands Assistant Pilot Program from the 320, reduce that by $50,000 and allocate that to the Wildfire Ecology Resilience. Reduce the Zone Ready Resilience reduce the Mesa Village by $50,000 and allocate that to the Wildfire Ecology Resilience. And reduce the Resilience Ready Santa Cruz County by $90,000 and allocate that to Wildfire Ecology Resilience, which I believe would come to $240,000 that would go to the Wildfire Ecology Resilience.
Can you restate the last reduction?
The last reduction would be from the Resilience Ready Santa Cruz County by $90,000.
By 90,000?
Yes. It's currently at $398,000. We reduced that by 90 to $308,000.
I'm estimating that would leave approximately $240,000 left over for the Wildfire Resilience Ready Beneficial Fire Program.
And so that's the second part of the motion. And then the last part of the motion would be to return. I mean, I would advocate that we give the $7,000 per each office to Santa Cruz County Fire, but we could actually probably come back in August and continue that discussion when this comes up.
Yeah, we even, just to remind this board, I don't know that we had an exact figure, but back in August when we made in October of 2025, when we did this fiscal year's county allocation, there was a remainder of about $38,000. So as we approach the end of the fiscal year, I don't anticipate we will need to use those contingency funds. So certainly I would say that this board could allocate those funds towards this program now if they'd like to do so.
That would go to, that would go to fire. No, that would go to fire.
Can I get a review of what we're funding on Tier 1?
That was everything.
Can staff put up a different, thank you, Mayor.
These are the Tier 1 projects that are a part of the motion.
So the one at the bottom, that's the truck trail emergency response navigation and water. So that's they need a new water tank, right? In a very important area.
That is a separate application. Santa Cruz County Fire had 3 applications. This particular project is a wayfinding project that will add post-mile signage across miles of truck trails in our unincorporated county.
And there's a second. So that the 2 down there is also their other application, right? Yeah, which was for building a water specification criteria for installing 5,000 gallon water tanks on private property, so that there's a design spec developed to be able to do that. So those are the 2.
We can show the project totals on the earlier slide, but the wayfinding project is for $6,000. And I believe that was the specific project. There was water infrastructure in the title, but the project you're referring to is a separate one.
Yeah, sorry.
For $29,000.
$29,000.
So the additional direction from the COAB was for the wayfinding project.
And if I can just take my time back. Based on what staff said, if we return in August with the conversations around the truck trail emergency response navigation and the strategic water supply enhancements, if that $38,000 is still available, then that will cover the $34,000 for those 2 projects. So having that conversation in August could be an opportunity for us to fund those projects as well.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Cummings, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Further discussion?
Well, I have to say, when it comes to the discretionary funds and Measure Q funds, I am going to look to my partners and my colleagues for that too, especially for items that are really close on our board, because I've supported items on Pinot Lake. I have supported items on Pinot Lake multiple times, and so hopefully we can work together and collaborate on these issues with our discretionary funds and our Measure Q funds. That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez.
Chair, can I just get a point of order? So there was a motion, an alternate motion. The alternate motion failed. Did you withdraw the initial first motion?
I
And
did, and then I reintroduced the
gotcha.
motion with those changes.
Thank you.
That was my understanding. Okay. Is that, we're good with the clerk as well on that front?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, just a couple of comments. Seems like this isn't going to be an easy process every year. Get used to this. I want to start off by just thanking, again, the staff for bringing forward these recommendations and my colleagues for really having a thoughtful discussion about our priorities. I think what we're feeling is the tension between, this critical urgency of fire resiliency, which I feel every single day as a mountain resident. And I think we got a really good way there and look forward to future applications that get us even closer, because that continues to be my top priority in all use of Measure Q. And striking the balance between that and also equity and a real kind of a regional response and addressing both, geographic equity and, need equity and, the various ways that we define equity in our community. And I think that I appreciate my colleagues for navigating that and sticking through that difficult conversation. I'm glad to see that the Tier 2 county fire grants will either be funded through the extra funding that we're able to identify, or, I commit my fifth of that cost out of my district funds, and I hope my colleagues will join me too if we need to, because, those are small but impactful ways that we can continue to meet our fire resiliency goals. And I look forward to seeing some of the applications that didn't get fully funded or that didn't get funded coming before us again next year, because we have an opportunity to do this again and refine the process and refine the the entire implementation of Measure Q. So with that, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion?
Could the clerk just restate the motion?
Funding, sure, yes.
Okay, I'll restate it. So the motion is to fund staff recommendations in Table 4 for Tier 1. And then for Tier 2 in Table 4, that we reduce the Pajaro Valley Watershed Stewards funding by $50,000. We reduce the Rural Land Assistant Pilot Program by $50,000. We reduce Mesa Village Park by $50,000. And we reduce Resilience Ready Santa Cruz County by $90,000 for a total of $240,000 that would go to the Wildfire Ecology Resilience Beneficial Fire Program.
Got it. Madam Clerk, you good?
And it's from the recommended awards column as well. And then we return to discuss the truck trail emergency response navigation and strategic water supply enhancements at the August meeting.
Does that include PVOSD?
No.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm not going to support the motion. I feel that it reduces the significant implementation grants for fire risk reduction too much. I also have issues supporting any programmatic funding with these awards, just because if we can't make the commitment that the funding is going to be there next year, why should we be making one-time funding for any programs right now. I mean, I think that's the problem we saw with CORE, where people got money one year or in one cycle and then didn't in the next, and then the programs had to radically adjust. And I don't think that we should be taking that approach with these monies either.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk,
Yes.
yeah, Supervisor Hernandez.
I guess the last thing I have is that, you know, I'm going to go with this, but I do believe that it is cutting and slashing and dicing what the COAB outcome was and what they believed to be was equitable. Not equal, but equity. So I hope that going forward that we continue to put these projects in the lens of equity so that we can come to a level playing field, to an equal playing field at some point. Because what we're talking about is just lack of investment in the 4th District. And, you know, the lens of equity is supposed to bring that to par, but even now we have some cutting, dicing that we've done to this lens of equity. So I want to make sure that we continue to use the lens of equity. I'm not satisfied that PVUSD is not getting the bathroom, but I think that we can work with that in the future with my colleagues to continue to, you know, make sure that we do use the lens of equity in these decisions.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Koenig.
No.
DeSerpa.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. We will now take a breath. Are you both leaving? Okay, we will take a 5-minute recess.
Recording stopped.
Hang on, no, I'm going to call us to order. Has it been 5 minutes? We're good. Welcome back.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back, everybody. I will now return us to the regular agenda, beginning with item number 10, which is an item requesting adoption and concept of a lengthy ordinance to amend county code chapters related to land use and planning and take other described actions set forth on the agenda. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and Supervisors. We're back with this year's annual county code update, which is our annual amendments. This year, they've been integrated into Project 5 of the Streamlined Santa Cruz County programs and contains several streamlining measures that came out of stakeholder and departmental meetings. With that, I think I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Jacob, who can present the proposed amendments, and then we can talk about the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie, and good afternoon, Chair Martinez and Supervisors. I'll begin with the project background and Planning Commission process, then summarize the proposed General Plan, LCP, County Code, and map amendments. I'll also cover CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, the timeline for second reading and Coastal Commission certification, and close with the recommended board actions. The annual code update is part of the county's Streamlined Santa Cruz work plan, Project 5 of that effort, as Stephanie stated, aimed at improving the efficiency of our development review process. This is now an annual effort to review and update the county code and, when needed, the general plan. The goal is to keep our regulations current, internally consistent, and aligned with state law and county policy, while also addressing recurring issues identified through staff and applicant experience. Because portions of these amendments affect the local coastal program, they will require Coastal Commission certification following board adoption. These general plan amendments are intended to clarify, not weaken, the coastal special area framework. The changes refine how scenic areas, special communities, and design criteria areas are identified and applied in the county. The goal is to maintain coastal protections while reducing ambiguity about when certain coastal permit requirements are triggered. The first category of amendments focuses on streamlining and represents the core of this update. These changes are intended to reduce permitting barriers, streamline reviews, and make the code easier to use. Key changes include a consistent in-kind replacement definition to better support rebuild after a disaster, such as the CZU fires. This definition was developed in conjunction with planning, environmental planning, and environmental health, so that a property owner seeking to rebuild will not have conflicting rebuild thresholds. Working with environmental health, we also developed a series of proposed draft amendments to Chapter 738, On-Site Wastewater Treatment System, or OWTS, which would allow additional flexibility for additions and ADUs and recognizing existing systems that are adequately sized and functional. The proposal would also align lot size requirements for new lots to better meet the general plan densities modified in the sustainability update. We are proposing to remove the separate large dwelling permit requirement while retaining applicable site, zoning, environmental, and hazard standards in Santa Cruz County Code Chapters 1310 and Title 16. We are also updating grading thresholds and applicable procedures. Finally, in new provisions which would allow outdoor dining areas and limited parking spaces are also included to support our businesses. Overall, these changes are meant to simplify the process while maintaining existing standards. Staff also wants to note that the proposed amendments to Santa Cruz County Code Chapter 738 are not being considered for adoption at today's hearing. Rather, they are presented in draft form for the board's review, with staff requesting the board direction to submit the amendments to the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board for review. The second category focuses on state law consistency. These are technical updates to ensure the county code reflects current state requirements. This includes updates to transit-related definitions, coastal noticing and hearing procedures, and incorporating recent legislation relating to coastal appeal updates pursuant to AB 130, as well as an increased 20-day noticing requirement pursuant to AB 2904. The third category focuses on internal consistency and clarification. These amendments improve the usability of the code by correcting cross-references, refining terminology, and clarifying existing standards and procedures. They also include targeted cleanup updates to sections like geologic hazards and historic preservation. These changes are administrative in nature and do not alter policy. In addition to the code amendments, the project includes several zoning and map amendments. There are 7 parcels proposed for rezoning across the county. These fall into 3 general categories. First, rezonings to align the zoning with the general plan, which helps eliminate inconsistencies and provides a permitting path for issuing permits in the future. Second, removal of historic overlays on parcels where historic structures are no longer present, which streamlines future permitting. Third, the addition of the -min ministerial overlay on select parcels to help support consistency with housing element implementation and facilitate affordable housing development. There's also 1 general plan land use designation amendment from urban low to urban high residential to align with an adjacent parcel and support a future affordable housing project. The following parcel is located in Scotts Valley off Lockhart Gulch on the edge of the city of Scotts Valley. The parcel has a commercial zoning with a residential general plan designation. The proposal is to align the zoning to the general plan by rezoning to R16. The following parcel is located in Felton off of East Zianti Road. This parcel also has a commercial zoning with a residential general plan designation. The proposal is to align the zoning to the general plan by rezoning to R115. This is one of 2 parcels proposed for the removal of the -L historic building zoning overlay, as they are parcels that no longer have historic buildings on them and have since been delisted from the county's historic resources inventory. The following parcel is located in Santa Cruz off 7th Avenue and Capitola Road. It was the former Discoveryland Preschool, which was demolished in 2014 due to the building being abandoned and hazardous, and the structure no longer exists. The Board of Supervisors delisted this property on March 24th, 2026, based on a recommendation from the Historic Resources Commission. The following parcel is the second proposed to remove the -L zoning. It is located in Aptos, off Esplanade near Rio Del Mar Beach. It was the former Seabreeze Tavern, which was largely destroyed by fire in 2020, deemed a hazardous structure, and subsequently demolished in 2021. The historic structure no longer exists on this parcel, and the Board of Supervisors delisted this property on March 24th, 2026, based on a recommendation from the HRC. The following parcel is located in Santa Cruz on the corner of 7th Avenue and Bromer Street, near the Santa Cruz Harbor. It is one of 3 parcels proposed to have the -min combining district added to match adjacent and consolidated sites that already have the -min overlay. This parcel is a small single-family parcel that is owned by the county as the successor to the redevelopment agency. The county is in the process of surplusing this property along with the adjacent 2 parcels. There is currently an exclusive negotiating agreement with an affordable housing developer to purchase approximately 3 acres of the property for affordable housing, and the remaining 5 acres is being surplused to another party for development of visitor-serving commercial uses and open space. Placing the -min overlay on the small parcel would allow the affordable housing developer an option to pursue approval of a qualifying affordable housing project through ministerial rather than discretionary review. The following parcel is located in Santa Cruz off of 17th Avenue, just north of Capitola Road. This is the second parcel to add the -min overlay. However, this parcel will require an upzoning from R16 to RM 1.5 and a land use designation map amendment from RUL to RUH in order to create continuity. This is a small single-family parcel that is owned by the Housing Authority, who owns the adjacent parcel to the east, seen in orange. Rezoning this parcel will help support housing development on that part of the site and create better access and improve site layout and design so that the project better fits in the neighboring community. The proposed project will be a joint project of the Housing Authority and Mid-Penn Housing. This parcel is located in Soquel at the corner of Soquel Drive and 41st Avenue. It is the last parcel receiving the -min combining district. These rezonings will create consistency during project review for other parcels that have already had rezones approved and facilitate much needed affordable housing development. The parcel is vacant and is part of a consolidated site that has already been rezoned and has a project currently proposed. Like the others, this rezoning will help ensure a streamlined review process for the affordable housing project. Most of the proposed amendments are administrative, clarifying, or procedural in nature. However, because the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning for APN 029-07113 would facilitate increased residential density, staff has prepared an addendum to the Sustainability Update Environmental Impact Report. The addendum evaluates the full project for consistency. Tribal consultation outreach was completed and no formal consultation requests were received. The Planning Commission considered the 2026 annual code update over 3 public meetings. First, the Planning Commission did not recommend staff's proposed repeal of the large dwelling regulations. Staff has retained those amendments for the board's consideration because they remain an important streamlining measure. However, staff notes that the Planning Commission recommended against that item. Second, the Planning Commission recommended that the Historic Resources Commission retain final decision-making authority for delisting historic structures destroyed by natural disaster or calamity. Staff incorporated that recommendation into the ordinance today. The Planning Commission also recommended approval of the map amendments with one change, removing APN 052-27104, which is the parcel that has the Redmond Hirahara house on it, from consideration due to pending litigation. Staff incorporated that recommendation as well, and the parcel can be reconsidered once the lawsuit is resolved. If approved, the ordinance would return for a second reading on June 30th, followed by Coastal Commission certification for applicable amendments. In closing, this slide presents the summary of staff's recommended actions for the board, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. We will now return to the board for questions. And so I'm going to start on my right with Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that presentation. Just can you just remind me again what were the Planning Commission recommendations that were made and whether those were incorporated? I'm just looking at the recommended actions, just trying to track better what was recommended by the Planning Commission.
Yeah, so the Planning Commission was split into two different meetings. The first meeting was in April, and that was concerning the majority of the code text amendments and the general plan amendments. Within that meeting, they made a recommendation to not accept the repeal of the large dwelling unit requirements. Additionally, they proposed a change to the delisting of destroyed historic structures. Staff's original proposal was to change the delisting to be administrative and not go through the HRC recommendation to the board and final approval by the board. The Planning Commission made the recommendation to keep it at the HRC as the final decision-making authority, and we left that in the ordinance today as the Planning Commission's recommendation. And then for the zoning map amendments, they approved they recommended all of the zoning map amendments and general plan amendments, with the exception of the parcel in Watsonville that has the Redmond Hirahara house on that. And that has been removed from the ordinance based on the recommendation.
So the large building has also been removed, you said?
That has been left in for consideration by the board because staff feels it's a important streamlining effort, but that is of course up to your consideration to keep it or
so
repeal.
The two from the Planning Commission, the delisting is currently there.
Reflected.
And then the one parcel that's under litigation.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Further questions from the board? Supervisor DeSerpa?
I'll just say that I was pleased that the decision-making or the recommendation of the Planning Commission to delist things will still be taken into account because I don't have, well, I wanted to pick this up and show the camera. This is the backup that this board needed to read for this board meeting. It's like 18,000 pages. So when I hear and understand the recommendations of a commission coming forward, it's really important to me. And so I'm really pleased that we're going to keep that in place. Having said that, though, regarding the Hirahara house, so there is apparently pending litigation. Is that what I understand?
Yes, correct.
And when will that come before the court or?
Well, Ms. Kirkish is here and she's handling that litigation on behalf of the county. She can respond, I hope. Hit the mic button. There should be a mic button.
Or Juliet? Can you turn on her mic?
The hearing has not been scheduled yet. We're still preparing the administrative record.
Sorry, in general, how long does something like that take to work through?
The case was filed under CEQA, so it really depends. It can be anywhere from 6 months to a year to 2 years. The petitioner elected to prepare the record, so it's at kind of depends on how much time that they take. We're doing our best to expedite it.
Okay, and thank you very much.
Thanks.
And thank you to staff who put together all the recommendations in terms of the new zoning that has come before us. There's a couple of things there that I'm particularly excited about, so thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the volumes of work before us here. In general, I'm definitely supportive of the effort to streamline our code and to build more housing, which is so desperately needed. I had just a clarification, I suppose, first with, I believe it's reference number 7. This is for the large homes. It seems to me like, am my understanding correct that we're actually eliminating really all of the code that applies there? I mean, we're not just saying that it should be a ministerial process and staff has the ability to make the determination. We're saying the code no longer applies, or we're deleting it. Is that correct?
So this portion of the code involves a discretionary process for large dwellings. Staff's recommendation was to remove it because the controls over large dwellings are provided in other sections of the code, just like they are for any residential unit. So Title 16 protections still apply. There's still height limits. There's floor area ratio. There's all kinds of limits that still apply. There's scenic protections, et cetera. So the recommendation out of our development review group was that this was a discretionary process that was putting more time into permit approvals than was really necessary because of the other sections of code.
Okay, but it actually is deleting those sections, these sections of code. It's not saying that it should simply be a ministerial review of this code. Or saying
they would be treated just like any other single family home. Right. So if there was something that triggered a discretionary review, then that would occur under Title 16, for instance. If there isn't anything, then they would go through the normal building permit process.
Okay, and my understanding is that these portions of the code were put in because of people building mansions on ridge tops, and that had a particular impact on, the particular scenic impact for residents in the surrounding areas, and that this set of code was put in place to prevent that. What I hear you saying is you believe other parts of the code would actually be equally as protective, and that this is simply redundant?
Yeah, those sections are in the general plan and in Title 16. Protection of our scenic resources would still apply, and actually in Chapter 1311 as well. So, yeah, staff's recommendation was that this was an extended process that wasn't necessary given the other sections of the code, which would still apply.
Okay. And then my second set of questions is around reference numbers 45 and 46, which are on page 49 of 59 of the summary of the amendments. And this says, this is an amendment to 1610-060 assessment and report preparation review. And it says, timing of geologic review, any required geologic soil or other technical report shall be completed, reviewed, and accepted pursuant to the provisions of this section before any public hearing is scheduled, provided that an application lacking an accepted report may be scheduled for a public hearing solely for the purpose of denial. Now, I think this relates specifically to coastal properties, and I know there can occasionally be disagreement about whether or not a particular report is acceptable or not. I guess the question here is, if an applicant submitted a report and staff chose not to accept it, what avenue for recourse would they have? And we don't have a BAFCAB. We don't have a Building and Fires Code Appeals Board. If they can't reach a hearing other than to be denied, what opportunity for recourse does an applicant have in this case?
This provision actually would allow it to get to hearing faster, right? We wouldn't be having the arguments about whether it was accepted or not accepted before we could go to hearing. So this actually expedites the process where public hearing could be held for that denial, and we can stop arguing about it and get on with reviewing the application. As you know, we've had several applications where we've had refusal to submit the report requirements that are needed, and this would help to move the process along.
But again, only for denial. I mean, what happens in a case that an applicant submits a report that they believe is sufficient, staff finds is insufficient? How does that dispute get resolved? I mean, effectively, it gives all the power to staff to say, no, this is insufficient, right?
It's staff's job to provide a technical review, especially of geological hazards. That is their job. So when we're asking for information that can help round out the picture and make sure that a proposal is safe, geologically speaking, then it would behoove an applicant to submit those requirements. It's not, it's not extraordinary to ask how a proposal is going to protect from geological hazards in the future.
Supervisor, I think I'm hearing that your question as to what is the remedy?
Yeah.
And the remedy would be to file a writ. The remedy would be to go to court and assert that the county staff has a ministerial duty to do something that they're not doing, and the court would either agree with that or would not agree with that.
Okay.
It's basically just removing the continued layers of administrative review before something eventually does get to a court.
So, right, the suggestion is, if we don't agree on the sufficiency of a report, just skip all the layers of process within the county's process and go straight to court, because that's probably where it'll end up anyway.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. One last question on, sorry, I said that was it, but I do have one last set of questions around item 35, which I believe is related to flag lots and effectively saying that floor area ratio could be calculated on the entirety of a flag lot rather than just the sort of substantive portion of the lot in the back. For my colleague's sake, a flag lot is basically a lot that, typically longer, was typically subdivided, and then it has a long sort of flag pole which provides access. And I think this code was put in place because with quite a few projects in my district in Live Oak, there were subdivisions happening, and the amount of building that could happen on that rear flag lot seemed disproportionate because they could use the entirety of the access road as part of their calculation for floor area ratio. Just wondering what the thinking was here, and again, getting rid of this code.
Yeah, the thinking behind taking out that language is to be consistent with the changes that were made in the sustainability update and our general plan to base site area and all of the calculations related around that on gross site area. So gross site area is the entirety of the parcel and doesn't exclude any of these non-developable areas. And it does effectively increase your site area, as you're saying with this instance of flag lots. But that was a change that was already approved through the sustainability update to help foster more density, because more site area is given to a property owner with the development standards. Gotcha. So this is to be consistent with that.
Gotcha, because effectively an applicant could argue this is already allowed under the gross site area calculations.
Okay. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
I think my questions got answered, so I'll just wait till we come back with comments.
Thank you. I have no questions, but I will have comments when we come back to comments. So with that, I will open it up to public comment on this item. If you'd like to make a comment, please join us at the microphone. You'll have 2 minutes each.
As myself this time. So I'm going to strongly disagree with both things that we've just heard in answer to your comments, but we're here trying to streamline and facilitate development for CCU rebuilders and for people who want to build homes and for development community that provides housing for us all. Great. So why is the first thing that you're being asked on page 14, category reference number 7 of your amendments, to unshackle development of mega mansions for zillionaires? I'll say it again, mega mansions for zillionaires. We have this code, 1310-324C, the large dwelling code, for a reason. There were big problems going on 20-something years ago, and the impetus came out of your district, Supervisor DeSerpa. People are gonna be mad if this goes away because people wanted to build 10,000-foot boxes on ridge lines way up there. It's like a thumb into the eye of the whole community of the valleys up above Aptos and in other areas. This code has addressed that problem. We don't have it anymore. It's good code. It's only for single-family residences over 5,000 square feet. Because people are building 8,000 and 12,000 square foot boxes, we have special code. Do not get rid of this code. And it's not protected by the general plan when you go into a building permit, period. The other one about flag lots, I disagree again. I knew when you changed in the housing element, gross site area and site area was going to cause problems and feedback to other codes, and I tried to say that in many forums. But site area is used for floor area ratio, and gross site area is used for density, and you can have them bifurcated so you don't have the problem that we had in Live Oak when we were doing front to back lot splits. When you have a back lot split, it's in the middle of a square block. We were getting these out-of-step large homes on the back lot because this 20-foot wide, 110-foot driveway was part of the floor area ratio. So we clipped it for good reason. We can come up with a different way to address the purported inconsistency in code. Anyway, at least I got 2 of them in, and I would suggest that you not remove the large dwelling code, and I'm glad the Planning Commission saw it that way.
Thank you.
This is regarding the geologic and geotechnical report appeals process. First, you've lost in court 3 times around this issue, and I think probably legal staff hasn't told you that. And you're in federal court on this issue for summary judgment for a portion of this in July. I suggest you pull this item, see what the judge has to say. There's a reason for this. This is countywide. The CZU fire victims had numerous problems with reports being denied. And when they say, we haven't given you sufficient information, a lot of times that's not that we haven't given them sufficient information. We work with the past chair of the licensing board. What we haven't given them is when they want to say something is a shoreline protection structure when it's a debris fence 20 feet above the sand. We're not going to agree to that. State law requires Subdivision Map Act, the Building Code, and Health Safety Code requires that appeals regarding this issue go to a qualified appeals board. This is law. And this seems to be a tendency I've seen with this current leadership is to try to get around these things that are here to protect the public. They're called due process. It's my clients often can afford to sue you guys and win or get a deal that's favorable. And that happens over and over again because staff don't want to fix the problem. You all need to support the less wealthy in this community and establish a BAFCAB so that these reports, if there's monkey business, can have an equitable process of challenging it. That's the law. Thank you.
Good
Afternoon. My name is Susie Merriam. I am speaking on behalf of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Cruz. Just want to speak in support of the ministerial rezonings you'll be considering this afternoon. We do own 2021 Chanticleer Avenue and have purchased 2030 17th Avenue as it provides several important benefits to the development of 2021 Chanticleer that I just want to emphasize. From a public safety standpoint, incorporating the parcel improves circulation and emergency access throughout the site because it'll provide a through driveway from Chanticleer all the way to 17th Avenue. So it eliminates the need for a hammerhead turnaround. It also splits traffic between the two streets, so it's not concentrating ingress and egress just on Chanticleer alone. Inclusion of the parcel also allows us to keep development at a more neighborhood compatible scale with 3 stories. Without that additional land area, achieving the same project goals on Chanticleer alone would be difficult. The larger site area also provides us with greater flexibility for stormwater management and other site infrastructure needs. So we really hope that the Board of Supervisors supports staff recommendation and express our gratitude for the work that you do and all of staff's work. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So my name is Daniel Alvarez. I'm a field rep for the Carpenters Union, representing members here in Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Benito County. All of you should have one of this package. I'm here because I believe our community deserves to know who is asking to build projects in Santa Cruz County and how they treat workers in the past. The Pacific Company pays more than $2 million last year to settle claims involving workers who were denied wages and benefits they earn. These are not all claims. They didn't happen many years ago. They just happened last year. All the information should be on the package you have. Santa Cruz County values fairness, accountability, and respect for working families. The people who build our homes, schools, and business deserve to be treated with dignity and be paid fair wages. As the county consider these zoning changes, I would like to ask the Pacific Company a simple question. What level of commitment the Pacific Companies will be willing to make to the workers and families in Santa Cruz County in exchange for zoning change? Will they committed to pay fair wages, comply with labor laws, support apprenticeship programs, and invest on local workforce? Thank you.
Seeing no one further in the chambers, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Call-in user 424, your microphone is now available.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Russ Sonnenfeld calling in on behalf of Santa Cruz INVI. Santa Cruz INVI supports the proposed zoning map amendments that would add the ministerial combining district or min overlay to the 3 parcels ending in 17, 13, and 34. This may seem like a minor housekeeping change, but it serves an important purpose. These parcels are small and each sits adjacent to sites that already carry the ministerial overlay as part of the county's housing element rezone program. Leaving these parcels out would create unnecessary inconsistencies in the middle or otherwise ministerially zoned affordable housing sites. That can complicate project design, introduce avoidable review issues, and ultimately slows the delivery of housing that the county has already committed to facilitate through its housing element. Adding the overlay now creates a more coherent regulatory framework, and it reduces uncertainty, improves implementation of prior housing element actions, and makes it easier for affordable housing providers to move forward with without creating any substantive change to underlying land use policy. This is exactly the kind of practical, low drama zoning cleanup that we should be doing. And for those reasons, we're happy to support those recommended changes and urge the Board of Supervisors to make the map amendments as recommended by staff. Thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now return to the board for deliberation and a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank staff for the presentation, all the members of the public for their comments. First, I do want to say that I share the concerns around the historic structures and keeping that language in. I think one of the big concerns I have is that you have a historic structure. If we remove this, technically, you know, somebody could go and commit arson, burn down whatever structure that is, and then it no longer is considered a historic structure or that designation. I know it's for calamities, but I just have really concerns over if there might be bad actors out there that would take advantage of us removing that. So I think the planning recommendation is good to keep that final authority as the Historic Preservation Commission intact. I do have some concerns. I have a couple more questions regarding the large dwelling permits, because as I was just kind of scrolling through, one of the things that stood out is under, under reference number 12, this is streamlining, deleting references to large dwelling permit guidelines, project requiring design review. I mean, based on what I'm seeing here, it seems that like for example, residential development, including new residents or additions involving 500 square feet or more within the coastal special communities on sensitive sites, that would require review, but we're eliminating no review, no design review for single family residences or remodels of 5,000 square feet or larger. And I think that's really concerning. I mean, essentially we're saying there's not gonna be, I mean, the way I read this is that there's no design review for houses over 5,000 square feet, but for structures less, that are 500 square feet or I guess, but less than 5,000 would require review. I'm having a hard time understanding.
Sorry, could you say that again?
It's under number 12.
Yes.
Reference number 12, under 1B, which is regarding, so 1311-040, project requiring design review. Design review shall be required for the following private and public activities for which a site development or coastal development permit approval is required by the County of Santa Cruz. 1, residential development including new residents or additions involving 500 square feet or more within the coastal special communities or on sensitive sites. And then B, which currently says new single-family residences or remodels of 5,000 square feet or larger as regulated by Santa Cruz County Code, that's being completely eliminated. So there would be no design review for structures over 5,000 square feet.
Correct. This is similar to what Stephanie was stating, that a proposal or a remodel of a house that is larger than 5,000 square feet would be treated the same way if it was a 4,000 square foot house, unless there was some other discretionary trigger. But if there is no other discretionary trigger, it would be treated the same as a 4,000 square foot house. So there would be no design review unless there was some sort of environmental review needed. So you are correct to say that 1311 design review would not apply.
Got it. And then under 1311-070 design review standards, this is about landscaping maintenance. And so it says that this subsection does not apply to private yard areas of single family dwellings other than large dwellings as defined in Santa Cruz County Code. And we're just eliminating that it would not apply to yard areas of single family dwellings, period. So I'm trying to understand what that code is trying to get at.
So the purpose of the previous change that you just talked about and this one is a necessary deletion of references to large dwelling regs if we are proposing to repeal them. So the initial thought was repeal the large dwelling regulations and then we went throughout the code to see any references to them, just for consistency matter, if that is to be approved. We wanted to eliminate any references that would leave any inconsistent trails.
Got it.
If it was to be approved.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, I'd just say that, I mean, I do have some concerns as reflected in some of the comments around eliminating the large dwelling requirements, and it sounds like, I don't know, that may have been expressed by some of my colleagues, so I would be supportive of the recommendations as they're written with the adjustment that we keep the large dwelling requirements. And I don't know if there's any other concerns, but that's one that I'd have, so I can make that as a motion.
I'll second with the friendly amendment that I think is a little more specificity, that we remove reference numbers 5, 7, 9, 10, and 12, and any others related to large dwelling regulations, and direct further review of those sections for future code updates.
Are you comfortable with that? So we have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Cummings, a second by Supervisor Koenig. Further discussion? Supervisor DeSerpa.
I'd like to hear from staff regarding the motion, yeah.
Here comes Director Machado.
Director, there we go, thank you. Well, you know, it's an interesting dynamic we have here, because if you want to build a house that's 4,999 square feet, you go through our building code, our zoning code, you have to meet all those regulations, height, setback. And then if you trigger something, to Supervisor Cummings' point, then you do have to go through another discretionary action. But the way our code's written today, if you hit that 5,000 square foot mark, you not only have to meet all those regular zoning, building codes, and triggers, there's an extra layer of regulation that says, we want to regulate the color of your house, the design style of your house, the materials of your house. You still have to meet all the other regs, but then you have to meet more regulations. And from our perspective, it seemed like the direction the board wants to go is to streamline. Take that layer of discretionary action out, still make everybody meet the zoning code, housing codes, all the other codes in the regs, view shed codes, they still have to meet all those. But because you hit 5,000 square feet, now you want staff to make a determination if you designed your house properly, if you colored it properly, if you used the right building materials. So we think that that's just, you know, extra layers of, I'll say, bureaucracy that we're recommending to take out. But of course, it's up to your decision to give us direction, and we'll implement whatever you like. But just so you understand that the deletion of this doesn't change zoning regulations, building code regulations, or any of the protections that all the neighbors expect.
I appreciate that, thank you.
If I may, I want to appreciate that, Director Machado, and I absolutely agree with the sentiment of trying to eliminate the bureaucracy here. And to your point, I think that probably 2/3 of it could stand, what's being suggested here, and that's why I'm suggesting that it actually come back to us in a future code updates. But, you know, to my colleague's point with the size of our binder here,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that, you know, at 4:40 p.m., the day before budget hearings, we're not eliminating, you know, some ordinance that was put in place to solve a very specific problem, and we're simply going to uncover that problem again, you know, which was suggested is mega mansions on ridge tops through a careless deletion. That's all here. So all I'm saying is I think we should go back, look at this a little bit more closely, and make sure we have something that works. Okay.
I think county council also has.
Yeah, I'm gonna call on county council.
Thank you very much. I just had a question for staff. Is there a way to, how simple is the deletion? Is there a way to identify this deletion that's the subject of the motion in a way that doesn't involve the summary way that it was just done through categories 7596, because if possible, it would be nicer to keep this on for a second read if it's possible to do that. But as the motion is phrased right now, and it's adopted, what I would be recommending is this be brought back for another first read, because they're gonna have to go make discrete changes to I wanna know how many sections of code, so that's my question.
There are cross-references to this section of code in several locations. We would want to be able to make sure that we are reinstating all of them. So to our mind, it's not confusing to do that. They're fairly discrete. However, it would take me a little bit of time to pull up the code sections, and I'd be worried about any other change that also happened to be in there that wasn't the intent to remove or add back in.
So based on that, if the motion were to be approved, what I would be recommending is that direction be given to staff to implement the board's direction and bring this back again for another first read, maybe on June 30th, to review the code.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, just want to get some clarification, because I think what the intent is, and I'll look to Supervisor Koenig as well, is really just keeping the code around the large dwelling regulations as is. I mean, I think that's the intent. So, I mean, since really what we're trying to move forward with is not changing that, I'm just wondering why that would need to come back.
Because you've been provided with an ordinance to adopt, and you've been provided with a strikeout and a clean copy, an ordinance that says this is the way that the code shall read. And if it's a really easy thing to do, like if you were to say strike subsection 3.31 C5, that's very clear and easy to do, and we can do that and put it on for a second read. Contrast that with something like, we don't like the principle of getting rid of the large housing that is strewn throughout multiple provisions of the code. That I would want to have go back to a first read scenario, because we need to check all the various, I mean, this is like 100 pages. So it's like, I would want to make sure that everything is correct in it before we're just sending it off to our code publisher.
Okay. And then I just wanted to check in with Supervisor Koenig. So was that the intent, was just to keep the large dwelling regulations in? I thought you said number 5 when you were rattling off the references, and number 5 is actually on streamlining CZU. It's like slope stability. So I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to double check what we were trying to keep in the motion.
Sorry, yeah, my intent was to remove any references to regulations having to do with large dwellings.
Perfect, okay.
We think we can provide a list of those sections that can be reinstated. Jacob, there's 6 of them?
Yes.
Okay, can you provide the code sections that would be reinstated?
Yeah.
Okay, so from that, it sounds like staff would like to keep it on as a second read for the 30th, is that right?
We really would, because of some permitting issues on the min zoning.
Sure, yeah. So I don't have any objection to it as long as we can be specific on exactly what it is that you're asking to be changed.
So we do have a motion on the floor and a second, and the motion doesn't include the specificity that you're looking for, is that correct?
That's correct, but right now they're diligently trying to get that specificity, and I don't know how long it's going to take, but that's what I would ask be read into the motion.
Got it, okay. Well, if that's the case, I will continue with my comments while you continue to diligently work on that. I'll be supportive of the motion today. I do want to thank staff for all of their work. bringing us in alignment with state code and really just following through the various decisions that the board have made over multiple years. In particular, the work that you're doing to align the definition of in-kind so that CZU rebuilders or disaster rebuilds can get through the process quicker is something that we got directly from somebody working with CZU survivors, and this is you taking that feedback and incorporating it, and a number of other elements that came from the Streamline Santa Cruz work. So it's really fantastic to see progress on Streamline Santa Cruz on something like this today, and I know it's no small feat. I know you're working very hard, so thank you very much. Any further comments?
Supported.
The motion that's currently in front of us is about just the large homes, or is
It's
adopting the whole code?
Recommended actions with the change.
Okay. So I would like to appreciate our CEO, Nicole Coburn, County Council, Peter Detlefs in the CEO's office, and the planning staff for coming up with a creative way to allow for outdoor seating at restaurants here in the unincorporated area. This will, I think, build some economic development and really help our constituents enjoy their restaurant experiences outdoors. So a special thank you to everybody who was involved in that.
If it's going to take 15 minutes or so, you may just want to continue this item for 15 minutes to give staff an opportunity to do their work, and then we can move on with the rest of the agenda and come back.
That's a really helpful suggestion, Mr. Heath. Thank you very much. So we will continue this item and place it on the end of the agenda. And with that, we will move on to item number 11, which is an item to consider approving an ordinance amending county code chapters related to accessory dwelling units and rescinding an ordinance also related to ADUs. And here to present on that issue, hopefully all right. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and Board of Supervisors. I'll try to be brief on this staff presentation, but cover everything that needs to be covered. So accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, are by definition housing units created in areas that are already developed and represent a key infill development strategy. The purpose of the ADU ordinance is to advance that strategy to provide for needed housing in the county and to further the housing goals of the housing element of the county general plan. The proposed ordinance amendments are intended to align the ADU regulations with recent updates to state law, clarifying existing ADU regulations, and further streamline ADU development in the county. So I'll give a little bit of a background on the ADU regulations history, explain a key aspect of state ADU law, go over the local ordinance amendments in a series of slides, and then end with the recommended actions. So the county ADU regulations have been in place for many years, going all the way back to 1983. For many years, occupancy of second units was affordability restricted to low and moderate income renters or relatives of the property owner. Gradually that went away, and the state became increasingly involved in the regulation of ADUs at the local level. In response to numerous state laws passed in 2019 and 2020, and publication of the first version of the state ADU handbook, the county's ADU regulations were updated in 2021. The State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, found those ordinance amendments consistent with state ADU law at the time. To keep up with more updates to state ADU law, proposed ordinance amendments were brought to the Planning Commission in October of 2024, After that, additional state laws were enacted in 2025. The state provided additional guidance in a revised ADU handbook, and we also received detailed comments from HCD's Housing Accountability Unit on the ordinance amendments that were proposed in 2025. As a result, we returned to the Planning Commission in 2025 with further ordinance amendments which were approved by both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Those were submitted to amendment to the county's LCP. However, because the Coastal Commission identified an apparent inconsistency with some other LCP policies, we decided to withdraw that Coastal Commission submittal. And so with even more amendments to state ADU law and a newly revised edition of the state ADU handbook, on May 19th of this year, we returned to the the Planning Commission, with a comprehensive ordinance update, which they recommended the Board of Supervisors approve, and that's what we're talking about today. So state ADU law contains numerous provisions that dictate how ADUs are regulated and permitted at the local level, and that we have to incorporate into our local ADU ordinance. There's basically two types of ADUs. There's ADUs that are described in Government Code 66323, and you'll hear me refer to that section repeatedly during the presentation. They're also known as state mandated ADUs, and they're not subject to any local standards except the standards in that section of the Government Code. Throughout the ordinance, there's references to these types of ADUs in the form of exceptions to clarify that they're exempt from local standards. The other type of ADUs are described in Government Code 66314. The county has more flexibility here to determine where they are allowed and to apply local objective standards to these types of ADUs. And the ordinance focuses mainly on these types of ADUs. Beginning with definitions, a series of slides now summarize the updates to the ordinance, beginning with a couple of updates to definitions. HCD informed us that a tiny home on wheels cannot be used as an ADU because they're not permanent structures, and so reference to a tiny home on wheels was removed from the definition of an ADU. Also, the definition of a JADU is updated to be consistent with state law regarding location and cooking facilities and access. In terms of the number of ADUs that are allowed, revised language would clarify that under state law, ADU allowances are per lot, not per single family dwelling. Ordinance language is updated to be consistent with state law and guidance in the updated handbook that would allow up to 4 ADUs on a lot. So pursuant to Government Code 66314, 1 ADU is allowed, and it can be either of the types and sizes listed, and is also subject to local objective standards. And pursuant to Government Code 66323, up to 3 ADUs are allowed of the types and sizes listed here. If these ADUs comply with the standards in Government Code 66323, we must approve them without applying any local objective standards. The ordinance is updated to clarify the number of ADUs allowed on multifamily dwelling sites, which are also Government Code 66323 units. On parcels with proposed multifamily dwellings, up to 2 detached ADUs are allowed. And on parcels with existing multifamily dwellings, the number of detached ADUs has increased from 2 to not more than 8 detached ADUs, or not more than the existing number of multifamily units, whichever is less. And in existing multifamily dwellings, conversion of existing space not used as livable space to ADUs, totaling up to 25% of the number of existing units is allowed. But we added language to the ordinance that this is only allowed in existing multifamily dwellings, not proposed projects. This slide is intended to summarize the updates to the development standards in the ordinance. An update adds a specific reference to objective standards that are applicable to the Government Code 66314 units. New state laws increase the height of an ADU near transit or on multifamily dwelling lots, and those updates are in the ordinance. Parking exemptions in the ordinance are clarified. Updates clarify how existing conditions of approval are applied to conversion ADUs of an existing building that might be subject to existing permits, conditions of approval. Updates clarify the fire sprinkler and building and fire code requirements, and updates add requirements for ADUs in the coastal zone, specifically in coastal hazard areas, sensitive habitats, and on agricultural lands. This section is clarified to remove the owner occupancy requirements for ADUs and some JADUs. Owner occupancy is still required for JADUs that have shared sanitation facilities with the primary single-family residence. A JADU is entirely within an existing single-family residence. The only update to the vacation rental prohibition is a change to terminology from less than 30 days to 30 days or less to be consistent with both state ADU law and the county's vacation rental regulations. The permit process for an ADU outside the coastal zone is ministerial, requiring only a building permit. Updates to the ordinance clarify the permit process in the coastal zone, which requires a coastal development permit, but no public hearing, which runs concurrent with the building permit process and includes some special findings in the commercial agriculture, timber production, and parks and recreation zone districts. Pursuant to new state law, coastal development permits for ADUs are no longer appealable. And a new state law also reduced the timelines for processing of all ADU permits, including the coastal development permit. And also pursuant to a new state law, standards were added to the ordinance for processing permits for ADUs that were constructed without permits prior to 2020. Basically, such ADUs just have to meet standards in the health and safety code for housing, and they do not have to comply with the building or fire code or local ADU standards. And this slide just summarizes the recommended actions. And while this is up, I wanted to acknowledge the receipt of the comment letter from the Housing Defense Fund. And with respect to those comments, I wanted to say that the State Department of Housing and Community Development will determine whether our ordinance complies with state law. We are required by law to submit the adopted ordinance to HCD for them to review for compliance with state law. So rather than responding to the HDF letter at this time, staff would recommend following the established process. HCD did provide technical assistance and did review an early draft of our ordinance in January of 2025, and they provided a long list of comments. All of those comments have been incorporated into this ordinance. In addition, we are required by state law to submit our adopted ordinance to HCD for them to review for compliance with state law. And if HCD has any comments, we can respond to that at that time and amend the ordinance if necessary, at one time at that time. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions or comments. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll now return to the board for questions. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you. Again, a thorough list of updates to accommodate a long history of changes on all over the place. I guess my question is really in relation to the tiny homes on wheels portion of this. Can you just remind me what law HCD cited when saying that tiny homes on wheels cannot function as ADUs?
They cited the definition of an ADU, which, in their opinion, a tiny home on wheel did not fit into. So the definition of an ADU provides complete independent living facilities for one or more persons and is located on a lot with a proposed single family existing primary residence. It shall include permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, and cooking. So that phrase, permanent provisions, they felt tiny homes on wheels it was not consistent with that.
And arguably the pad is permanent. I mean, if someone were to remove the wheels from their tiny home on wheels, does it become permanent?
If they did that, it would, under the building code, it would be required to be placed on a permanent foundation, and that would make it a permanent structure. So just to clarify, we do, as you know, we do have a separate ordinance that allows us to permit as a primary residence, a tiny home on wheels on a lot, on a pad, and there's a whole series of provisions in that ordinance. That's still in place. So it does create kind of an unusual situation where we can permit a tiny home on wheels locally as a permanent residence, but we are not allowed to permit a tiny home on wheels as an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, I mean, I don't really understand what HCD's problem is. I mean, did they cite like, well, we're concerned that you're counting tiny homes on wheels towards your RENA numbers? I mean, what did they cite a concern?
Well, a couple of points. The reason that we proposed including tiny home on wheels as to be used as an ADU was based on early guidance from HCD, which has obviously been reversed now. At the same time, when we developed our separate ordinance for tiny homes on wheels as primary residences, they also provided us guidance on how we should structure that ordinance to be able to count them towards our RENA. And we did that. And we continued to count them towards our RENA as primary residences. They wanted to see a sense of permanency in terms of utility hookups and the parking pad, and we did all that, and having a permit process in place, so that we're still acting on that advice and administering our existing tiny home on wheels ordinance to permit them and count them towards our RENA. We've only permitted 1 or 2 tiny homes on wheels as permanent residences. There might be 1 or 2 more in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the ordinance does need to be revised, as you said. I think there's probably more than 1 or 2 tiny homes on wheels in the county. They maybe just are not engaging in the permitting process.
Sure.
But I guess my question is, first of all, no, HCD did not provide a specific issue or problem that they see with this. But I mean, even if, okay, fine, a tiny house on wheels is not an ADU, couldn't we still have an ordinance in the county that says wherever you could have a tiny house on wheels, wherever you could have an ADU, we in Santa Cruz County are going to allow you to have a tiny house on wheels if you wanted to. I mean, it's not saying that they're equivalent, it's just that when talking about siting and number, we consider that you could put a tiny house on wheels wherever you could put an ADU.
I don't know. I mean, we're acting on HCD's review of our ordinance. That was one of their, I mentioned that review that they did, that was one of their comments. And so we've acted on that and revised the ordinance accordingly. And they will have an opportunity to review it again more formally after we submit this presumably adopted ordinance to them. I guess the board has the option of retaining that in the ordinance and directing us to submit it to HCD to see if they stand by that comment. So I would say your board has that option.
Okay. Then I guess I'll change the line of questioning here. In regards to limiting ADUs to, I think, 1 for certain types of parcels, including agricultural parcels and timber production zone parcels. I think I saw on one of your slides that as far as ag parcels, that would just be for commercial ag parcels, not parcels, for example, zoned residential agricultural or agricultural, so RA or A.
Right, that would just apply to those zone districts, CA, TP, and PR. Okay. Yeah, so not A.
Okay, that was my concern. It's just that we've got sort of an interesting mishmash in our rural area of agriculture, not commercial ag, but ag zoning, and residential ag. So I'm satisfied to hear it's just CA.
Yeah.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Further questions from the board? Supervisor Hernandez.
So are we utilizing everything, all the tools that the HCD or the state is giving us for these ADUs to maximize ADUs in our county?
Yes, we are. With these updates, we're bringing our ordinance into full compliance with state ADU law and all the new laws that were passed as late as went into effect as late as January 1st, 2026.
And so with Supervisor Koenig was mentioning about the ADUs on wheels, do we have our own code for ADUs on wheels with a permanent foundation?
That is.
We can get that later on offline.
Those provisions exist in the building code. So there's a section of the building code that addresses tiny homes on wheels on permanent foundations. So we don't need a separate ordinance for that. If somebody wants to build a tiny home on wheels on a permanent foundation, there's provisions in the building code that allow for that. It would be a permitting of a habitable structure, just like we do any other structure. It would just be very small.
And so if I was following right with the conversation between Supervisor Koenig, we can also pursue tiny homes on wheels if we wanted to as an ordinance.
Yes, and we have.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a separate ordinance that does allow permitting of tiny homes on wheels as a primary unit on a undeveloped parcel.
If you don't mind offline, if we can get that emailed to us, probably to Supervisor Koenig as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to turn it over to County Council for a moment.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up on what Supervisor Koenig was asking about. It is HCD wants us to change our ordinance, basically. I mean, this is what we're doing in response to HCD. And I think the question inherent in what Supervisor Koenig was asking is does it hurt us in some way? What's the practical impact of us doing what HCD is asking us to do if the idea is that your board would want to change something about what staff has presented to you because you don't like it? I'm wondering if you have an opinion about whether or not it matters what HCD is asking us to do.
Well, what I can say is just explaining the process in state law for review of our ordinance by HCD. So we're required to submit this ordinance to HCD within 60 days of adoption. They may review it and provide comments to us regarding portions of the ordinance that they feel don't comply with state law. We have the opportunity to respond to those comments within 30 days with our explanation of either why we feel that the ordinance does comply with state law or why we feel we don't think the ordinance needs to be amended. And then in response to that, HCD has the opportunity to, I guess, either, discuss it with us further. Ultimately, they have the ability to refer us to the Attorney General for enforcement.
Well, that's not really the question I'm asking. I'm asking if the board makes the change that you're asking them to make, does it impact anybody's ability to have a tiny home on wheels if they want to have a tiny home on wheels? Or are we just saying that we're just not going to call them ADUs anymore?
It means we're just not going to call them ADUs anymore.
Okay, so that's what I'm after. It's what is the practical impact of it? And if there's no practical impact of it, I think Supervisor Koenig should know that as part of the calculus.
To clarify, it just means we can't call them ADUs. We can call them primary dwelling units.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, but we would not, I mean, you're saying we would only approve them in cases where a primary dwelling unit could be approved. I mean, as you said, on a vacant parcel. I mean, we couldn't approve it as
I
maybe
think what's going
approve it as a secondary primary dwelling unit.
I think what's going on here is the issue is that HCD has the authority to review and comment on our ADU ordinance. They don't have the ability to tell us what to do on our separate tiny home on wheels ordinance. Right. So we have the local authority to permit tiny homes on wheels as houses, But and HCD can't tell us that we can't do that. So if we choose to do that locally, we can. They do have oversight authority on our ADU ordinance. So if they say that part of our ADU ordinance is out of compliance, we need to address that, or the process that I just talked about kicks in, where they review it, we respond, and
Yeah.
goes through that.
I mean, rather than getting into a useless fight with HCD about whether a tiny home on wheels is or is not an ADU, or whether or not the way we approach it, I mean, I think, as you just said, the solution here is to go back and modify our tiny homes on wheels ordinance, which is not subject to HCD review, and look at, I mean, clearly we need to do that anyway, given that only 2 have been permitted.
Yeah, and this package does include modifications to that separate tiny home on wheels ordinance, mainly because we needed to remove the reference to ADUs from it.
The reference to ADUs would apply even if it has a permanent structure? I mean, a permanent foundation?
If it's on a permanent foundation, it can be permitted as a ADU.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, there's a difference between a tiny home and a tiny home on wheels. Tiny homes are regulated in the building, or regulated by the building code. They have to be in permanent foundations. There's a separate appendix, I think, in the building code that addresses requirements for tiny homes. And those special requirements relate to its size. There's special requirements for the staircase and lofts, that are a little bit different than a regular house. And so that's why there's a separate section of the building code that addresses tiny homes on permanent foundations.
So do we have a streamlined process for the tiny homes on wheels, or
Yes,
on wheels?
Well, yeah, we
Have a permanent foundation though? Is there a streamlined process, just like the ADUs process?
It's the regular building, it would be the normal building permit process, ministerial building permit process.
The red tape process, or is it a more streamlined approach? Because I'm assuming we're trying to streamline the ADUs.
Yeah, we have a streamlined process for ADUs, for sure. But I think you're asking about a tiny home that would be on a permanent foundation, which would be treated and processed and permitted just like any other house. It's just small.
Okay, but not like an ADU?
No.
Could we change that if we wanted to as a board? Just to streamline tiny homes and ADUs? And tiny homes on wheels?
I suppose you could. Not as part of this action, though.
Right.
Do you have any further questions on this item? Okay. Supervisor DeSerpa.
Sorry, I'll keep it short. The board received correspondence from a group called
Speak in the microphone.
Sorry. We received correspondence from a group called Cal HDF, which is a 7-page letter. They've reviewed what is proposed by us, and they have indicated multiple areas that need to be corrected that will not be lawful, apparently. I have obviously no expertise to tell if this is true or not, and I sent it earlier to Nicole, to Matt, and then I think maybe Jason got it. They reviewed it. And could you talk a little bit about your response, or, because it actually, like, I read every word there, and it does seem legitimate, so I'm wondering why we wouldn't use that, lay it against what we have now, and try to make amendments if necessary.
So David addressed this in the presentation, that staff received this, and these comments are very similar to comments that we've received in the past and reviewed and analyzed in the past, and they were not unanticipated that we would get this level of advocacy coming through again. Our recommendation is that we've already sought technical advice from HCD in the very drafting of this, and if HCD had a problem with what we were doing, HCD would have told us that. And so we're now gonna send this back to HCD, whatever your board does with it, send it back to HCD. And if HCD has a problem with it, that's a new problem, they'll tell us what it is, and we'll take it into account. But Natalie's reviewed the comments. I think planning staff has reviewed the comments, and we would just recommend that your board proceed with what's been given to you at this point.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because it looks legitimate, but I've never heard of that group before, so I appreciate, and David, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we have any further discussion, I'd like to open it up to the public, see if there's anybody here who'd like to speak on this item. Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, there is. Call-in user 424, your microphone is now available.
Good afternoon. This is Ross Sonnenfeld calling in again on behalf of Santa Cruz IMBY. In general, we support the county's effort to update its ADU ordinance to comply with state law. We appreciate the substantial work that staff has invested in this update. However, we do urge the board to direct staff to address several legal issues before a second reading. Most importantly, as outlined in the Cali CS letter, the proposed ordinance repeatedly ties exemptions from local development standards to Government Code Section 66.321, but not clearly to Section 66.323, which is an independent guarantee of ministerial approval for a broader category of ADUs, such as conversion ADUs, et cetera. So we urge staff to explicitly incorporate Section 66.23 before final adoption. The three additional concerns, as has been discussed this afternoon, the tiny homes on wheels function. I wanted to point out that the city of Los Angeles has had a tiny homes on wheels ordinance as part of their ADU program since 2019. It would be inconsistent of HCD to tell Santa Cruz County not to have it if the city of LA is allowed to have a similar ordinance. Either way, we encourage the county to streamline secondary ADU or secondary tiny homes on wheels in addition to a primary unit, however that gets done. We also wanted to point out that the ordinance appears to limit agricultural and timber parcels to a single ADU, even when a single family dwelling might exist on the site. And we question whether that limitation is consistent with ADU law, which generally applies wherever single family residential use is allowed. And third, the revised definition of multifamily housing should be reviewed carefully. Multiple detached homes on a single parcel can still constitute a multifamily site for purposes of ADU eligibility. This proposal seems to limit it to only where there is a multifamily building, not multifamily use. We support the overall ordinance update and simply ask that these issues be resolved.
Thank you.
There are no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will return to the board for discussion and a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank staff of the presentation for all the hard work that you all do. I feel for you because, you know, when you're going through the timeline of when the state makes these updates to these ADU laws, it seems like every single year there's a new law and we have to do new changes, and hopefully one day they'll kind of leave it in place and so we can see how it works rather than having us put all this effort into changing it all the time. So, you know, what's really before us today is bringing the code in compliance with state law. And so, you know, whether we like it or not, this is where we're at. And I do think it would be good at some point just to get an update on how these state law changes, like whether they have or have it not actually resulted in the production of ADUs. Just my sense in just having conversations with folks, it doesn't, we don't hear like many, and I don't know, maybe you all can speak to it. I don't think we should speak to it right now. But yeah, it would be good to get an update on whether or not we're seeing more ADUs being produced. It seems like they're not. And so the changes are great in concept, but are people actually, you know, spending the money, coming in, getting the permits? I mean, I think it really comes down to whether or not private residents have the resources to actually build ADUs. And, you know, so I'm supportive of where we're at today. And I don't know if folks have any other direction, but I'm happy with.
I'll second that, but
I didn't make a motion. Oh. I don't know if there's any other changes that people want to make, so I'll leave it to somebody else.
I think any other changes would be at a separate time. I'm not sure, but like having to also looking at the tiny homes, perhaps looking at Los Angeles, but I think that would be a separate conversation, a separate item, if I'm not correct. But I do second Supervisor Cummings' motion.
So I don't think we have a motion yet. Supervisor Koenig.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Koenig, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any further comments?
I'd like to know if these slides are available.
Yes.
Because there was one in there I almost took a picture of, but it went by so fast. But it would be great to have a copy of these slides to see what
Yeah,
some
I
of
believe the clerk is going to post them on the,
That's
on the
great.
agenda.
Thank you.
Yes, they'll be available on the agenda management system.
So other than that, if you can email us the tiny homes, what we do have in the books for tiny homes on wheels and tiny homes with a permanent foundation.
Sure.
What we do have that exists, if you can send us that. I'd like to look further into that in the future.
Sure.
Thank you. I would just, again, thank you for helping us continue to keep up with state law. ADUs are a really important part of our housing stock, and I agree it would be, I know you've given us reports on sort of our progress and to date. I think that these changes are intended to make it more streamlined for people to build. I'd love to know if that's working, just as a ongoing practice of.
I have some information on that if you're interested, or if you have the time.
How about, since we have a motion already in a second, let's revisit that. Thank you. I know you love ADUs. You love being behind the microphone, but we're gonna move us on.
Yeah, just a quick question. Maybe if there's a way to provide it briefly tomorrow or whenever planning, the CDI does their budget presentation.
Yeah, Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, that could help.
Great suggestion. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second comment from Supervisor Hernandez.
I know we had an ADU workshop here in Mid-County. It'd be great if we can do one in South County in the near future. There's a lot of folks out there that have been talking about ADUs for, grandparents, stuff like that.
I think that Mid-County workshop was kind of a private affair. The county wasn't involved. I wasn't involved with it.
Oh, it wasn't? It was on the county website.
Oh, our housing division was involved with it.
Yeah, I was there. We had 2 county employees there,
Oh, okay.
somebody from planning and someone from environmental. Yeah, but I think it was scary because they have a lot to say about how difficult it is to get a permit. So, I think some people in the audience were scared off a little bit, honestly. So I think we need to work on what the script is for the next presentation.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We will now move on to item number 12. Consider approving in concept an ordinance amending Santa Cruz County Code Section 10.40.020 and repealing and replacing Santa Cruz County Code Section 10.04.285 regarding use of county action sports facilities and take related actions. A presentation from our Parks, Open Spaces, and Cultural Services. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Martinez, members of the board. My name is Rob Tidmore. I'm a principal planner with County Parks. The item before you today is relatively straightforward. It asks you to approve in concept an ordinance that amends 2 sections of County Code. 10.04.020, which covers definitions associated with county parks, and 10.04.285, that relate to the regulation of skate parks and the required safety gear in those facilities. Today represents the first reading of the ordinance, and the ordinance update is needed to align county code with state law, similar to past presentations, and to address gaps in the current code that relate to the types of facilities that it covers and the types of devices used in those facilities. These issues actually surfaced during the development of 2 new exciting projects that we are currently working to deliver. The first is the pump track at Felton Covered Bridge State Park that we're partnering with Santa Cruz Mountains Trail Stewardship, which will be the first paved pump track in the San Lorenzo Valley and the first in the county park system. And as well a new, I apologize, this is advancing itself. I may be hitting a button by accident, but I'm trying to stay on the first slide. let's see, okay. And then the second is a new skate park at Pinto Lake County Park in partnership with County Park Friends and the Novak Foundation. Okay, so the current county code 10.04.285 only applies to skate parks and skating equipment. Am I hitting something by accident? Okay, I'm gonna move the remote farther away. It's still doing it. Let's see. Okay. Nope. Do you want to just do it in non-full screen and then we could, yeah, maybe advance that way? So slide 2 would be great. Great. Okay. So current county code only applies to skate parks and skating equipment, which means it does not pertain or regulate pump tracks, bike parks, bike jumps, or other similar type facilities, some of which are actually already currently in operation at county parks, like the dirt jumps at Polo, which are shown in the bottom right corner. Current county code also does not address other devices besides skateboards, inline skates, and roller skates. This is inconsistent with state law, and it means that bicycles, scooters, wheelchairs, or other types of devices are not regulated, and there's no prohibition on electric or motorized equipment at our facilities. And finally, current code only requires that users wear helmets, again, which is inconsistent with state law and increases the county's liability in the event of an injury. Next slide. So there's a few major changes that we're proposing to the code. The first is to create 3 new definitions in the definitions section. The first is to define wheeled recreational devices aligned with California Health and Safety Code 115800, which are non-motorized bicycles, scooters, skateboards, inline skates, roller skates, and wheelchairs. We also define hazardous recreational activities consistent with state law in California Government Code 831.7. And finally, it defines action sports facility, which is a designated area within a county park that's designed to accommodate hazardous recreational facilities or activities such as skate parks, pump tracks, and bike jumps. Then it expands and clarifies the safety rules and in what types of facilities they apply. It specifies the types of equipment that are allowed to operate at action sports facilities to be wheeled recreational devices, and states that motorized vehicles are prohibited, consistent with state law, and it requires that all users of these wheeled recreational devices, not just users of skating equipment, wear helmet, elbow pads, and knee pads. Again, this is required under state law. These changes will result in greater clarity and consistency in rules for the broad category of action sports facilities, since the same rules will apply to skate parks, pump tracks, and bike parks and other similar facilities operated by county parks, results in improved safety for the community through the prohibition of motorized equipment in our facilities and the requirement to wear proper safety equipment. And then finally, by aligning with state law, the updated code results in reduced liability to the county as an operator of these action sports facilities. Next slide. And so with that, the recommended actions are to approve in concept this ordinance, 10.0402 and 10.04.285 of Santa Cruz County Code relating to the regulation of skate parks, pump tracks, and similar facilities in county parks. Schedule the ordinance for a second reading and final adoption on June 30th, 2026, and direct the clerk of the board to publish the notice of proposed ordinance summary in a newspaper of general circulation pursuant to Government Code Section 25124. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Hernandez.
So we're doing this because of some issues with liability, but I thought skate parks and pump tracks were that counties or municipalities are shielded from liability with certain fencing and signage, that we are shielded from any liabilities that may occur at these action parks.
Yep, thank you for that question. So that is correct. If we post signage that requires users to wear helmets elbow pads, and knee pads. And our current code and signage only requires users to wear helmets. So in that regard, we don't have the liability protections that the state law offers right now. And this will address that.
Is this for 18 and under or 18 and over as well?
This is for users that are 12 and above. Well, the safety requirement applies to anyone who uses our facilities, but the specific liability protections apply to users of skate parks who are over 12 and are engaged in, particular dangerous activities as the state law defines.
Motorized vehicles are not under that law, that they're protected and shielded though, correct?
Correct, yeah. So, and again, this is where we were careful to state the definition of wheeled recreational devices to align with state law, because state law is clear that if you're riding one of those wheeled recreational devices and you injure yourself, then the municipality is not liable, provided they have the appropriate signage. And so that's why we're making that prohibition on motorized vehicles.
So what's the, someone violates it, right? Do they get a warning? What's the outcome of that? Like, do they get a ticket? What, the enforcement portion of this, what's that?
Great question. So I think everyone on the board is aware that we don't have park rangers in our parks, so we rely on the sheriff's office to do enforcement of county ordinances and regulations in county parks. Let's say we see someone, or one of our workers sees someone using a skate park without the proper safety equipment. We could then call the sheriff, and then they would come to enforce it. However, I think we can all agree that that's an unlikely scenario. So it would really rely on users to enforce their own rules. Yeah, and of course, the sheriff could come if it were an issue, a repeated issue at a skate park.
And it'd be good if we can work with some of our partners to provide helmets, as opposed to like a, first warning and here's a helmet kind of each situation. I know that we've worked with different folks that have hundreds of helmets that they provide for the pump track, skate park. I think we had Bell give out like 200 helmets for the skate park opening in Ramsey.
That's a great idea, and we'd be happy to work with your office to help facilitate that.
Any further questions from the board?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We need to go to public comment first.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, is there anybody here who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
No speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor DeSerpa.
May I make a motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa, a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any further discussion?
Just thank you to the Novak Foundation for helping with the pump track or the skate park at Pinto Lake County Park. Appreciate that very much.
And I will add my 2 cents. There's so much excitement and energy around the Felton Pump Track. Just really can't wait to cut that ribbon, and I know it's coming in the next couple months, so looking forward to it. Thank you for all your support. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye. Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. We will now move on to item number 13, holding a public hearing to consider proposed fiscal year 26-27 benefit assessment / service charges reports for sanitation county service areas 2, 5, 10, and 20, and take related actions. A report from CDI Public Works. Welcome.
Does that work? Okay. Hi, I'm Ashley Trujillo. I'm the Senior Civil Engineer for Sanitation, and I will actually be bringing you 4 items regarding to our sewer service charges. So this first item is in regard to the county's operation of sewer systems for county service areas 2, Place Demure, 5, Sand Dollar, Canyon del Sol, 10, Rolling Woods, and 20 for Trestle Beach. On March 10th, 2026, the board adopted the fiscal year 26-27 service charges for the sewer service and set today as the date for the public hearing for these charge reports. The service charge reports for these CSAs containing the parcel numbers and the amount of the sewer service charges was electronically filed with the clerk of the board for public view prior to May 26th and posted online. In order to include the sewer service charges on the property tax roll, it is necessary for the board to hold the public hearing. Therefore, we recommend that the board hold the public hearing and hear objections or protests, if any, to the proposed fiscal year 26-27 benefit assessment charge reports for the Santa Cruz County service areas 2, 5, 10, and 20, close the public hearing, and adopt a resolution confirming the fiscal year 26-27 sewer service charge reports for the various sanitation CSAs. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there anyone here in the public who'd like to speak on this item? Is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Any further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig? DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We will now move on to item number 14, holding a public hearing to consider the proposed fiscal year 26-27 sewer service charge report for Sanitation County Service Area 7, Zone 1, Boulder Creek, and take related actions.
Hi. So this is a similar item for our county service area, Zone 1 in Boulder Creek. And on May 5th, the board adopted the fiscal year 26-27 sewer service charges and set today as the date of the public hearing on the charge report. Once again, the sewer service charge report was posted with the assessor's parcel number and the sewer service charges, and it was filed with the clerk of the board for public review before May 26th. In order to include the charges on the tax roll, it is necessary for the board to hold the public hearing. Therefore, we recommend that the board hold the public hearing and hear objections or protests, if any, to the proposed fiscal year 26-27 sewer service charge report for Sanitation District's County Service Area 7, Zone 1, Boulder Creek, and adopt the resolution confirming the 26-27 sewer service charge report for that CSA. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public who'd like to speak on this? Is there anyone on the phone?
No speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion.
I'll move this item.
I have a motion from Supervisor DeSerpa and a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Koenig? DeSerpa?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We're now going to move on to number 15, where we are acting as the Board of Directors of the Davenport County Sanitation District to hold a public hearing to consider fiscal year 26-27 Davenport County Sanitation District water and sewer service charge reports and adopt a resolution confirming the water and sewer service charge reports.
Hi, thank you again. So the county operates the Davenport County Sanitation District sewer and water system. And on March 10th, 2026, the board adopted the fiscal year 2026-27 service charges for the sewer and water services and set today as the date of the public hearing on the charge reports. The charge reports with the assessor's parcel number and the charges were posted and filed with the clerk of the board prior to May 26th. In order to include the service charges on the property tax roll, it is necessary for the board to hold this public hearing. Therefore, we recommend that the board hold the public hearing, hear objections or protests, if any, to the proposed fiscal year 26-27 water and sewer service charge reports for the Davenport County Sanitation District, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution confirming these charge reports. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public who'd like to speak on this item? Anyone on the phone?
No speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a
So
motion.
moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig? DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We'll now move on to item number 16, will be acting as the Board of Directors of the Freedom County Sanitation District to hold a public hearing to consider the fiscal year 26-27 Freedom County Sanitation District Sewer Service Charge Report and adopt a resolution confirming the Sewer Service Charge Report.
I think we just skipped 15.
I think we just did 15.
We did 15.
Did we just do 15?
Yeah, that was what
Yes.
we did.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the Freedom County Sanitation District operates the sewer system for the area of Freedom. And on March 10th, 2026, the board adopted the fiscal year 26-27 service charges for these sewer services and set today as the date of the public hearing for the service charge reports. The service charge report containing the parcel number and the service charges was posted with the clerk of the board prior to May 26th and posted online. In order to include the service charges on the property tax roll, it is necessary for the board to hold this public hearing. Therefore, we recommend the board hold the public hearing and hear objections or protests, if any, to the proposed fiscal year 26-27 charge reports for the Freedom County Sanitation District, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution confirming the sewer charge reports. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public who'd like to speak on this item? Anyone on the phone?
No speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll return to the board for a motion.
I'll move the Freedom County Sanitation District Sewer Service Charge Report and adopt resolutions confirming the sewer service charge report.
A second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah.
We will now return to item number 10, which we continue to the end of today's agenda. And I believe at this point, we just need to have confirmation on the motion that was made and seconded and read that into the record. And then we can go back to the clerk for a vote.
Yeah, staff identified 6 areas that should be reinstated. So if I just read them off line by line, that might be sufficient. So staff proposes to reinstate the following code sections and references. Number 1, reinstate 1310 324C. Number 2, reference to single family greater than 5,000 square feet requiring CUP and reference to 1310 324C in table number 1310 312-1. And then number 3, language stating CUP for units greater than 5,000 square feet per 1310 324C in table number 1310 322-1. Number 4, reinstate 1310 323 F5. Number 5, 1311 040 A1B. And lastly, language in 1311 070 D2BII that states other than large dwellings as defined in Santa Cruz County Code 1310 324C. Yeah, and that's it.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to County Council.
Thank you very much for doing that clarification work. If I could just confirm then that the motion is to adopt all of the recommended actions with the exception of item 3, and the only exception on item 3 would be to approve the ordinance, but with consideration and inclusion of the changes that staff just read off.
So moved.
Is this a new motion? Is that, can we just?
It can be, or it can't, or is my interpretation of that consistent with the motion?
I believe that's consistent with the motion, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Either way. Whatever gets us moving.
So let's go with the motion that was originally set, but do you remember who seconded that?
Manu.
Supervisor Koenig.
No, no.
Yeah,
made the motion.
Supervisor
Let me,
Cummings.
the clerk has a question.
I just have the recollection, my notes indicate that it was originally a motion coming from Supervisor Cummings, seconded by Supervisor Koenig for the recommended actions, and then removing language regarding the large dwelling units as specified in the 6 individual citations provided by staff.
And we've already been to public comment on this item. Unless there's any further discussion from the board, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for your work on that. We'll now adjourn the meeting at 5:46, and we will be reconvening for budget hearings tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at the Westridge Community Room in Watsonville. Have a good evening.